Welcome back, horror lovers. Tonight, did you know that a lot of you who watch my videos aren't subscribed yet? I'd really appreciate it if you could hit that subscribe button. And don't forget to like the video and leave a comment below. Your interaction really helps the channel grow and allows more people to see my content. Thanks so much for your support. "5 years. That's how long it had been since Franzberg had a murder. Old man Weathers offing his wife over a Monopoly game was the last. Until last week. Now, 3 files sat on my desk, each with a victim staring up at me, demanding justice. I pulled out my Glenfiddich and a grimy glass from my drawer. A quick blow cleared out the dust, and I poured myself a double. The whiskey burned my throat, but it was a welcome fire. I swirled the amber liquid, then opened the first file. Again. Each murder was a couple of days apart. The killer slipped in and out unseen, leaving no trace. All 3 victims, throats slit, hung upside down like slaughtered animals. Their blood, though, vanished. How the hell does something like that happen in my little town? My town. My people. Killed right under my nose. Maybe I was just a lousy cop. Missing something obvious. Probably. I started with the usual: family, friends, anyone who knew the victims. Murder wasn't my forte, but I could sniff out a liar. Years on the job teach you that. The victims were all young, in their 20s. And loners. Their lives mostly online. Specifically, in a game called League of Legends. They were part of a clan, a 5-person team. That meant 2 more people were out there, potential victims or potential killers. Sarah Green, the first clan member I found, invited me in for coffee. She seemed genuinely concerned about her friends' deaths, but she offered no clues. "Want more coffee, detective?" she asked after my second cup. "No, I'm good. Thanks for your time." She seemed relieved to see me go. Next was Terry Wentworth. He was a nervous guy, fidgeting in his chair, avoiding eye contact. "What's this about, officer?" he asked, his voice shaky. "I understand you played League of Legends with these people?" I showed him the victims' pictures. He winced. "Yeah, so I played with them." He was sweating, wiping his palms on his pants. Something wasn't right. I brought him down to the station. The hot box loosened his tongue. It was Sarah. Her idea, he blurted out, his shirt soaked with sweat. It took hours, but he finally cracked. He told me about their clan, how they were desperate to win tournaments, the big money. Sarah had found a way to upgrade their team. She found him on the dark web, Terry confessed. An assassin. He did it for practically nothing. His name? How do you contact him? I tried to stay calm, but the excitement was building. I can't. She'll kill me. Terry, you're doing the right thing. Help me put her away. Who is he? He hesitated, then spilled it all. how to reach the assassin, the whole twisted plan. Sarah was at her computer, a vacant look on her face. "He's going to kill all of us," she whispered. "Who is, Sarah?" She looked at the blank screen. Him. A chill ran down my spine. "We can protect you," I said, but my voice sounded hollow. "No, you can't." She turned on the computer, logged into some hidden corner of the internet. The screen went black. The air grew cold. I could see my breath. "Who is he?" a voice boomed from the computer. The room felt heavy, like unseen eyes were watching us. My skin prickled. "That's Detective Slate," Sarah said in a monotone. "He wants to catch you." Then the voice spoke again, deep and chilling. "Look into the darkness, Detective Slate. Don't you want to experience it for yourself? Don't you want to sleep?" Suddenly, men were grabbing me, wrestling me to the floor. My gun was in my hand, pressed to my temple. My finger was on the trigger, squeezing. I don't want to die. But I couldn't stop myself. My partner, Steve, pried the gun away. I looked up and saw Sarah banging her head on the table, blood splattering. She didn't stop, even as bones showed through. "What the hell?" an officer yelled, rushing towards her. He glanced at the screen. In a flash, he drew his own gun and fired. The gunshot echoed in the small room. My ears rang. I couldn't tear my eyes away from the black screen. Another officer, who hadn't seen the screen, rushed in. He slammed the laptop shut, smashed it on the floor. "I'm sorry, boss," he said, his face pale. "I had to." "You saved us," I said, my voice shaking. We were surrounded by carnage. An officer dead. Sarah dead. And I couldn't explain any of it. They sent me home, pending an investigation. No one believed me. But I knew what I saw. This wasn't just some assassin. This was something else. Something dark. Something hungry. And I had to stop it. So, this whole thing went down last summer, a few months after I broke up with my college girlfriend, Tina. We'd been together for about 3 years, and let me tell you, it wasn't easy getting over her. Even though we weren't exactly the perfect match. See, I'm an introvert. I like my own space, and I'm not big on sharing every little detail of my life. But Tina? Total opposite. She was all about this thing she called the principle of transparency. Basically, she believed that couples should share everything with each other. And I mean everything, from what I had for breakfast to what time my dad got home from work. And she did share everything with me. Like, everything. Her childhood crush, the first time she slept with someone. She even called me once to discuss what kind of women's underwear I liked. Seriously. I was trying to study for exams, and she wanted to talk about bras and panties. Not exactly my idea of a good time. Anyway, we eventually realized we were just too different. The breakup was tough, but we both knew it was for the best. But even though we broke up, I couldn't stop thinking about her. It was like she was still there, in the back of my mind, constantly reminding me of everything we'd shared. I tried to move on, but it was hard. I kept replaying our conversations, our arguments, our good times, and our bad times. I couldn't escape the memories. Then, one night, something happened that changed everything. It was a Friday night, and I was home alone, trying to relax after a long week. I was scrolling through social media, not really paying attention to anything, when I heard a knock at the door. I wasn't expecting anyone, so I was a bit hesitant to answer. I peeked through the peephole, but I couldn't see anyone there. I figured it was probably just some kids messing around, so I ignored it. But then the knocking came again, louder this time. I decided to be cautious and grabbed a baseball bat from the closet before opening the door. When I swung the door open, I was surprised to see Tina standing there. "Hey," she said, a nervous smile on her face. "Can I come in?" I was speechless. I hadn't seen her since the breakup, and I wasn't sure what to say. "Ah, sure," I finally managed to stammer. She stepped inside, and I closed the door behind her. "I know this is probably weird," she said, "but I needed to talk to you." "Okay," I said, still feeling awkward. "I've been doing a lot of thinking lately," she continued, "and I realized that I made a mistake. Breaking up with you was the worst decision of my life." My heart skipped a beat. Was she saying what I thought she was saying? "I miss you," she said, her eyes welling up with tears. "I miss everything about you. Even your grumpy moods and your obsession with privacy." I couldn't believe my ears. Was Tina really telling me she wanted to get back together? "I know I messed up," she said, her voice cracking. "I was too demanding, too controlling. I pushed you away with my principle of transparency. But I've changed. I realize now that everyone needs their own space, their own secrets." She took a step closer, reaching out to touch my arm. "I love you," she whispered. "I never stopped loving you." I felt a surge of emotions, surprise, confusion, and hope. Maybe we could make this work after all. "I love you too," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. She smiled, and then she kissed me. It was a long, passionate kiss, full of all the emotions we'd been holding back for months. When we finally broke apart, I felt like I was floating on air. Tina was back in my life, and this time, things were going to be different. Or so I thought. The next few weeks were a whirlwind. Tina and I were inseparable. We spent every free moment together, catching up, laughing, and rekindling the spark we'd lost. It felt like we were falling in love all over again. But there was something different about Tina. She was still outgoing and bubbly, but there was an intensity to her now, a kind of desperation that I hadn't seen before. She was constantly touching me, holding my hand, wanting to be close. She'd stare at me with these wide, adoring eyes, like she couldn't believe I was real. And she was always apologizing. For everything. For being too demanding in the past, for not respecting my privacy, for not being the perfect girlfriend. It was sweet, but it was also a bit much. One night, we were lying in bed, talking about the future. Tina was talking about getting married, having kids, growing old together. "I can't imagine my life without you," she said, her voice thick with emotion. "You're everything to me." I smiled and kissed her forehead. "Me too," I said. But as I looked into her eyes, I saw something that made my blood run cold. There was a flicker of something dark and sinister in her gaze, something that made me feel uneasy. I tried to shake it off, telling myself I was just imagining things. But the feeling lingered. The next day, I was hanging out with my friend Jake, and I told him about Tina's weird behavior. "Dude, that's creepy," Jake said. "Maybe she's just really into you." "I know, but it's like she's obsessed with me or something," I said. "It's freaking me out." "Maybe you should talk to her about it," Jake suggested. "I don't know," I said. "I don't want to upset her." But as the days went by, Tina's behavior only got more intense. She started showing up at my apartment unannounced, bringing me gifts, cooking me dinner. She'd even follow me to class sometimes, just to be near me. I started to feel suffocated. I loved Tina, but I needed my space. I tried to talk to her about it, but she just got upset. "Don't you love me anymore?" she'd ask, her eyes filled with tears. "Of course I love you," I'd say. "But I need some time to myself sometimes." She'd apologize and promise to give me space, but she never did. I started to feel trapped. I didn't know what to do. Then, one night, I found something that made everything click into place. I was cleaning out my desk drawer when I found an old notebook. It was Tina's. I opened it up, curious to see what was inside. The first few pages were filled with love poems and doodles. But as I flipped through the pages, the tone changed. The writing became frantic, almost obsessive. There were pages and pages of notes about me, my habits, my routines, my likes and dislikes. There were even detailed plans for our future together, our wedding, our house, the names of our children. It was like she'd been planning our entire lives without me even knowing it. And then I found the last page. It was a list of names. My name was at the top, circled in red. Below it were the names of my friends and family. And next to each name was a date. My blood ran cold. I realized what those dates were. They were death dates. Tina was planning to kill me. And everyone I loved. I stared at the notebook, my heart pounding in my chest. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Tina, the girl I loved, was planning to kill me. I felt sick to my stomach. I had to get out of there. I grabbed my phone and called Jake. "Dude, you won't believe this," I said, my voice trembling. "Tina's lost it. She's planning to kill me." "What are you talking about?" Jake asked, his voice filled with concern. "I found her notebook," I said. "It's full of crazy stuff. She's obsessed with me, and she's planning to kill me and everyone I know." "Are you serious?" Jake asked. "I'm dead serious," I said. I need your help. Okay, okay, calm down, Jake said. Where are you? I'm at my apartment, I said. But I can't stay here. She could show up at any minute. Come to my place, Jake said. I'll be here all night. I grabbed a few essentials and rushed out of my apartment. I didn't even bother locking the door. I got to Jake's place, and he let me in. I told him everything about Tina's weird behavior, the notebook, the death dates. Jake was horrified. Dude, that's insane, he said. You need to go to the police. I know, I said. But I don't have any proof. It's just my word against hers. We'll figure something out, Jake said. Don't worry. We spent the rest of the night talking, trying to come up with a plan. The next morning, I went to the police station. I told them everything I knew about Tina's plans. The police took me seriously, but they said they couldn't do anything without evidence. They suggested I get a restraining order against Tina, but I wasn't sure if that would be enough to stop her. I went back to Jake's place, feeling lost and confused. I didn't know what to do. Jake suggested we try to find some evidence to support my claims. We went back to my apartment, hoping to find something that would convince the police to take action. We searched everywhere, but we couldn't find anything. Tina had been too careful. Just as we were about to give up, Jake found something hidden under my bed. It was a box. We opened it up, and inside, we found a collection of disturbing items, knives, rope, duct tape, and a photo album. The album was filled with pictures of me. Pictures of me sleeping, pictures of me eating, pictures of me with my friends and family. And on the back of each picture, Tina had written a date. The same dates that were in her notebook. We finally had the evidence we needed. We took the box to the police, and they immediately issued a warrant for Tina's arrest. They found her at her apartment, packing a bag. She didn't resist arrest. She was charged with attempted murder and harassment. I haven't seen her since. I'm still trying to process everything that happened. I can't believe the girl I love tried to kill me. But I'm also grateful that I escaped. And I'm thankful for Jake, who helped me through it all. I'm moving on with my life now. I'm focusing on my studies and my friends. And I'm trying to forget about Tina. But I'll never forget the summer she tried to kill me. The past few days have been a surreal nightmare. I'm a contract killer, operating on the dark web. We have a secretary who handles the clients and assigns the jobs. A week ago, I got a contract to eliminate a priest, a bishop. I figured he was some kind of child molester. I tailed him for a few days and then took him out quietly with a knife during late-night confessionals. A few days later, the secretary gave me another contract. It was the same priest. I told the secretary the job was already done, but he insisted the client had seen the priest alive just minutes ago. I went to check it out, and sure enough, there he was, feeding birds in the park. I was stunned. Had I missed? Then it hit me. He must have a twin. I completed the second contract at the priest's residence, this time with a gun. 2 days later, another contract, the same priest again. I messaged the secretary, confirming I had used a gun and the target was dead. But the priest was at the church, preparing for service. This time, I went to the church to observe him. Something strange happened. At first, he didn't seem to have a shadow. Then, when he did, it remained on the wall even after he moved. I started to question my sanity. I decided to finish this once and for all. I ambushed him at his home, stabbed him, set his car on fire with him inside, and watched it burn. I took a few days off to cool down. Then, I received a message with a picture of the priest, alive and well, sitting on the same park bench. I rushed to the park, and there he was. How was this possible? I was terrified. That night, I woke up to a bloody message on my ceiling, "Fuck OFF or die." Exhausted and confused, I was dozing off in my living room when my burned phone rang. It was the client who had hired me to kill the priest. "You seem to have quite the problem, my friend," he said in a thick German accent. "My name is Father Mueller. We need to meet. We are all in serious danger." "Very serious danger," he had said. What did that even mean? This Father Mueller wanted to meet face to face, which was against our rules. I agreed without thinking, my mind still reeling from the impossible events of the past few days. We met in the park. I was armed, wary of a potential attack. I spotted 2 shady characters under the walnut tree, but neither looked like a priest. Maybe this was a setup. "Strange times, my friend," a voice said behind me. I was startled. No one ever snuck up on me. An old man, maybe in his 80s, stood there. He opened his jacket to reveal a priest's collar. "Father Mueller," he said. "I apologize for this unusual meeting. How did you get my number?" I asked. "The deep web has its ways," he said. "Those men are with me. I knew you'd be cautious. It's better we talk alone." He showed me a picture of the bishop. "What's his deal?" I asked. "Divine intervention?" "Quite the opposite," Father Mueller said. "This man should be dead, yes." 3 times over, I confirmed. "We hired you to test his resilience," he explained. "He's immortal. We're out of time." "Who is he?" I demanded. "What's going on?" "Bishop Cassius Canicus," he said. "He made a deal with the devil. He's aligned himself with the demon Zazgozeth." "A demon?" I was incredulous. "Zazgozeth is now his shadow," Father Mueller continued. "Soon, it will possess him completely and try to bring about the end of the world." I told him about the bishop's shadow and the bloody message. "It couldn't harm you directly, only threaten," Father Mueller said. "This will be its 3rd attempt to end the world." 3rd? It was summoned in ancient Egypt and again during the Crusades, he explained. "This time, it's different. The bishop will use holy rites to protect it." No mortal weapon can kill it. No mortal weapon. My mind raced. What do we do? I asked, already knowing the answer. Kill Zeskosath, Father Mueller said. How? I exclaimed. Don't you have exorcists? Special forces? We need a professional killer, he said. But how? I asked. Holy water? Blessed bullets? Not strong enough, he said. We have something else. Meet us at the church on Front Street. Later that day, I went to the church. It was supposed to be under renovation, but it was their base of operations. Father Mueller and a cardinal greeted me. These are trying times, the cardinal said. We never imagined needing someone like you. But your skills are necessary. How do I kill it? I asked. The cardinal gestured, and another priest brought in a long case. Inside was a Roman gladius. Not what you expected, Father Mueller asked. No, I admitted. It was a beautiful sword, though. This belonged to the second horseman of the apocalypse, Father Mueller explained. It's a divine weapon. It can destroy Zeskosath. The four horsemen? This was getting ridiculous. Where did you get it? I asked. We have a vault with many artifacts, the cardinal said. Truths mankind isn't ready for. You'll need to pierce Zeskosath with this sword, Father Mueller said. I wasn't thrilled about close combat with a demon. Zeskosath will reach full power at midnight, the cardinal said. The bishop will be at the cathedral. We'll get you inside. Before I left, Father Mueller gave me some advice. Demons are arrogant. Use that against it. I went home to prepare, unsure if I would even go. This was insane. But my curiosity won. At midnight, I entered the cathedral through a side door. I made my way towards the altar, my nerves growing with each step. Why did I come alone? The chapel was enormous, with towering ceilings and stained glass windows. Bishop Canicus stood on the altar, his back to me. My shadow's visit didn't deter you? He asked, his voice raspy. You're out of your depth. Leave now. Why? I asked. You should know better than to trust Satan. I pray for eternal life, he said. And my prayers were answered. The church bell tolled midnight. A sinister smile spread across his face. You were foolish to stay, he said. Face the wrath of Zeskosath. He levitated and began to transform. His body grew, his skin charred, his face became a skeletal mask with flaming eyes. Wings erupted from his back, showering the altar in blood. Zeskosath stood before me. A man with a sword, it boomed. You never stood a chance. It grabbed its staff and took flight. I fired my .45, but the bullets did nothing. It hurled the staff at me, destroying several pews. I crawled for cover as it tore the chapel apart. This was hopeless. How could I possibly get close enough to stab it? I retreated to the hallway, hoping the tight space would give me an advantage. But Saskoseth burst through the wall, knocking me down. I lost the sword. You thought this would be my E&D? It roared, holding the gladius. Human arrogance. It shattered the sword. I was trapped. This was it. Or was it? I grabbed an umbrella from the nearby stand. Saskoseth laughed, caught off guard. While I was distracted, I grabbed the real sword, hidden in the umbrella stand. I lunged forward and plunged it into the demon's chest. Its laughter turned to a howl of pain. It stumbled, then collapsed. Its body dissolved, leaving only a black stain in the horseman's sword. My plan had worked. I had used its arrogance against it. I returned the sword to the priests. They thanked me and urged me to find a better path. There is always a way back, Father Mueller said. I decided to take his advice. I'm no longer a hitman. I'm trying to live an honest life. My parting words to Father Mueller were, next time you need a demon killed, call someone else. Don't call me. It was the summer of my junior year when this all happened. My brother and I were at home, playing Super Smash Bros. Brawl, when our older brother, Ted, showed up. We were excited to see him and invited him to join our game. He beat us easily, even when we teamed up against him. We switched to other games, but soon got bored. Ted suggested browsing the Deepweb. We were hesitant, having heard scary stories, but Ted assured us we'd be fine as long as we took precautions. We covered our webcam and mic with duct tape, then ventured into the deep web. It wasn't as exciting as we expected. We found a weird space shooter game and a live stream of a man dancing in his underwear with cream cheese on his chest. Is there anything actually interesting here? I asked. We were all hungry, and then a pizza ad popped up, Deepweb's deep dish pizza. We decided to risk it and clicked the ad. The menu looked amazing. We ordered a meat lover's pizza, mozzarella sticks, apple pie pizza, and Dr. Pepper. We paid in cash and had it delivered to the library down the street. The pizza was delicious. We were eating in Ted's car when the delivery guy came back, apologizing for forgetting a Dr. Pepper. He also gave us a box of cookies as an apology. When we opened the box, a smoke grenade went off. We passed out from the fumes. We woke up tied up in a basement. The delivery guy appeared, holding a knife. I'm going to make you guys into pizza, he said, turning on the light. The walls were lined with mutilated corpses. This is where the meat for my pizza comes from, he said. We were horrified. He gave us a few minutes to decide who would be first. My brothers found shards of glass and started cutting their ropes. I distracted the pizza guy by asking about his life story. He told us how he grew up in a family of cooks, but he was terrible at it. So, he drugged his family, used their flesh for his first pizza, and then killed them. My brothers finished cutting their ropes and attacked the pizza guy with the shards of glass. We all joined in, beating him up until the police arrived. The police took our statements and arrested the pizza guy. We forgot to mention the leftover pizza in Ted's car. But hey, it was really good pizza. We weren't going to let it go to waste. It was a chilly evening a few weeks ago when my friend Adam and I found ourselves indulging in the dark corners of the internet for our particular amusement. We would quite often peruse the dark web, trying to find the strangest things we could in that lawless place. We've been doing it for years, ever since we first got access to the dark web back in high school when Adam found out about Tor. We'd seen everything, from drug sites to snuff sites, but on this particular evening, a peculiar link caught our attention. It was titled Doolittle's Bazaar. Intrigued, we clicked the link. A digital menagerie showcasing exotic animals of all kinds opened up in front of us. It was obviously run by poachers and boasted a large number of endangered and rare species. Mesmerized by the bizarre collection, we scrolled through the listings, intrigued by the curiosities on display. It had everything, from mundane tropical fish to incredibly rare big cats. We were amazed. Amidst the virtual oddities, a seemingly innocuous pop-up materialized, advertising a dog, claiming that it was unlike any other. This dog is made just for you. It's astonishingly intelligent, capable of comprehending and executing any command, the perfect companion, it read. Its price tag was unusually low for what was being offered, almost too good to be true. Being the animal lover out of the two of us, Adam decided to take the plunge, succumbing to the allure of owning a unique and brilliant canine companion, as well as the possibility of rescuing the creature from the hands of the poachers. They're probably mistreating the poor thing anyway. You know what poachers can be like. I've seen videos online. Besides, no one else in the world will have one like it, he said, as though trying to justify his purchase. I warned him that it was probably a scam, but he was determined, as though he'd already made up his mind but was now coming up with the justification. He always got like this whenever it came to animals, always leading with his heart. I know it's risky. I'm not stupid. But what if it's legitimate? What if that poor creature is suffering, and I can do something about it now, he said. With the nonchalant click of a button, he entered his payment details and placed the order. A sense of apprehension filled me as he clicked the button, and the screen flashed payment processed. I wasn't sure why at the time. I think it was just a general distrust of the dark web. After all, we'd seen a lot of things on there before. Well, said Adam, let's see what happens. Worst case, I've just lost some money. Best case, I've rescued an animal. We carried on searching through random links on the dark web, but at the back of our minds was the excitement to see Adam's new dog, as well as the anxiety as to whether it was even real at all. You could never be too careful on the dark web. Adam went home later that night, and the events of the evening gradually faded from our minds. Several weeks passed by with no sign of the dog. There was nothing from the company on the Deepweb either. We both assumed that it had been a scam and that Adam had just lost his money. I told you so, I goaded each time I saw him. A few days after that, an obscure package arrived at my friend's doorstep. It was a huge box, larger than anything he'd ever ordered before. You could easily fit a full-length sofa inside and still have room to spare. Strapped to the top was a note. Printed on plain paper with no discerning marks, it read, "Your very own unique companion is here. We hope you enjoy it." Below, in red text, were the words, "No refunds, no returns." Wasting no time, Adam called me. "It's here, the dog from the Deepweb. It's arrived." The box is massive, but I can hear it moving around inside. He practically shouted down the phone in excitement. "What, really? Ha, okay, you win this one, Mr. Awesome," I responded, amazed that something had actually turned up. "I'll swing by after work and meet the new furball." "Sweet, see you then," he said in that same excited tone. Then he hung up. I couldn't help a feeling of excitement welling up in my stomach. I wasn't exactly an animal lover myself. I could take or leave them, but I was still excited to see this new dog. As soon as I finished work, I made my way over to his house as quickly as I could, interested to see what made the dog so unique. Knocking on the door, Adam slowly opened it, his head poking out gingerly from behind it. "So, where is it?" I asked, trying to glance over his shoulder. "Come on, I want to see it." "Yeah, okay. Come in," Adam said, his voice quivering slightly, a stark contrast to his confident tone over the phone mere hours ago. I made my way into the house, but there was no sign of the creature that had been delivered. It's in the basement," Adam said, again in that shaking voice. Now very confused by what was going on, I followed as he led me to the basement. As soon as he opened the door, I was met with an odd stench, not something I'd ever smelled before. It was a sickly sweet smell, with a hint of iron. I couldn't help a feeling of apprehension in my gut as I stared down the staircase into the black abyss. Inside the basement, it was dark. There was a small, old light in the middle of the basement, illuminating a small area and casting long shadows across the floor. As I made my way down, the smell was much stronger, nearly suffocating me. I could make out sounds too. There's no way I could describe those sounds. They seemed like a low grunting noise, but there was a high-pitched, pained quality to it. There's no way that sound was made by a dog. As my eyes adjusted to the gloom, I could see a large metal cage in the far corner of the basement. It had thick iron bars and a heavy-looking padlock on the gate. The floor was covered in sawdust. The sound seemed to be emanating from further within. "Come here, girl," Adam beckoned, again a quiver in his voice. My eyes remained fixed on the cage, awaiting the reveal of his peculiar new companion. The creature inside it obeyed his command, moving into the dim light. I had to stifle a scream. There's no way that thing could be a dog. It was hairless, with large, red-looking welts all over its body that were held together with stitches. If I had to describe it, I would say that it appeared as if someone had crudely amalgamated human components to create a macabre imitation of a canine form. It was breathing that same low grunt, with a high-pitched whine, as though its every breath was pained. Its face looked stretched, like the skin was pulled back, almost into a grimace of constant agony. I almost felt sorry for the wretched thing if it wasn't so repulsive. "Oh, God!" I said, not sure what else to say. All words left me. I know, it's horrible, isn't it? Adam said. I could hear the sadness and disappointment in his voice. He almost couldn't bear to look at it either. It looks like it's been so badly mistreated. The poor thing. Can you return it? I asked, still looking at the thing in the cage, that same sense of revulsion filling me. No, there are no returns. I'm stuck with her, Adam said in a frustrated tone. Why don't you just give her to a rescue center or release her into the wild or something? Then I asked. I can't do that, Adam snapped, almost offended. Look at her. Nobody'd take her, for one. And she doesn't look like she'd survive in the wild on her own. She needs help. I felt so sorry for Adam. He seemed genuinely upset by the creature in the cage that he was now stuck with. He was a compassionate person, and I could see that this dilemma about what to do and the need to help was eating away at him inside. All right, I said. If you're going to keep this thing, we can't just call it that horrible thing. What are you going to call it? Got any ideas? Demon Doggo? Scooby Don't? He thought for a second before saying, Lucy. Lucy had been his grandmother's name. She passed away when he was really young. Yeah, I think I want to call her Lucy. In the days following Lucy's arrival, Adam retreated further into his house, isolating himself from friends and social interactions. Whenever we managed to catch a glimpse of him, an uncharacteristic skittishness or edge hung about him, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. He'd still speak and behave like the Adam we all knew, but he seemed distracted, as though he was constantly preoccupied with something. He also started dressing differently, wearing long clothing that covered most of his body, regardless of the outside temperature, whereas before he was a shorts and t-shirt kind of guy. Every time I would ask him about Lucy, he would respond with something like, she's good, yeah, or she's getting there, but he wouldn't go into much detail. You could see it on his face, a look of conflict, as though he wanted to confide something in us, but he couldn't bring himself to. In the weeks that followed, Adam got worse. It was rare that anyone could get in contact with him at all. When we did see him, he was now a skinny, gaunt imitation of the healthy, happy Adam we knew before. He looked incredibly pale and sickly. He'd also developed an odd limp in his right leg. When we asked him about what was happening to him, he would laugh it off, saying that the doctors were investigating. But his expression didn't seem to portray the same feeling. He looked worried, almost scared. On the very rare occasions that he did come out with us, he'd normally only stay for a couple of hours before making some excuse to go back home. We were all worried about him. Unable to ignore the signs of his deteriorating condition, I mustered the courage to check on him. When I arrived at his house, I pressed the doorbell, waiting a while for an answer. When none came, I knocked on the door, assuming that the bell might not be plugged in. As I knocked, the door opened slowly. It was unlocked. This was strange. Adam didn't normally leave his door unlocked. With a sense of unease now stirring in my stomach, I made my way into the house, shouting Adam's name in the hopes that he would hear me. His house exuded an eerie silence, and a deeper sense of foreboding enveloped me as I made my way further into the house. It was empty. There was no sign of anyone there at all. It hadn't been cleaned in what looked like ages either. The sink was overflowing with washing up, and the bins were at the point of spilling over. I shouted for Adam again. Still no answer. I was beginning to get really worried about him now. Growing increasingly concerned, I combed through the house, my anxiety escalating. Amidst my search, a thick booklet perched atop a cabinet caught my eye. Its appearance suggested recent handling, urging me to inspect it. Picking it up, I turned it over and read the cover. It looked like a manual, with a picture of a creature that looked like Lucy on the front. Suyuona sanguisuga canis was sprawled in a large font at the top. Perplexed, I flicked through its pages. Sanguisuga canis was Latin for bloodhound. The creature my friend had purchased on the dark web was a very rare and old subspecies of canine that subsisted entirely on blood. They were so exceedingly rare because of their metabolism. They could only go 6 to 8 hours between feedings until their bodies began to digest themselves, and they starved to death. Horror and dread washed over me as I realized the extent of my friend's situation. I continued searching the house with a more frantic urgency, shouting for Adam, but still receiving no answer. Then, from the corner of my eye, I noticed that the basement door was wide open. I could smell that same sickly smell of decay wafting up. It was stronger now, and even more nauseating now that I knew it was due to decaying blood. I could also hear sounds from down there, the same low growl and whine as before, but there was another sound mixed in that I couldn't put my finger on. Tentatively, I ventured into the depths of his basement, terrified as to what I would find there. I couldn't bring myself to shout for Adam. It sounds silly, but the sounds in the basement sent shivers through me, so much so that I was too afraid to utter a sound. As I neared the bottom of the stairs, I poked my head around the corner into the dim gloom. I discovered Adam lying unconscious in the middle of the basement, under that light. He was pale, deathly pale. I ran over to him, my fears being pushed to the back of my mind, overpowered by a deep concern for my friend. I rolled him over and tried to wake him, but he was completely unresponsive. I checked for a pulse, any sign of breathing, or anything else that would show me that my friend was alive. There was nothing. I shook him again, begging him to wake up. The feeling of devastation was crushing. I was doing my best not to break down, but I could feel the hot tears welling up in my eyes. Adam, my best friend, was gone. I was so confused. What had happened? I knew that he was sick, but I had no idea he was this far gone. Why hadn't he said anything to me? I pulled him close and hugged him, beginning to cry, as though if I hugged him hard enough, it might bring him back. He was cold as ice. He was really gone. Slowly, I laid his body back down gently onto the basement floor. As I lowered him, I noticed a piece of paper had dropped from his clenched fist. I turned to pick it up, and as I grabbed it, my eyes perceived something that I'm not sure I'll ever forget. Emerging from Adam's right leg, a grotesque and sinewy appendage, resembling a nightmarish vine, slithered into my line of sight. Its fleshy color clashed starkly against his pallid skin, with a labyrinth of capillaries that seemed to writhe and pulse with pulsating crimson fluid. The eerie, almost dance-like undulations propelled the liquid in a disturbing rhythm, leading the eye along the horrifying path into the abyss of Lucy's cage. As if called to action by observation, the tube disconnected from Adam's leg with an audible pop before slowly retracting back into the cage. Then there was a low growl as Lucy made her way forward. She was much larger than the last time I saw her, with red stains around her mouth where the tube had been. Her stomach was also distended and bloated, a deep red color compared with the rest of her pale frame. She looked me in the eyes with her cold gaze and let out another, more threatening growl. I began to back away, noticing the heavy padlock from the cage door lying on the floor just beyond Adam. A jolt of fear shot through me. She was loose. Without a second thought, I ran. Fear clenched my heart as I scrambled up the stairs, propelled by sheer survival instinct. Reaching the top, I slammed the door shut and barricaded it with a chair. The door thudded seconds later, as though Lucy had thrown herself at it as hard as she could. The door rattled violently, and the chair visibly shook, but it held. She made an awful noise, like a roar, but nothing like I'd heard before. But she couldn't get out. Desperation clouded my mind as I grappled with the dilemma before me. I couldn't let that abomination escape, not now that I knew what it was. But nor could I bear to confront the monstrosity that killed my best friend. I felt an overwhelming sense of entrapment and exhaustion, as if the weight of the entire ordeal was crashing down on me. With the main danger now sealed behind the door, the reality of the situation settled in, threatening to drown me in a tidal wave of emotions. The grief I'd felt in the basement when I saw Adam's body, my fear as I realized Lucy was loose, and now the dilemma of what to do with her. I made my way over to Adam's couch, needing to sit and try to process this, trying to figure out what I needed to do next. As I sat down, I remembered the piece of paper that had fallen from Adam's hand as I lowered him to the floor, the paper I was picking up just as I noticed the horrific proboscis. In the ensuing chaos, I'd stuffed it into my pocket, not wanting to lose the last remnant of my friend. Taking it out of my pocket, I smoothed it out. It was a note addressed to me. I should probably tell you what I know about the deep web. It's this hidden part of the internet you can only get to using special software, like Tor. Everyone's anonymous there, making it almost impossible to track anyone. That's why it's a haven for drug deals and even worse stuff. I knew it was illegal to even look at the deep web, but I did it anyway. And man, did I regret it. I was just chilling on my bed, browsing some deep websites. Don't get me wrong, I wasn't into anything crazy like a lot of people there. I stayed away from the really disturbing stuff. I mostly just looked at the drug sites because they were kind of fascinating in a weird way. I never bought anything, but I got a thrill from doing something I shouldn't. I know, it sounds dumb, but it's true. My girlfriend, Liz, came out of the bathroom, drying her hair with a towel. She looked amazing without any makeup on. We'd been living together for about a year in a decent apartment, and things were going pretty well for both of us. She was almost finished with nursing school, and I had a good job with benefits. I was even planning to propose to her on Christmas, which was only a month away. She sat next to me and peeked at my screen. "Are you on that creepy Deepweb thing again?" she asked. I nodded. "You know, you're going to get in trouble if you keep messing around with that," she said, giving me a little scolding as she opened her book. "I don't want my boyfriend ending up in jail." I laughed. "Don't worry, babe. I know what I'm doing. I'll be fine." She kissed me on the cheek. "Okay, I guess I trust you." I kept browsing and found this site I'd never seen before. It was a drug marketplace called Cannabis Corral. What a lame name, right? The site was boring, so I clicked off it. But then, this chat box popped up on my screen. It said, "Aren't you going to purchase something from the Cannabis Corral?" I'd seen these kinds of messages before. Usually, if you just said no thanks, they'd leave you alone. So that's what I did. But then he replied, "Why not?" For some reason, I decided to be a smart aleck and typed, "Because your selection sucks. That's why." It took him a while to answer, but when he did, I burst out laughing. He wrote, "I have your address. I have your phone number. Hell, I even have your credit card number. Buy something from the Cannabis Corral or else." I rolled my eyes. "Yeah, right, I'm so scared," I thought. I typed back, "Do you also have my embarrassing middle school yearbook photos?" "Get lost, dude." Then he just said, "Don't say I didn't warn you." A few days later, I'd totally forgotten about it. I was just going about my normal day, doing the usual stuff. The best part of my day was always when I got to be with Liz, if you know what I mean. We just finished having some fun when I heard a weird knocking sound coming from the window. Knock, knock, knock. Liz was scared. "Honey, did you hear that?" Knock, knock, knock. I wasn't really into guns, but when I moved in with Liz, her dad made me get one to protect her. I didn't even know what kind it was. I ran to the closet and grabbed it from its hiding spot. It felt heavy and awkward in my hands. I'd only shot it once at a shooting range, and I was a terrible shot. But if some crazy person was outside, I was ready to use it. I crept to the window and peeked outside. Liz hadn't wanted a first-floor apartment, but I convinced her it was a good idea because it was cheaper. Now I was starting to think she was right. I was relieved to see nobody there. "It must have been those teenagers upstairs," I said, trying to sound calm. "Those little punks." Suddenly, the door flew open. This terrifying guy walked in. He was dressed in black, with a mask covering his face, and he was holding a huge machete. He looked at me and then went straight for Liz. "If you even touch that gun, I'll kill her right now," he growled. Liz shook her head as he gagged her, grabbed her, and held the machete to her throat. Her eyes were wide with terror. That's when it hit me, the Cannabis Corral. He was serious about knowing everything about me. "What do you want? Do you want me to buy some drugs?" I asked. "I'll do anything, just please don't hurt her." She has nothing to do with this. I gave you a warning, he said. But I'm feeling generous, so I'll give you a chance to get her back. I took a deep breath. How much money do you want? He laughed this awful laugh. I don't want your money. I want to play a game. A game? He nodded. A scavenger hunt. I'll give you clues to where I've hidden her. If you find her within 10 days, she lives. If you don't, she dies. Simple as that. And don't even think about calling the police or telling anyone, or you lose. I know everything about you. I can track your every move. Understand? I gulped. If I did anything stupid, he'd kill Liz. I had no choice but to play his game. Yes, I understand, I said. Good, he said, walking toward the door with Liz. I'll text you the first clue in an hour. Until then, stay here. And just like that, he was gone, taking Liz with him. I can help you with that. Here's the revised text with simpler language and a more natural flow. 30 minutes later, my phone buzzed. I was still glued to the floor, trying to process what had happened. I pulled out my phone and saw a new text from an unknown number. Go to Stu's Diner and wait for instructions. It's about an hour away. See, Corral. It was finally hitting me. See, Corral, as I'd call him, had control of both our lives. I stared at the message for 10 minutes before replying. Is there any way to get Liz back now? I'll do anything. Torture me instead of her. Come on, give me some credit. She's innocent. You, on the other hand, need a lesson. If you lose, Liz will have a quick, painless death. Yours, not so much. Now stop whining and go to the diner. I stood up, my heart pounding, legs shaking, and head throbbing. I had 10 days to save Liz, and every minute counted. I grabbed my coat, gun, phone, wallet, and keys, and rushed out of the apartment. The cold November air made me shiver. My old Jeep offered little warmth. I remembered Liz warning me about getting a Jeep in Washington's cold weather, but I ignored her. Idiot, I thought. If only I'd listened to Liz and stayed away from the deep web. I plugged Stu's Diner into my GPS and groaned. See, Corral wasn't making this easy. The diner was near the Misery Forest, a creepy place with dark rumors. I cursed See, Corral and hit the road. The early morning roads were empty. I thought about happier times, like the day I fell in love with Liz on a beach in Santa Monica. Her laughter, her smile, she was amazing. I knew she'd probably dump me if we survived this. Who would want to date someone who almost got them killed? And the thought of losing her, I couldn't bear it. The Misery Forest had a dirt road cutting through it. I tried to find another route, but there was none. The rumors about the forest seemed true. I heard strange noises and even saw a creepy shadow move in the trees. I laughed at myself for being so scared. I found the diner, a rundown brick building hidden in the woods. The door creaked open, and I stepped inside. The place was dark and dusty. I did some research and found out it was an old tourist spot with a dark history, including a murder. Suddenly, the lights flickered on, and creepy music played. A man in a suit walked out of the bathroom. He put a plate with 3 shot glasses on the table. "Sorry, who are you?" I asked. "Are you with C. Corral?" "He's my boss," the man said in a deep voice. "Text him to say you're ready for the first challenge." I texted C. Corral, and he replied with a trivia game. Get 2 right, and I get a clue. Get 1 wrong, and I drink poison. The first question was a spelling test. I was terrible at spelling. I guessed Cian got it right. The second question was about the capital of West Virginia. I guessed wrong. The man pointed a gun at me. 10 seconds to choose a drink, he said. I had to pick one, and fast. I chose the one on the right. I drank it, and it was water. I texted C. Corral. I'm still alive. Good. I have more challenges for you. My guy will give you the first clue. The man gave me a key and an address in Maine. Go to this address and use the key. More instructions will be there. I left the diner, relieved to be alive. I had survived this round, and I was determined to save Liz. But I had no idea what horrors awaited me in Maine. The man with the machete led me to his car, ignoring my struggles. He unlocked the back door, took the gag off, and tossed the machete onto the seat. I thought about grabbing it and attacking him as he ordered me into the car. I got in, surprised he didn't tie me up. When he walked around to the driver's seat, I grabbed the machete. It was plastic. He laughed as he got in. Pretty cool, huh? Fooled a lot of people with this thing. My escape plan was ruined. He pulled off his mask. Instead of a monster, he was actually really handsome. Surprised, he asked, "Who are you?" I asked, still wary. "Call me C," he said, starting the car. He drove towards Seattle, glancing at me in the rearview mirror every few seconds. It felt like he was reading my mind. "Are you going to hurt me?" I asked, scared. "Only if your boyfriend loses the game," she said. "Until then, you're safe." "Why are you so angry at Todd?" I asked. "He was rude on the Deepweb," she said. "Hiding behind anonymity to say things he wouldn't say in person." "Like what?" "He said my cannabis store had a bad selection. Todd could be such an idiot. Can I do anything to make it up to you?" I asked. "Just behave," she said. "I have to pretend you're my crazy sister when we get to my place. It's a whole thing." "What do you do?" I asked. "I'm a model," he said. "I make good money." Then why sell drugs? For the thrill. He parked at a fancy condo and I followed him to the elevator. How many times have you done this game? I asked. 15. You and Todd are number 16. Has anyone ever won? Nope, he said proudly. The elevator stopped. So I'm going to die. No faith in your boyfriend? He asked, walking down the hall. Not really, I admitted. He opened the door to his condo. The view of Seattle was amazing. Want to see your room? He asked. I hesitated. Relax, I won't hurt you, he said. It's just past the kitchen. The room was beautiful, like something from a magazine. But then I saw the photos on the wall, 15 women, all around my age, with forced smiles. Some had been crying. Smile, she said, holding up a camera. I glared at him. Smile, now, he yelled. I forced a smile. He seemed happy. Let's watch Titanic, he said. Do I have a choice? No. I sat on the couch, avoiding his eyes. He even complained about Jack not getting on the door with Rose. Later, he checked his phone. Your boyfriend is an idiot, he said. Why? He thought the capital of West Virginia was West Virginia City. She yawned. Time for bed. We have a busy day tomorrow. What are we doing? I asked. Going to Maine. I need to be there for Todd's final challenge, he said. Now come on, I have to lock you in. He locked me in the bedroom. There was no phone and only a small window eye up on the wall. I couldn't escape. I put on the pajamas I found in the dresser and cried myself to sleep. Todd, you better save me, I thought. So you don't have any luggage? I groaned. For the last time, no. My plane leaves in 10 minutes, and I have to be on it. Can I please go? The security guard raised an eyebrow. Look, kid, I've been doing this job a long time, and you seem suspicious. What's that supposed to mean? You haven't showered, you're covered in dirt, there's a leaf in your hair, and you're flying across the country without any bags. Of course I'm suspicious. I shrugged. Fair enough. What if I told you it was for love? A hint of a smile appeared on the guard's face. Depends. Tell me the story. I showed him a picture of Liz. This is Liz, the love of my life, I said. She left me for a guy who owns a golden corral. The guard chuckled. Tough competition. Exactly. I have to fly to Maine to win her back. Fine, the guard said. Have a good flight. And good luck with your girl. I practically sprinted to the gate. The attendant seemed annoyed as she gave me my boarding pass. My seat was in the back, right next to the bathroom. A little girl and her mom were beside me. I tried to smile, but the mom just moved the girl to her lap. I slept for a few hours, then woke up to the end of Titanic. Dumb ending, I told the girl. They both could have fit on the door. She burst into tears. Mommy, the scary man is talking to me. The mom glared at me for the rest of the flight. When we landed, I checked the address C. Corral gave me. It was close to the airport. I just landed in Maine. Ready for my second challenge, I texted. Go to the address and use the key, he replied. The taxi driver laughed when I gave him the address. That's a rough area. It was an abandoned warehouse covered in graffiti. I unlocked the padlock and stepped inside. The room was huge and empty. I found a note on the floor. Hello, Todd. Welcome to hell. Make it to the other side of the room without dying. Good luck. C. Corral. I stepped forward and triggered a trap. A bag of snakes fell on my head. One bit me, but it wasn't poisonous. C. Corral wanted me to suffer. His voice boomed from a loudspeaker. Welcome to my funhouse. Enjoy your stay. The lights turned red, and terrifying screams filled the room. I took another step, and an arrow whizzed past my head. I ducked and dodged more arrows. Why did he put so much effort into this? I had to keep moving. I jumped to the side, hoping to avoid more traps. Another bag fell, this time full of spiders. They crawled all over me. It was disgusting. I finally got them off and took a deep breath. This was for Liz. I was halfway there. The screaming stopped. Let's shake things up, C. Corral's voice said. Lights out. I was plunged into darkness. The screaming started again. I curled up and cried. Then I remembered my phone. Not today, C. Corral. I yelled, turning on the flashlight. I stepped forward, and fake blood poured over me. It tasted like candy apples. Is that all you've got? I shouted. My next step almost killed me. Knives rained down from the ceiling. I jumped back, but one sliced my wrist. I cried out as my blood mixed with the fake blood. I wrapped my shirt around the cut. I was close to passing out, but I could see the doorknob. Just a few more steps. I jumped, dodged a falling spike, and reached the door. I stepped outside and cheered. I had won. I made it out alive. What's my last challenge? I texted. Someone tapped my shoulder. I turned and saw a man with dark hair and blue eyes. He looked furious. It was C. Corral. Your last challenge, he said, is fighting me. I glared back. Bring it on. I threw the first punch, hitting him in the mouth and knocking out his front teeth. He fell back, shocked. He clearly didn't expect me to be so strong. He got up, wiping blood from his chin. You've really done it now, he whispered, pulling out a huge knife. Remembering the knives in the warehouse, I ran towards the building, hoping to find a weapon. But the door slammed shut before I could reach it. See, Corral must have controlled it remotely. I heard him getting closer. He lunged at me with the knife, but I dodged and tackled him to the ground. I grabbed the knife and pinned him down. "Tell me where Liz is," I yelled. He looked scared. Okay, you win. But before I tell you, remember this: never let your guard down. Suddenly, he pulled a dagger from his pocket and stabbed me in the eye. I screamed in pain. I had him, and then I let my guard down. I could barely see, but I saw him struggling to get up. I took the chance to run into the nearby forest. When I thought I was safe, I fell to my knees, crying. My eye was gone. How could I explain this? But I had to finish this. I had to save Liz. I used my shirt as an eye patch, grabbed a stick, and climbed a tree. See, Corral would be coming, and I would be ready. "Come out, Todd," he called. "I have Liz. If you don't come out in 5 minutes, I'll kill her." "Todd, do what he says." Liz shouted. "You can win." "Liz," I yelled. "Are you okay?" "For now," she said. "Now defeat that monster." "I'm hurt, Liz," I said. "I don't know if I can." "You can," she said. "Think about our future. We'll get married, travel, have kids. Don't give up." See, Corral sighed. "Lovely speech, Liz. Now let me finish this fight." I climbed down and ran towards his voice, but I could barely see. I felt a sharp pain in my stomach as he stabbed me. He stabbed me again and again. "Any last words?" he asked. Suddenly, I heard a crack. See, Corral fell to the ground. Liz stood there, holding a large rock. She had broken free and killed him. "Thank you," she whispered, seeing me. "Oh God, you're bleeding." "I thought you'd hate me," I said, my vision blurring. "Never," she said, grabbing my phone. "I love you. I'm calling 911. Hang in there." I woke up in the hospital a week later. My right eye was gone, and I had stitches everywhere. I was lucky to be alive. Liz's parents were furious. They thought I was the worst boyfriend ever. She could have dated a lawyer, her father yelled. Thankfully, Liz didn't blame me. And neither did the judge. See, Corral was dead, and Liz was free. I was banned from the internet for 6 months. When I got home, there were paparazzi everywhere. I was briefly famous, but it didn't last. It's been a year now. My life is normal. I'll never go on the deep web again. The interviews paid for our wedding. See, Corral's fans still don't believe the truth. Liz's dad is slowly starting to like me. Kids think I'm a pirate. And Liz is pregnant with twins. I guess my story has a happy ending. So, the moral is, stay away from the deep web. Be careful. I wasn't, and I almost paid the ultimate price. It all started when I got home from grocery shopping. I was juggling bags, trying not to drop everything, when I saw a notification on my phone. It said I had a voicemail from my mom. I was like, what the? My mom died when I was 14. Breast cancer. It was rough. She was sick for a long time, and even the doctors were surprised she held on for as long as she did. Anyway, I figured it was just her wrong number. Her old number must have been assigned to someone else. But when I checked my call history, there were no missed calls. Just a voicemail. I decided not to listen to it. I never listened to voicemails. But then the next day, it happened again. Same thing, a text saying I missed a call from her, but no record of the call in my history. Just a voicemail. This time, curiosity got the better of me. I listened to both messages. Hello, Charlie, the first one started. The voice was all staticky, but I could tell it was her. It was my mom's voice, that raspy voice she had after years of chemo. I almost jumped out of my skin. Charlie, when are you going home? The second one was even creepier. Charlie? Charlie, are you there? Are you going home? It sounded like nails on a chalkboard. I tried to tell myself it was just some old voicemails that never got sent, even though that seemed impossible after 14 years. I mean, the thought of my dead mom actually contacting me from beyond the grave was just ridiculous, right? That night, I went out with my friend David and got totally wasted. Like, blackout drunk. And, of course, I ended up telling him about the voicemails. You should call her, he slurred, his face red as a beet. So, like an idiot, I did. The call went straight to voicemail. Leave a message, David said. I don't even remember what I said. Probably something stupid, like, leave me alone. I still didn't really believe it was her. The next day, I had a bunch of texts about missed calls and voicemails. Again, no actual calls, just the voicemails. My head was pounding, and I was getting seriously annoyed. This person, whoever they were, was using my mom's number to harass me. I listened to the messages. They were even more garbled than before. Charlie, are you there? Are you going home? Charlie, don't you dare speak to me like that. I am your mother. Listen to me. Charlie. Charlie. Please don't go home, Charlie. And then the one that made my blood run cold. 236 Gospel Tree Road. I am. Mother, Charlie, knows where you are. That's my address. This person, whoever they were, pretending to be my mom, knew where I lived. I freaked out. I felt sick. What was I supposed to do? Call the police? I knew they couldn't do anything unless there was an actual threat. So I did the only thing I could think of. I called my dad. Well, my stepdad, but I called him Dad. My dad and I, well, it's complicated. My mom wasn't exactly the nicest person. She was always putting my dad down, calling him subpar and stuff. She was controlling and conservative, and as she got sicker, she got even worse. I was always trying to be the perfect son, especially after my older stepbrother went off the rails and cut off the family. So I never really stood up to my mom, even when she was being awful to my dad. He still thinks I'm on her side, even though she's been dead for years. Dad? I said when he picked up. He didn't answer. It's me, Charlie. I need help. Finally, he sighed. Hi, son. What is it? Mother's been leaving me voicemails, I blurted out. Well, someone who's using her number has been. They've been harassing me, and now they know where I live. Could I stay at yours for a bit? Or maybe you could come over here. There was a long pause. I hate that you still call her that. What? Mother. Like she's some kind of saint or something. I'm Dad, and she's Mother. He paused again. But what? Someone knows where you live? Have you been talking to people online again? I was confused. What? No. What are you talking about? He chuckled. Obviously, I'm talking about what you used to do when you were younger, Charlie. When you were on those emails with strangers online. I never did that, I said, feeling frustrated. Yes, you did. That's why you weren't allowed on the computer. Okay, whatever, I said, my voice rising. I'm an adult now. Why would I be emailing strangers? Someone knows where I live, and I need help. Silence. I can't help you, Charlie, he said finally. It's time you learn to do things for yourself. And he hung up. Just like that, I was alone. Someone knew where I lived, and my own dad wouldn't help me. Friday came, and I was terrified to go home. But I locked all the doors and windows, checked every corner of the house with a bread knife, and eventually calmed down. I cracked open a beer and sat on the sofa, trying to relax. As I watched TV, I started thinking about my mom. She was cruel, but she loved me in her own way. I remembered how she never let me go to sleepovers or stay out late. How she made me learn the violin and piano until I was practically a concert pianist. How she only let herself pick me up from school. How she made me spend hours studying and then tested me on everything. I thought about how frail she looked in her last few months. How she always looked just past my shoulder at my dad, even when she was talking to me. How she'd badmouth my dad to me, tell me he wasn't a good person. I always thought she was a bit crazy towards the end. Then, ping. A text. And a voicemail. I listened. Curiosity got the better of me. Then a bunch more voicemails came through. I played the first one. Charlie, you need to be careful. Lie. I was still a bit hungover, and I had no idea what she meant. I played the next one. It's Mother, Charlie. Mother knows best. Lie. It's getting harder to tell you, but you need to. He's here. There was a knock at the door. I yelped, my heart leaping into my throat. I looked through the peephole. My dad was standing outside. Before I could open the door, my phone pinged again. Another voicemail. Something told me to listen to it. Charlie, do not open the door. I didn't, but I spoke through the door. Dad? Open the door, Charlie, he said sternly. Ping. Don't listen to him. What are you doing, son? Open the damn door, he yelled, pounding on the wood. Ping. I should have told you. Lie. I've been getting her messages too, Charlie. Let's talk, he screeched, pounding even harder. Please, son. Ping. He has a knife. Charlie. I froze. I looked through the peephole again. He was hiding something behind his back. A wave of dread washed over me. I didn't like my mom, but whoever this was, using her name and voice, even if it was her, I knew I had to trust her. I'll call the police if you don't leave, I said, my voice shaking. He kicked the door furiously. You've always believed her, that bitch. That worthless bitch. Fuck. I've been nothing but good to you, you useless bastard. Fuck. Good for nothing prick. And then it hit me. The strangers on the computer. The emails begging for pictures of me. How my mom had smashed my computer. How she called my dad to come and look. How he'd gone from sweet to furious in an instant. Ping. Call the police. i.e. So I did. I called the police. My dad, or Stephen, as I should probably call him now, never left my front door. His screams to be let in turned into screams on the phone to my mom's number. I heard voicemail after voicemail of him yelling, then begging for forgiveness, like some desperate sinner. The police showed up pretty quickly. They tackled Stephen to the ground, cuffed him, then exchanged these knowing glances with each other. They came over to me, apologizing, but their faces were full of pity. It was clear they recognized me, even as an adult, from those dark web forums I used to visit as a kid. Forums for unsavory purposes. Let's just say they weren't exactly kid-friendly. Stephen's in custody now, and I'm probably going to have to testify in court. I sent a Facebook message to my stepbrother, explaining everything. But I guess he probably already knew, which explains why he never contacted us all these years. I only got one more voicemail from my mom. It came through this morning. Unlike the others, this one was clear, like she was right there whispering in my ear. Goodbye, Charlie. I love you. And that was it. No more voicemails. No more creepy messages. Just silence. It's weird, you know? I didn't like my mom. She was controlling and mean. But she was still my mom, and she tried to protect me in her own messed up way. She saw what Stephen was doing, and she tried to warn me. Even from beyond the grave. I guess some things never die, even when you think they're gone for good. It's been a few months since the whole thing with Stephen went down. He's still locked up, awaiting trial. I haven't heard from him, and honestly, I don't want to. The thought of seeing him in court makes my skin crawl. My stepbrother never replied to my message. I guess he's got his own life, his own demons to deal with. I can't blame him for not wanting to get dragged back into this mess. I've been trying to move on, but it's hard. The whole experience messed me up pretty badly. I'm seeing a therapist now, trying to work through all the crap that's been buried inside me for years. It's weird, you know? I always thought my mom was the crazy one. But it turns out she was the only one who actually cared. She saw the darkness in Stephen, and she tried to protect me from it. Even after she was gone. I still think about those voicemails sometimes. That last one, especially. Goodbye, Charlie. I love you. It gives me chills every time. I guess in the end, even the worst mothers can still love their kids. And sometimes, that love can reach beyond the grave. I'm trying to focus on the future now. I'm thinking about going back to school, maybe studying something related to cybersecurity. I want to learn how to protect myself, and maybe even help others who have been through similar experiences. The dark web is still out there, lurking in the shadows. But I'm not afraid of it anymore. I know what's out there, and I know how to protect myself. And maybe, just maybe, my mom is still out there too, watching over me. Even if I can't hear her voice anymore. Hi, my name is Jeremy. I recently got laid off and found a website for Deepweb jobs. I applied for a house-sitting position, and I think I got the same job as someone named Chris, who posted about his experience online. Here's the email I received from Mr. Salazar. Your application has been accepted. Thank you for applying to the house-sitting job. You will stay at the house from 12 a.m. until 4 a.m., and you must follow these rules. Your money will arrive at 6 a.m. after your shift. Always, no matter what you hear or see, stay in the bedroom. Either don't bring your phone, or if you do not turn it on. I will not email you during your shift. Arrive at 12 or a little before 12. If you arrive past 12, do not enter the house and send me an email. From 12 until 1, you are allowed to roam the house, but make sure to be in the upstairs bedroom by 1. Turn all lights off, lock the doors, and close the blinds. This can happen any time during the night. If you hear loud music from the camera room, put on the hazmat suit we have provided, enter the camera room, walk to the security desk, do not interact with the security guard, and turn off the music from the iPod on the desk. Make sure to do this fairly quickly. From 1 until 2, clean up all clothes in the bedroom and hang them up in the closet. If any clothes have blood stains, put them in the trash quickly. Make the bed. If there are more than 3 sheets, throw away any extra. If you hear a knock at the window, hide under the bed until the entity has entered and left the room. From 2 until 3, put the hazmat suit back on and walk into the downstairs area. If there is a man watching TV, turn the TV off and ignore what the man does. If there is a woman cooking in the kitchen, then turn off the stove and ignore what she does. There is a bathroom connected to the bedroom. If you hear the shower turn on, knock on the door 3 times, no more, no less. If the showering stops, it was done correctly. From 3 until 3:33, lay in bed and close your eyes. Do not fall asleep. Make sure to pull the blankets up to your neck. From 3:34 until 4, your shift is complete, and you are allowed to roam the house until 4. Do not leave before 4, and do not leave more than 5 minutes after 4. That is all. Your shift starts tomorrow night at 471 Patterson Drive. Sincerely, Mr. Salazar. I don't know what this means, but after reading Chris's posts, I think I can survive. I'll update this after my shift. I entered the house. It looked old, but livable. The kitchen and living room were in perfect condition. I found the upstairs bedroom. It had a king-size bed, clothes scattered everywhere, and a bathroom. There was a clock and a printed copy of the instructions on the nightstand. The clock beeped, signaling the start of my shift. I began cleaning up the clothes, hanging them in the closet. I found a shirt with a blood stain and threw it away. As I was about to make the bed, I heard 5 knocks on the window. Terrified, I hid under the bed. The door slammed open and a woman entered. "I know you're in here," she said. "You can't escape." She raged around the room, then left. I got out from under the bed, made the bed, and threw away the extra sheets. Then, loud music started blaring from the camera room. I put on the hazmat suit and went to investigate. Downstairs, I saw a man watching TV. In the camera room, a hunched-over figure with rotting skin sat at the security desk, muttering to himself. I turned off the music, and he covered his ears in distress. I went back to the bedroom. It was 2 a.m. I realized Chris must be dead, his soul trapped in this house. I had to find a way to release him and the others. I went downstairs again. The man on the couch was now watching a cooking show. He had a polished hairstyle and a nice suit, but his face was rotting. I turned off the TV, and he melted into the couch. Back in the bedroom, I heard the shower turn on. I knocked 3 times, and it stopped. Then, I heard the sizzling of eggs. I rushed downstairs. A woman with rotting skin was cooking black eggs. "Please, keep it on," she begged. I turned off the stove, and she melted away. Back in the bedroom, I lay in bed, fighting to stay awake. The clock beeped 3 a.m. I closed my eyes, but I couldn't fall asleep. Finally, 4 a.m. arrived. I left the house and went home. I decided to bring a knife and a lighter the next night. I would try to kill the entity. The plan didn't work. I'm hurt, but alive. I went back to the house during the day, but it wasn't there. That night, I brought a bear trap and a knife. I set the trap outside the bedroom door. I tried unplugging the TV, but the cord was stuck. The night started normally, but then I noticed the bed had no space underneath. Where would I hide? The 5 knocks came. I panicked, grabbing the knife and hiding behind the door. Clang! The bear trap snapped shut, followed by a demonic scream. I swung the knife, hitting the entity in the eye. Black goo spurted out. It screamed, revealing rows of teeth, and bit my hand. We wrestled, and I stabbed it repeatedly until it was dead. I wrapped my bleeding arm and rested. Nothing else happened that night. I stayed until 4 a.m. and left. When I got home, there was a letter from Mr. Salazar. Wow, I'm impressed. You killed my best worker. You figured out my plan. Come back tomorrow and we'll discuss a reward. I don't know what he wants, but I have to go back. Wish me luck. A week ago, I lost my job and was struggling financially. Desperate for a new source of income, I clicked on a suspicious online ad for Deepweb jobs. One listing for a house sitter caught my attention, offering $100 per shift with simple duties: monitor security cameras and ensure the house's safety. Intrigued, I applied and received an email with a list of bizarre, unsettling rules. Despite my reservations, I found myself at the designated address, 471 Patterson Drive, with an old iPod in my pocket. The house was old and dusty, except for the pristine living room and kitchen. Upstairs, I found the camera room, a small, bare space with a chair, a monitor, and a couple of windows. As the clock struck 1 a.m., an unsettling feeling washed over me. I turned on the cameras and felt a feather-like touch on the back of my neck. I froze, remembering the rules, and closed my eyes until the sensation vanished. Then, I heard slow, deliberate footsteps behind me, followed by a chuckle from the camera speaker. The man was watching TV. Following the rules, I turned off the camera until the TV's sound stopped. The next hour was filled with strange noises and an unsettling silence. At 2 a.m., I opened the blinds, and a woman's voice greeted me from the window. "Hi, Chris." We had a brief, unnerving conversation, and she eventually bid farewell. To my horror, I realized I had forgotten to press the blue button to make the woman in the kitchen disappear. Now, she was circling the room, groaning softly. At 3 a.m., the woman melted into the floorboards with a horrifying scream. The house itself began to distort, walls and floors twisting into grotesque faces. Overwhelmed by terror, I followed the rules and blasted music on my iPod, drowning out the screams. When the music stopped, the house was back to normal. I hid under the desk until 4 a.m., when I was finally able to leave. Back home, I found no trace of Mr. Salazar or the Deepweb Jobs website. Despite my fear, I couldn't escape the dread of returning to that house. At 6 a.m., a package arrived with $80 and a letter from Mr. Salazar. He informed me that I had broken a rule and that I couldn't escape my obligation to the house. That night, despite my attempts to avoid it, I found myself back in the house. A handwritten note from Mr. Salazar on the rule sheet simply read, "Good luck." I followed the rules again, but this time, when I opened the blinds at 2 a.m., I was met with the horrifying visage of a skeletal woman with an ear-to-ear grin. Terrified, I closed the blinds and tried to hide, but the desk offered no refuge. Now, I hear her footsteps approaching the locked camera room door. She's screeching and slamming against it. I don't know what to do. I work at a diner. You know the kind, coffee and breakfast food all day and night. I'm a hostess, so I do a bit of everything. I'm not really into the deep web or anything like that, but something weird has been happening to me. A few weeks ago, this man came into the diner. I felt anxious as soon as he walked in. He was tall, dark-skinned, with an intense gaze. He wore a pristine gray suit and didn't say a word. He sat by the window, and I served him coffee. He just stared at me with an angry look. The waitress took his order, and he smiled at her. I felt like something was off about him. The diner was strangely empty. I kept glancing at the man, and every time I did, he seemed to be watching me. I felt a chill down my spine. I had to check on him, and he just glared at me while I poured his coffee. He sat there for a while, reading the paper and glaring at me occasionally. When he left, he gave me a strange look, like a mix of pity and anger. He drove away in a sleek black car. I hadn't seen him arrive, and now he was gone. A few days later, I was at a bonfire with friends. We were telling scary stories, and my friend Amanda asked me to go to the bathroom with her. As we walked to her house, I saw the man's car parked down the street. I made an excuse to go back with my boyfriend, Julian. I pointed out the car to him, and he said he thought it was cool. But when I looked back, the car was gone. Amanda joked about the car disappearing, but I felt terrified. Julian didn't seem to notice anything strange. I tried to enjoy the rest of the night, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The man from the diner, his car appearing and disappearing, his intense gaze, it all felt connected somehow. All right, so after the bonfire, I couldn't sleep. Julian noticed and took me aside. I told him about the man from the diner and how I saw his car again. He tried to reassure me, but I was still scared. The next morning, Julian drove me to work and told me to call him or the police if anything happened. I was working my shift when I felt that same anxious feeling. I went to the back room and found a note on the table where the man had sat. I let it slide that you told your boyfriend, it said, but anyone else, and you can only guess what's going to happen to you. Or him. I panicked and ran to the bar, telling Amy I needed help. But when we went back to the table, the note was gone. I was terrified. Amy helped me calm down, and my mom picked me up from work. I told Julian what happened, and he came over to comfort me. Nothing else happened that night. A few days later, it happened again. The same feeling and another note. Congratulations on making the right choice of not telling anyone else. Remember, I hold two lives in my hands. I texted Julian the note, then went to talk to Amy. But the note disappeared from my pocket. I don't know how he does it. I quit my job because I felt like I was putting everyone in danger. I told my boss I was having anxiety issues. I don't know what to do. This man is stalking me and threatening me and Julian. I'm scared for our lives. Please, someone, help me. I'm not gonna lie, this whole thing still freaks me out. I'm writing this down not to scare you, but to tell you what really went down during my last days at Oran's Lighthouse. Maybe then you'll get why Scotland's last manually operated lighthouse is now just abandoned. Its lights gone out for good. Getting to Oran's Lighthouse was a total pain, even in broad daylight. The trail was narrow and all messed up, with loose rocks that kept falling into the waves below. The lighthouse itself was this looming thing, its once bright red and white stripes all faded and chipped away from years of salty air and wind. But its beam was still going strong, cutting through the mist, guiding ships away from the rocks. My boots crunched on the gravel as I got closer. I was nervous, sure, but also kind of excited. This was it, my new home for who knows how long. The Maritime Board was weirdly eager to fill the position. Like, they practically threw the keys at me, along with this ancient manual that looked like it was from the dinosaur age. Didn't matter though, I was ready for a change. The front door creaked open, and I stepped inside. The air was damp and smelled like a mix of seaweed, rust, and something metallic. An old oilskin coat hung by the door, stiff and damp. And there were these muddy boots underneath it, way too big to be mine. It was like the person wearing them just disappeared. Inside, the lighthouse was a total time capsule. The spiral staircase groaned with every step I took, like it was saying, "Who dares disturb my peace?" There were water stains on the walls in weird shapes that seemed to shift and change when you looked at them from different angles. The keeper's office was on the second floor, this tiny room crammed with old stuff, a telescope with cracked lenses, yellowed nautical charts, a dusty barometer that still ticked even though the needle never moved. It was creepy as hell. And then I found the rules. They were carved into the desk, all jagged and rough, like someone had done it in a hurry with a rusty nail or something. The wood was splintered around each letter, like they really dug in deep. My fingers traced the words, and each one sent a chill down my spine. Rule 1, never leave the lighthouse after sunset. Rule 2, if the foghorn blows more than 3 times, do not look out the window. Rule 3, always clean the lantern glass before dusk. Any smudge could let them in. Rule 4, if you hear knocking on the door after midnight, do not answer. No one will come this far at that hour. Rule 5, once a month, leave an offering of fresh bread and milk on the cliff's edge at sunrise. Do not look back while walking away. Rule 6, if the light goes out between 3 a.m. and 3:15 a.m., stay absolutely still until it comes back on. Rule 7, never touch the old logbook in the drawer under the desk. Rule 8. If you hear your own voice calling to you from outside, do not respond. It is not you. I stared at those carvings, and I swear, the hair on the back of my neck stood up. It had to be a joke, right? Some messed up prank by the last keeper. But the way those letters were carved, so deep and desperate, it didn't feel like a joke. And that coppery smell, it was everywhere. It made me think of something else. Something I didn't want to think about. The feeling of unease stuck with me as I climbed to the lantern room. The massive lens turned slowly, splitting the afternoon light into rainbows that danced across the walls. As I cleaned the glass, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. In the reflection of the lens, I thought I saw something move behind me, but when I turned around, there was nothing there. Just the empty room and the endless sea beyond. 6 beers in, and Cliff was a completely different person. He was relaxed, cracking jokes, even bumming cigarettes off me. It felt like we were teenagers again, just two best mates having a laugh. I knew his job was stressful, and raising a kid couldn't be easy, but that night, all that seemed to melt away. He stumbled back to the table, 2 pints sloshing in his hands, and slumped down next to me. "You really got me, man," he slurred, slapping me on the back. I threw my arm around his shoulder. "I was always the better player," I said, giving him a nudge. He grinned at me, this wide, almost manic grin. "I'm gonna get you when you least expect it," he said, his voice taking on this sing-song tone. It took us forever to get back to his place, stopping every 5 minutes for a piss or to throw up. By the time we got there, we were both pretty much done. I unlocked my camper van and was about to climb in. "You can come in if you want," Cliff said, his voice sounding kind of desperate. "Nah, I think I'll pass out right here," I said, my head already pounding. "Sure?" he asked. I nodded, wincing at the pain behind my eyes. He had work the next day, so I promised not to wake him. We hugged goodbye, and he squeezed me so tight I thought I was going to puke. A week later, I almost did puke, but for a very different reason. I was back home, prepping for a shoot, when the police called. They asked if I knew I'd spent the night with a murderer. Apparently, Cliff had stabbed Olivia and Rosie the morning before I visited. Just like that. One minute they were having breakfast, the next minute he was putting holes in them with a steak knife. Their blood was still all over the kitchen floor when I showed up a few hours later. He just left them there to rot while we were out getting hammered. The police were practically giddy when they talked to me, thinking I had some inside scoop on the case. That excitement quickly turned to shock and frustration when I told them we'd spent the whole night together, and that I hadn't noticed a damn thing. Cliff seemed fine. Better than fine. He seemed great. There was no motive, no suspects, no leads. They were a happy family, as far as anyone knew. No affairs, no debts, nothing. It was like Cliff just decided to blow up his life for no reason. I loved Olivia and Rosie. And now they were gone because of someone I called my best friend. I spent the next few weeks in a daze, replaying that night over and over in my head, trying to figure out what the hell happened to Cliff. You'd think after 15 years, I'd know the guy. But I guess we all wear masks, and some people are hiding some really ugly stuff underneath. Most of the night was a blur, but there was one thing I couldn't forget. I'm gonna get you when you least expect it. Was Cliff still playing tag with me? The police said he disappeared into the Peak District. They were searching everywhere, but no luck. He left on foot, with nothing but the clothes on his back. The cops thought he'd gone off to die, that they'd find his body in a ditch somewhere. But I knew better. If there was even a shred of the old Cliff left, he'd be plotting his revenge. He never liked to lose, and while he was losing. Months went by, and still no sign of Cliff. I knew he hadn't gone far. He was out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. I became a recluse. I lost friends, lost jobs. I couldn't leave the house, knowing there was a chance he was out there, watching me. I'd see him in crowds, smiling that same creepy smile he gave me after he murdered his family. Sometimes the crowds would part, and it wouldn't be him. Other times, his face, gaunt and wild, would be staring right at me. One night, I was in my office, working on a new film project. I glanced out the window, and there he was. Crouched by my shed, hidden in the shadows. I told myself it was just my imagination. But then I saw his face, pale white in the moonlight. He was smiling. I grabbed my phone and called the police, but by the time they picked up, he was gone. Months turned into years, and Cliff was still out there. The police found some human remains in a cave a few miles outside Sheffield, but they couldn't identify them. People lost interest in the story, moved on to the next tragedy. Even I started to see him less, except in my nightmares. My bank account was empty. I needed to work, but I couldn't function. I spent my last bit of savings on a therapist, trying to untangle myself from the web of paranoia and guilt that kept me trapped inside. How could I ever trust anyone again? Do we ever really know the people we love? What made Cliff snap? I came to accept that I'd never know the answers. After a lot of painful therapy sessions, I finally started to feel like a normal human being again. I could leave the house, look people in the eye, start to rebuild my life. But the guilt never really went away. Even after all the pain, at least I was still alive. That's more than Olivia and Rosie got. I'd celebrated with the man who killed them, slept a few feet away from their corpses. I needed to move on, and the only way I could do that was to say goodbye. I packed up my camper van and headed to Sheffield, to the cemetery where Olivia and Rosie were buried. It was a freezing cold morning. The wind howled as I walked through the endless rows of graves, searching for Olivia and Rosie. I finally found them, tucked away under a big oak tree. The wind was screaming through the branches, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. My heart was racing. Why had I come here? A branch snapped behind me. I spun around. It was just a squirrel, watching me with its head cocked to one side. Then it ran off. I was alone. I took a deep breath and looked at the names on the graves, Olivia and Rosie. I apologized for everything, replacing the dead flowers with fresh daffodils. No one had visited them in a long time. Something in my gut told me that Cliff was gone. He'd probably lost his mind and died out in the woods somewhere. The end of a senseless tragedy. I said goodbye to all three of them that day and drove home. But sometimes your gut is wrong. Dead wrong. Last week, I was at a house party. I didn't want to be there, but my girlfriend dragged me along, saying it would be fun. It wasn't. I downed a whole bottle of wine in like an hour, and the line for the bathroom was a mile long. My bladder was about to explode, so I snuck out to the garden to find a quiet spot. As I stepped outside, the floodlight came on, bathing the garden in this harsh white light. I ducked into a shadowy corner. A few seconds later, the light clicked off, plunging the garden into darkness. For a while, all I could hear was the sound of my own piss. Then I heard footsteps behind me, running full speed. The floodlight snapped back on. I spun around. A naked figure was sprinting across the garden towards me. It was Cliff. He was lean and muscular, like a wild animal. His skin was caked in dirt, his beard long and scraggly, his hair greasy. He grinned at me, missing teeth flashing in the moonlight. His arm was outstretched, fingers splayed. He slammed into me, 5 fingers digging into my chest. The force of it knocked me back against the fence. I tried to scream, but I couldn't make a sound. Cliff leaned in close, his breath hot and rancid. "Tag," he whispered. "You're it." He inhaled deeply by my neck, like he was savoring my scent, then leaped back and sprinted away, disappearing over the fence. I slumped to the ground, tears welling up in my eyes. Nobody believes me. Not even the police. I can't lose any more years of my life hiding in my house. I need to take control. Cliff is out there, alive. And he's winning. I can't let that murdering bastard win. I have to do this for Olivia and Rosie. Hell, I have to do this for myself. I'm going to find him. And I'm going to end this game. Once and for all. Let me tell you, the deep web is a disgusting place. I learned that the hard way. I got curious after hearing stories from my friends, so I downloaded Tor and started browsing. I didn't bother with any extra protection. Big mistake. I spent hours clicking links, finding drugs, hitmen, weapons, and horrific animal abuse. I should have stopped, but I kept going, wanting to see just how bad it could get. Finally, I clicked one last link. It was a website called Peace and Love, written in a curly pink font. It had an image album and a chat box. The first picture was of a young pregnant woman, crying and covered in bruises. The next picture showed her dead, her abdomen ripped open, holding her dead baby. On the wall behind them, written in blood, were the words, "I gave them peace." I felt sick, but I couldn't stop looking. The following images showed the bodies decomposing. Then, a message popped up in the chat. Hello there. Do you like what you see? Do you want more? Do you want to attain true peace? Frozen with fear, I didn't respond. You don't have to be scared, Zachary, it said. I love you. I want to help you. Let me help you. How do you know my name? I typed. I know everything about you, it replied. You really shouldn't leave your curtains open like that. I just want to help you. Please let me save you. I looked at my uncovered window and realized my webcam was on. This creep was watching me. Don't try to shut me out, it said. I'll bring you peace. I swear, Zachary Tanner, it's the only real bliss in this world. I shut off my computer and stayed offline for a long time. Today, I finally logged back in, hoping it was over. But my email was flooded with messages from Ilsha Upia Peace. Each one said, I want T.O. save you. I want T.O. love you. I want T.O. bring you peace. And each one included a candid photo of me taken recently. The police haven't been any help. I don't know what to do. This person knows my name, my face, and they're watching me. I'm terrified. You've heard of the dark web, right? The hidden part of the internet where you can find anything. Drugs, weapons, hitmen, kidneys. It's all hype. These days, the only thing you'll find there is trouble. But there are still hidden corners of the web, places most people never see. I'm a net stalker. I explore these places, sometimes for work, sometimes for fun. I was there when Silk Road was a thing. I saw the crackdown on child exploitation sites. I've seen things you wouldn't believe. But nothing prepared me for what I found on the light web. It's not hard to find. You need an old version of Internet Explorer or Netscape Navigator. You visit some random website, click a few links, and suddenly, you're on a blank page with a form asking for your name and email. I tried using a fake email, but it knew. It demanded my real email. I tried a new account, but it knew that too. This thing was real. Curiosity got the better of me. I entered an old email address and a fake name, Matt, and hit submit. Welcome, Matt, the page said. Later that evening, I received an email. It had no sender address. The message welcomed me to the light web, a happy community with strict rules against negativity, foul language, and anything remotely unpleasant. It was signed Mrs. Goodwin. The email contained a link. I clicked it, and it took me to a website that looked like it was designed in the early 2000s. Bright colors, cheesy background images, the works. MySpace on steroids. Welcome to Light Web. The place for nice people, the header proclaimed. There were links to pages like Mike's Garage, Betty's Cooking Class, and How to Be a Good Parent. It was bizarre. But as I explored, I realized this place was different. People were genuinely helpful and kind. No trolls, no negativity, no drama. It was a utopia. There was no anonymity. Everyone used their real names. I even discovered my neighbor, Mrs. Reyes, was a member. One day, I saw her post asking for help taking her cat to the vet. I went to her door, offering to help. "Do I know you?" she asked suspiciously. "I'm your neighbor," I said. "I saw your post on the light web." She shut the door in my face. I went back upstairs and replied to her post. 30 minutes later, she knocked on my door, apologizing and offering me cookies. "I don't trust strangers," she said. "But now I know you're mad, and we're in the same club." I felt a pang of guilt. These were good people, and I was lying to them. So I confessed to Mrs. Goodwin, explaining that I had used a fake name. She replied, understanding my caution, "Just be truthful from now on, Kyle." Kyle. My real name. How did she know? It had to be Mrs. Reyes. She must have seen my mail or overheard a delivery driver. The next time I logged in, my username was Kyle. I started helping people, making friends. They helped me in return. It was a perfect community. Then I met Lily. We fell in love, or so I thought. But she was into things I couldn't handle. We broke up. Heartbroken, I got drunk and lashed out at Lily online. I said terrible things. The next morning, I received an email from Mrs. Goodwin. I was banned from the light web. My account was terminated. I was a threat. I tried to apologize, but it was no use. My friends ignored me. I was alone. Desperate, I went to buy some aspirin. Someone tampered with my car's brakes. I woke up in the hospital with a broken nose. That night, I saw the nurses whispering and staring at me. I knew I had to get out of there. When I got home, I saw scratches on my door lock. Someone had tried to break in. They were everywhere. I couldn't call the police. The chief of police was a member of the light web. They all knew who I was. I vanished. I'm on the run, homeless, hiding. I'm writing this from a public library. The librarian thinks I'm emailing my relatives. I don't expect forgiveness. I just want to warn you. Stay away from the light web. It's a trap. As I finish this, I see a notification on Reddit. "Hey, Kyle," it says. "Aren't you supposed to be writing your relatives?" I'm sorry, Lily. As you may have guessed, I am an artist. As an artist, I love to explore different styles, but I'm old school in the sense that I refrain from using digital means to make my art. There is an entirely distinct elegance and fulfillment in watching my art grow from pencil scribbles to a vibrant depiction of whatever dominated my mind's eye at the time. While I would love to promote my artwork, it will soon become apparent why I cannot share much that could lead back to me. A few weeks ago, I started to grow tired of painting the same old style of portraits, objects, and scenes. I craved something new, and I began exploring. I should mention that I am, in my free time, an avid user of the deep web. Don't get me wrong, I do nothing illicit or taboo, like selling drugs or finding hitmen to hire. I just love seeing all the peculiar and intriguing things the deep web has to offer. Therefore, while going through this drought of inspiration, I found a bustling art community on the deep web that was entirely unique. Named the Nightmare Artists, this website was dedicated to disturbing and unsettling artwork. I opened the website, and I was immediately fascinated. This site was a web forum not unlike Reddit. Each post was a picture of a piece of artwork that someone had made. However, they all revolved around themes that would be considered dark by even the most depraved of art enthusiasts. Despite their disturbing themes, I was captivated by their detail. As I went through them, I grew to develop an uncanny admiration for the effort and time that must have gone into each piece. Meanwhile, the forum itself was bustling. Posts were being made every few hours, and commenters consistently had something to say. There was even a detailed guide on how the site could be located after a domain change. I couldn't believe I had not heard of this place before. The artwork, however alarming, left me in awe. Each piece looked meticulously and skillfully made. Even the milder ones, such as the depictions of mental illness and self-harm, were memorable. I fondly recall a sketch of a vortex of letters and words sinking into the gray matter of a rotting but still living human head. It was a strong allegory for ADHD and dyslexia. Others depicted grotesque scenes of carnage and violence. One of my favorites was an oil painting of a gladiator smashing the heads of two peasants together. While the idea itself was fairly primitive and non-abstract, the intricacy of each droplet of blood on the glistening golden armor, coupled with the unadulterated look of panic and fear on the peasants' faces, made the painting pristine. These were all amazing, but the ones that I still have strong memories of are the more fantastical and unique in their uncanniness. These are the ones that made me question the mental state of the artist. An acrylic painting that distinctly stuck out depicted a weird being that was a ramshackle abomination of different animal parts knitted together with a human head. A leathery, crocodile-like hide was attached to an abdomen of long gray tentacles that seemed to levitate the thing off the ground, where the animals whose parts had been used lay. The thing had more appendages protruding from its upper torso that resembled the furry arms of a gorilla. Where the chest should have been sat a large eye with a thin, inquisitive pupil that seemed to glimpse directly into my soul. While I could go on with these descriptions, it would all be peripheral to the point of me sharing my experience with you. Suffice to say that this online forum was a treasure trove for artists and enthusiasts that admired and made work that was less conventional. I spent an entire day gawking at the works before I was overcome by tenacity and motivation. I was inspired. I was no longer in my frustrated, creative confusion. I had decided that I would make my very own piece of unnerving art. Perhaps this could be a niche that invigorated me to produce something beyond the usual half-decent mediocrity. Over the next week, I worked consistently. Day and night, I would be in my studio, working on creating something marvelous in its unfiltered, macabre form. While I had peered at the edge of such a style in my artistic career, I had never worked with such conviction on any of my other pieces. A thought penetrated my determined state. Could this be it? The genre I had always been looking for? Did I no longer have to aimlessly make half-hearted pieces to keep my fans content? At the week's end, I was done. I uploaded my masterpiece onto the forum under my alias, Lawless Creator 24. The artwork in question was an oil painting of crows picking at the corpses of fallen soldiers on a battlefield, while a beautiful sunset painted the sky in a magical amalgam of pinks and reds in the background. I named it Life Goes On and uploaded it onto the site. I did not anticipate the popularity it would go on to garner. My painting held first place on the forum for an entire day. I was elated and had already begun planning for another piece. When I opened the website the next day, I noticed that I had received a message from a prolific and respected artist on the website who went by the alias Machination of Doom. It read, "Hello, Lawless Creator 24. I absolutely loved your most recent upload. Could I know what brand of paint you used?" After sharing the brand in question, I conversed with him further about his art style and the creations he loved most. He seemed very insistent on finding the right colors to make his art as realistic as possible. After half an hour of text conversation, he sent me the following message. I noticed that in a discussion in the comments, you mentioned you were from the San Francisco Bay Area. I live there too. Would you like to meet up for a drink sometime? I was ecstatic. Not only had I made a piece of art I was fully satisfied with, but I was already buddying up with my contemporaries in the genre. We quickly arranged to meet at a famous bar for the very next evening, and I spent the entire night in a restless fit as I wondered how things would play out. Come that evening, I walked into the bar and texted him. "I'm here," in the dark blue shirt next to the entrance. I saw a man walk up to me. He smiled as he prepared to greet me. He looked somewhat rat-like, to put it lightly. He couldn't have been more than 5 feet 4 inches, and I had a mild suspicion that he was using shoe lifts after witnessing his awkward gait. He had a chinless mouth, with teeth that seemed to protrude beyond his lower lip. His oily skin had a yellowish hue to it, and his coarse mane seemed to shrivel in self-embarrassment at the end of each hair. Despite this, it looked like he took care of himself. His teeth glistened white, and his hair was as neatly combed as it could be. He wore a dress shirt and tapered pants. I thought he had either just gotten off work or wasn't too versed in trendy attire. I, being average-looking myself, didn't dwell on his appearance. "Hey, Lawless Creator, call me Carl," he said with a tinge of awkwardness as he walked up to me and extended his arm in invitation for a handshake. He had an odd accent I couldn't quite place. He sounded nasally and somewhat monotonous. As he drew closer with his handshake, I caught a whiff of his odor. The heavy use of deodorant and perfume seemed to mask a faint scent of rot and decay. I wrote this off as innocuous, and I was still optimistic about the meeting. "Hi, Carl. Great that we finally met. I'm Mark. Let's grab those stools over there," I responded, smiling. As we sat down and began enjoying beers, our conversation shifted away from trivial matters like the weather or current city affairs and towards our artwork. "I loved what you did with that painting with the crows," he exclaimed. "Thank you. It's great to receive all the appreciation." "I honestly didn't expect it to do that well," I responded. "I was thoroughly impressed with your most recent piece, too. The one with the cats and the restrained man." I shot back a compliment about one of his most acclaimed works on the site. "Thank you. I was wondering what you thought of it. It took a lot of time and sweat." "Here, let me show you," he chuckled as he reached for his phone. "Sure," I eagerly responded, wondering what he was about to show me. His phone screen lit to life, and he perfunctorily tapped at it before turning it to me. I recognized the image straight away. It had been up on the website a few days ago, and everyone had been blown away by its detail. The website had featured the painting of a man sitting in a chair with his hands and legs restrained, with two cats in his lap curiously clawing at a bloody opening in his abdomen as the man stared down in pure terror. This image on the phone screen seemed to be a, somehow, more elaborate version of it. I was perplexed until I scooted my bar stool closer and peered forward to look more closely. This wasn't the realism of an artist's work, nor was this the clever editing of a piece of artwork to make it look more realistic. Then I noticed the timestamp. It wasn't a piece of art. It was a picture shot on a camera. As I came to this harrowing realization, my heart began to race, and my skin grew damp with a cold sweat. "Neat, isn't it?" he asked, his voice taking on a disturbingly eager tone. I froze in place and looked into his eyes. They were crazed and manic in their anticipation. Before another word could be uttered, I ran out of the bar as fast as my feet could carry me. I rushed home and sat petrified, my mind unable to comprehend anything besides fear. As I slowly gained my composure, I realized that I must have dropped my phone during the run, since I couldn't find it anywhere. I booted up my computer to change my passwords and delete my account on that godforsaken website. And I saw that I had just gotten an email from myself. I thought someone may have found my phone, but then I read it. "Hello, Mark. It was a pleasure meeting you at the bar. I do hope you enjoyed the pictures I showed you. I'm not sure if you noticed, but I took some pictures of you as well. You're quite the artist yourself, you know? Such beautiful lines, such vibrant colors. I can't wait to capture them all. See you soon. Your biggest fan, Carl." I apologize for any odd phrasing or typos. For the past couple of days, I've been having trouble eating, and I'm feeling pretty lightheaded. Sleep hasn't come easily either. Honestly, being behind a computer is probably the last place I should be, but I need to get this off my chest before I can carry on with my life. We live in a time of constant distraction. Some spend their days with podcasts buzzing in their earbuds, some calm their minds with a constant stream of YouTube shorts, and others create ambience for their apartment with quietly playing sitcoms. For the past couple of months, my choice of attention duller has been unsecured CCTV cameras. I'd eat my lunches to feeds from vape shops in Bangladesh or quiet intersections in Stockholm. Working from home has instilled a sense of gentle claustrophobia in me. The live feeds assured me that life existed beyond the 3 rooms of my apartment. For a long time, I found those assurances soothing. But then I found the warehouse cam. It was in an unsorted directory, and there were no identifying marks in the footage. I was looking at a feed from the side of some warehouse that bordered the edges of an industrial district. The camera was low, but the streets were empty. I had seen feeds like this before, yet what caught my eye was the gentle snowfall. Beyond the warehouse, there was a forest of pine trees. When I had started my lunch, they were their usual dark green. Yet, as I ate, and as the first snow of the season fell, the trees slowly turned heavy with white. The tranquil scene had kept me distracted from my thoughts as I ate, and I was getting ready to search for something new. But then I saw people. A procession, to be precise. At least 3 dozen people dressed in lab coats walked down the road towards the forest in a single file line. They weren't dressed for the cold, and none of them seemed to be pleased with their journey, yet they walked without pause or stumble. I watched the camera long after the scientists had marched by, hoping for at least a hint of explanation, but none came. The snow stopped falling, and the empty streets and forest became a near static image. I went back to work, but I bookmarked the camera address and took note of the time. The next day, as I took my lunch break, I caught the procession once more. They arrived at the same exact time as they had the day before. More snow had fallen, and it covered much of the sidewalk, yet the scientists moved no slower. With faces completely blank of expression and clothes not suited for the winter, the scientists marched through the snow and disappeared into the forest. On the 3rd day, when the snow turned to slush, they marched once more. The people in lab coats made the same trip at the same time every day of the week. Even during the weekend, when I didn't have to be behind my computer, I would attend our scheduled lunch appointment. Every day, they walked by, and every day I was there to watch them. I found the mystery of the scientists exhilarating, and its regularity allowed it to be a constant in my days. Even when I wasn't on my lunch break, I would keep the camera feed running in the background of my browser, hoping to catch a passing car's license plate or anything else that would help me locate the feed. I wanted to know where the scientists were. I wanted to know who they were so that I could understand their daily march. Yet no such opportunity presented itself. The nature of the camera feed remained a frustrating mystery. It irritated me. I wanted to know more about the scientists. I was naive back then. I did not realize the comfort that existed in my unknowing. 3 days ago, on my lunch break, I was once again counting down the minutes to the usual appearance of the scientists. I had gotten into the habit of only eating when they finally appeared on screen, and I was quite hungry that day. The moment I saw them, however, I lost my appetite. They still marched through the snow on the sidewalk and the mud of the forest trail. They still wore their lab coats, and they still moved in their orderly single file without pause. Yet the scientists had changed. They were burnt. They were all horribly burnt. With some, the flesh had slipped off parts of their faces, revealing the bone beneath. Others still had eyes and skin, yet the extent of the damage was undoubtedly fatal. None of them should have been capable of walking. None of them should have been alive. I watched my screen with utter shock and disgust. The innocent questions I had about the daily procession of scientists turned into sheer terror. My heart seized with fear, and my stomach was thoroughly robbed of all appetite. Yet my mind still hungered for knowledge. Knowing that no one would believe me on my word alone, I decided to record the procession the next day. I had hoped that, perhaps, with video evidence of the scientists, someone would be able to see something I had missed. The next day, I attempted to record the procession. It was a grave mistake. Over the months, I had gotten used to the unfriendly weather that would occasionally accompany the scientists. But when I tuned into the feed the following day, there was a snowstorm, the strength of which I had never witnessed before. The sidewalks were engulfed in snow, and the road itself seemed impossible to pass through by car. The weather was horrid, yet the line of burnt scientists still marched. They forced their way through the snow without rest or pause, as they always did. That day, however, as the final scientist of the march passed the camera, they stopped. Their skin was too charred for me to get even an inkling of their identity, yet they clearly stopped and looked at the camera. Slowly, but clearly noticeable on my screen, the scientists shook their head. It was as if they knew I was watching them. Though I was in my warm apartment, looking at the snow-filled scene made me shiver. It wasn't until after the scientist had left, however, that I felt true fear. I do most of my work on the computer. I haven't skimped on making sure I have a strong rig. A simple screen recording is nothing my machine couldn't handle. Yet when I tried watching back the footage from the procession, the video was a complete slideshow. I had tried to collect evidence of the burned scientists, but all I had were pixelated shots of a snowstorm. When I woke up the next morning, I was committed to making another attempt at capturing the procession. That, however, would not be possible. My internet access had been completely shut off. When I called my ISP to figure out what had happened, I was placed into a 2-hour waiting queue. When I finally managed to talk to a representative, they were cagey. Apparently, my internet had been shut off due to criminal use. Apparently, the police would contact me about the details. I'm writing this post on my phone while sitting in a bistro. I do not know what law I have broken, and I trust the situation with the police will be quickly resolved. Yet I fear staying in my home. I fear that whoever is responsible for that procession of burnt scientists knows my IP address. I am hungry, and the air is filled with delightful smells, yet I can't bring myself to eat. I can't bring myself to eat because whenever I try, all I can think of is the burnt scientists. I never thought my military career would land me in the coldest, most desolate place on Earth, Antarctica. And now, I wasn't some big shot commander or special ops guy. Just a regular officer assigned to what they called a containment facility. Our job? Guard something frozen in the ice. To this day, I don't know the full story. All I know is what I saw and what I lived through. It all started with a briefing that was vague, even by military standards. We were flown to a base buried deep in the Antarctic tundra. No insignias, no signs, just snow and ice for miles. The facility itself was an engineering marvel, a labyrinth of steel and concrete buried beneath the glacier. They told us it was a joint research operation with top scientists from around the world, but something about their explanation felt off. Right away, I noticed these scientists weren't the friendly, chatty types you see in documentaries. They moved like they were carrying secrets heavier than their equipment. And the rules? Don't ask questions, don't talk to the researchers, don't wander off, and above all, don't touch anything. But what really got to me was the main containment area. They called it the vault. This enormous circular chamber, deep underground, kept at sub-zero temperatures. Access was restricted to the lead scientists and 2 officers on rotation. When it was my turn to guard the place, I got my first glimpse of what we were dealing with. Inside the chamber was this massive block of ice, like something carved out of a glacier, but it wasn't natural. The ice was too clear, too perfect. And inside? It didn't look human. The thing was humanoid in shape, 2 arms, 2 legs, a head, but the proportions were all wrong. The arms were too long, the legs too thin, and the head was elongated, almost egg-shaped. Its skin, if you could call it that, was pale and smooth, almost translucent. Even frozen solid, it looked unnatural, alien. At first, I thought it was some elaborate prank, a training exercise to test our discipline. But the way the scientists acted around it, they were terrified. Not curious, not excited, terrified. They'd whisper to each other in hushed tones, and sometimes I'd catch them arguing. Once, I saw one of them storm out of the chamber, pale as a sheet, muttering about how it shouldn't exist. I couldn't stop thinking about it. What was this thing? Where did it come from? How did it end up here? But every time I tried to bring it up, my superiors would shut me down. Your job is to follow orders, they'd say. Nothing more. The real turning point came about 3 months into the assignment. I was pulling another overnight shift in the vault, and one of the researchers, a guy named Dr. Alvarez, came in late. He was carrying a case of instruments and looked like he hadn't slept in days. I remember him fumbling with his equipment, swearing under his breath, and finally slumping against the wall like he couldn't take it anymore. "Do you ever think about what we're doing here?" he asked me out of nowhere. I didn't know what to say. We weren't supposed to talk casually, especially not about that. So I just shrugged and said, "I don't ask questions." He laughed, but it wasn't a happy laugh. "You should. You really should." That's when he told me something I'll never forget. He said the thing in the ice wasn't just some frozen relic. It wasn't dead. Or at least, they weren't sure it was dead. He said they'd been monitoring faint energy readings coming from it, pulses, almost like a heartbeat, except not like any heartbeat we'd ever seen. "It's dormant," he said, "but it's not dead." That one sentence changed everything for me. Suddenly, the strict rules, the secrecy, the fear, it all made sense. This wasn't just a scientific curiosity, it was a potential threat. And we were sitting on top of it, guarding it, without knowing what it was or what it could do. I tried to press him for more details, but he clammed up after that. "Forget I said anything," he muttered before leaving the chamber. But how could I forget? Every time I stood in that room after that, staring at that thing in the ice, I couldn't help but wonder, what happens if it wakes up? Over the next few weeks, I started noticing things. Small things at first. Like how the temperature in the vault seemed to fluctuate more than usual. The sensors would go off, and the techs would chalk it up to equipment malfunctions, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. One night, I swear I heard a faint humming sound coming from the ice. Not loud, just barely audible, like the low hum of a distant machine. When I asked the techs about it, they brushed me off. "You're imagining things," they said. Maybe I was. Or maybe I wasn't. Whatever the case, I started feeling this itch in the back of my mind. Not a literal itch, but a nagging curiosity. I wanted answers. I needed to know what this thing was, where it came from, and why we were guarding it. That's when I made a decision that would change everything. I started digging. I didn't have access to classified files, of course, but I started listening, watching, piecing together bits of overheard conversations and stray documents left out in the lab. What I found wasn't much, but it was enough to paint a disturbing picture. The thing in the ice had been discovered years ago, buried deep beneath the Antarctic ice sheet. It wasn't in a glacier, it was in solid bedrock, which meant it had been there for a long, long time. Longer than humanity had been around. By the time my rotation ended, I had more questions than answers, but one thing was clear: whatever the thing was, it wasn't supposed to be here. And I wasn't sure we were supposed to be guarding it. The itch to know more about the thing in the ice grew worse after the conversation with Dr. Alvarez. It wasn't just curiosity anymore. It was like a puzzle I couldn't leave unfinished. I didn't tell anyone about my interest in a place like that. Showing too much curiosity could get you reassigned, or worse. But I kept my eyes open and my ears sharper than ever. One evening, during an unusually quiet shift, I got my chance. There was an old storage room near the labs, one that most of the newer personnel avoided. It wasn't locked, nothing in there was marked as classified, but it was filled with stacks of dusty equipment, old files, and other things no one seemed to care about anymore. I'd passed it dozens of times without a second thought, but something about that night felt different. The quiet was almost eerie, like the base itself was holding its breath. I slipped inside, keeping the door cracked just enough to hear if anyone was coming. The air was musty, and the dim fluorescent light flickered unevenly. I shuffled through the clutter, careful not to disturb anything that looked important. Eventually, I found a cabinet filled with folders, old mission reports, equipment logs, and a few handwritten notes that didn't seem to follow any official format. One of the folders caught my attention immediately. Its label read Operation Deep Freeze Archive 73. It was older than most of the other documents, with the edges yellowed and the ink faded. I opened it carefully and skimmed through the pages. Most of it was mundane: lists of supplies, weather reports, and transportation schedules. But buried near the back was something that made my stomach tighten. It was a report from a geological survey team. The report detailed how they'd been drilling in a remote section of Antarctica, far from any known research stations, when their equipment hit something unexpected. The description was vague, but the words artificial material and non-terrestrial origin stood out like warning signs. The team had been pulled out immediately, and the site was classified as restricted. Shortly after that, the vault was constructed. There was no mention of the frozen figure directly, but the timeline lined up too perfectly to be a coincidence. I was so focused on the report that I almost didn't hear the footsteps approaching. I shoved the folder back into the cabinet, closed the drawer as quietly as I could, and slipped out of the room just as someone turned the corner. It was one of the scientists, but they didn't seem to notice me. They were muttering to themselves, clutching a clipboard, and walking fast like they were late for something. That's when I realized I wasn't the only one feeling uneasy about this place. The next day, something strange happened. The power went out. Not for long, maybe 30 seconds, but long enough to throw everyone off. Power outages weren't uncommon in Antarctica, but this one felt different. When the lights flickered back on, I noticed that the security monitors in the vault had gone blank. A couple of techs rushed down to check the systems, and when they came back, they looked spooked. "All systems are operational," one of them said, "but we can't explain the temperature drop." That caught my attention. I wasn't on duty that night, but I made a point to ask around. Apparently, the temperature in the vault had dropped several degrees during the outage, even though the environmental controls were supposed to keep it stable. No one could explain why, and the scientists didn't seem eager to investigate. What's worse, I overheard one of the senior officers arguing with a researcher later that day. "We need to shut this down," the researcher said, "before it's too late." "Shut it down?" the officer snapped. "Do you have any idea what's at stake here? You don't shut it down, you keep it contained." That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the report, the outage, and the argument I'd overheard. It was clear that whatever we were guarding wasn't as contained as they wanted us to believe. And the more I thought about it, the more I realized how little I actually knew about the bigger picture. Why was this thing so important? Why was it buried here in the first place? And why were we guarding it instead of studying it? I decided to take another look at the vault, even though my shift didn't start for a few hours. I made up an excuse to the officer on duty, something about needing to check the logs, and made my way down there. The room felt colder than usual, even with the environmental controls running. The block of ice sat in the center of the chamber, as still and silent as ever. But something about it seemed different. I couldn't put my finger on it at first, but then I noticed the faintest crack along one side of the ice. It wasn't big, barely the width of a hair, but it was enough to make my chest tighten. I called over one of the techs, trying to keep my voice calm. "Hey, has anyone noticed this before?" The tech squinted at the ice and shook his head. "I don't think so. It's probably just a stress fracture. Happens all the time with temperature shifts." I didn't buy it. The ice was supposed to be stable, and the temperature was monitored constantly. A stress fracture didn't add up. But I didn't push the issue. Instead, I made a note of it in the logbook and left the vault feeling more uneasy than ever. By the time my shift ended, I couldn't stop thinking about the crack. If the ice was starting to weaken, what would happen next? And why weren't the scientists more concerned? It felt like they were hiding something, not just from the outside world, but from us as well. The day after I noticed the crack, things started to escalate in ways none of us could ignore. It began with the equipment. Sensors, cameras, even our basic environmental monitors were acting up. The techs said it was minor interference, but their nervous glances told a different story. It felt like we were walking on thin ice, no pun intended. One incident in particular stood out to me. I was in the monitoring room with another officer, Martinez, reviewing footage from the vault. The cameras, normally crisp and clear, were filled with static. It wasn't consistent, just brief flickers every few minutes, but enough to make it hard to see what was happening. At one point, during one of the flickers, the outline of the figure in the ice looked different. "Did you see that?" I asked Martinez, leaning closer to the screen. "See what?" he replied, frowning. "I swear it moved. Just slightly." Martinez laughed it off, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't imagining things. The cameras flickered again, and this time the entire feed cut out for a few seconds before coming back online. When it did, everything looked normal again. Or as normal as it could be in a room guarding a frozen entity. "Probably just a glitch," Martinez said, but his voice lacked confidence. Later that day, I overheard a conversation between two researchers in the break room. They were speaking in low voices, but the tension in their words was unmistakable. "It's destabilizing," one of them said. "The ice isn't going to hold forever." "It doesn't matter," the other replied. "As long as the protocols are in place, we'll contain it." Protocols don't mean anything if it wakes up. That last sentence stuck with me. If it wakes up. It wasn't just a hypothetical scenario. They were genuinely worried about it. I'd spent months trying to convince myself that the thing in the ice was just a curiosity, something inert and harmless. But now, even the researchers weren't sure. That night, I was assigned to patrol the outer perimeter of the base. It was a relief to get some fresh air, even if it was below freezing. The sky was clear, the stars brighter than I'd ever seen, and the snow crunched under my boots with every step. For a moment, it felt peaceful, almost normal. But that peace didn't last. As I was making my rounds, I noticed a faint vibration under my feet. At first, I thought it was just the usual rumble from the generators, but this felt different. It wasn't constant, it came in short bursts, almost like a pulse. I crouched down and pressed my hand to the ground. The vibration was stronger there, faint but unmistakable, like something deep beneath the ice was stirring. When I reported it to my superior, they dismissed it as seismic activity. "Antarctica is full of surprises," they said. "Probably just a minor ice shift." But I wasn't so sure. The timing was too convenient, especially with everything else that had been happening. I decided to keep my observations to myself, at least for now. The following morning, I was called into a briefing with a small group of officers and researchers. They said it was a routine status update, but the tension in the room suggested otherwise. One of the senior scientists, Dr. Lang, began by showing us a series of charts and graphs, none of which made much sense to me, but her tone was grave. "We've detected fluctuations in the energy field surrounding the specimen," she said. "It's faint, but it's increasing in frequency." "What does that mean?" one of the officers asked. "It means something is changing," Dr. Lang replied. "We're not sure what, but we need to be prepared for any eventuality." The room fell silent after that. No one wanted to say what we were all thinking, that the thing in the ice might not be as dormant as we believed. I spent the rest of that day on edge, keeping my distance from the others. I didn't trust anyone anymore, not the researchers, not the officers, not even myself. Every noise, every flicker of the lights felt like a warning. And yet, I couldn't stop myself from going back to the vault. This time, I wasn't on duty. I had no excuse to be there. But my curiosity overrode my better judgment. The chamber was empty, the air colder than usual. The block of ice sat in the center, as imposing as ever. But now, the crack was larger, almost like a thin vein spidering across the surface. I approached it cautiously, my breath visible in the freezing air. As I got closer, I noticed something I hadn't seen before. There was a faint glow coming from within the ice. It was subtle, almost imperceptible, but it was there, a soft, bluish light that seemed to pulse rhythmically, like a heartbeat. I reached out instinctively, stopping just short of touching the ice. The glow intensified for a moment, then faded back to its faint shimmer. My pulse quickened, but I forced myself to step back. Whatever this thing was, it was reacting to something. And that something might have been me. I left the vault feeling more unsettled than ever. The glow, the vibrations, the energy fluctuations, it all pointed to one conclusion: the thing in the ice wasn't just a relic or an artifact. It was alive. And we were waking it up. After my encounter with the glowing ice, I decided to keep what I saw to myself. I didn't know who I could trust anymore, and honestly, I wasn't sure if anyone would believe me. The scientists had their own agenda, and the officers seemed more interested in following orders than asking questions. But one thing was clear: whatever was happening wasn't going to stop on its own. The next few days were tense. The equipment malfunctions were getting worse, and the temperature in the vault was becoming harder to stabilize. At one point, the chamber's temperature dropped so low that frost began forming on the walls, a phenomenon no one could explain. The techs scrambled to fix it, but the lead scientist, Dr. Lang, dismissed their concerns. "It's an anomaly, nothing more," she said, but her voice betrayed her uncertainty. Meanwhile, the crack in the ice was growing. It wasn't obvious at first glance, but I started noticing subtle changes every time I checked the chamber logs. The fracture lines were spreading outward like a web, and the faint glow I'd seen was becoming more pronounced. It was almost like the ice was alive, responding to something we couldn't see. One night, I was assigned to monitor the vault's external systems. It was a relatively quiet post, just me and a bank of monitors displaying readouts from the chamber. For the first hour or so, everything was normal. The temperature, pressure, and energy readings were all within acceptable ranges. But then, out of nowhere, the energy levels spiked. The monitors lit up with red alerts, and a sharp, rhythmic beeping filled the room. I leaned in, trying to make sense of the data. The energy field around the ice had surged to levels far beyond anything we'd recorded before. It wasn't just a fluctuation, it was a pattern, a pulse. I radioed the control room to report the anomaly, but before I could finish, the lights flickered, the beeping stopped, and for a moment, the monitors went completely dark. When they came back online, the energy levels had dropped back to normal, as if nothing had happened. "What's going on down there?" one of the senior officers demanded over the radio. "I don't know," I replied honestly, "but something's not right." They told me to stay put and keep monitoring the situation, but I could tell they were just as confused as I was. The next morning, I noticed that some of the scientists were missing from the usual briefing. When I asked about it, I was told they'd been reassigned to other projects. It didn't sit right with me. These weren't just random researchers. They were some of the top minds on the team, the ones who'd been working on the ice for years. Why would they suddenly be reassigned? I started asking around, discreetly of course. Most people either didn't know or didn't want to talk about it. But one of the junior techs let something slip. "They didn't get reassigned," he whispered. "They left." "Left? Why?" He hesitated, glancing around to make sure no one was listening. "I heard one of them say it wasn't safe here anymore. That we're poking at something we don't understand." I didn't press him further. The fear in his voice was enough to tell me he believed it. And honestly, I was starting to believe it too. That evening, I decided to take another look at the old files I'd found in the storage room. I wasn't expecting to find much, but I figured it was worth another shot. As I flipped through the folders, something caught my eye, a series of handwritten notes tucked between the pages of an old mission report. The notes were messy, scrawled in a mix of shorthand and full sentences, but one phrase stood out: "Do not disturb. Reactive to external stimuli." I stared at those words for what felt like minutes. Reactive to external stimuli. That could explain the energy fluctuations, the glowing, even the cracks in the ice. But what kind of stimuli were we talking about? Heat? Light? Movement? Or something else entirely? I copied the notes into my own notebook and carefully put the folder back where I found it. If anyone knew I was looking through restricted files, I'd be in serious trouble. Later that night, while browsing on the base's internal network, I stumbled upon something truly disturbing. Someone had anonymously uploaded a trove of classified documents, the same files I'd been desperately searching for, to the dark web. And they were spreading like wildfire. The whole world was about to know about the thing in the ice. Let's be real, nobody takes a job from the dark web out of sheer curiosity. It's usually out of desperation, and that was exactly my situation. I was scraping by with odd jobs that barely covered rent, so when I stumbled upon a post that didn't involve anything illegal, just plain weird, I jumped at the opportunity. The job was simple: graveyard cleaner for a private estate owned by some eccentric millionaire who was obsessed with keeping his family's resting place spotless. My first night was surreal. The graveyard was on this massive estate just outside of town, hidden behind these ancient willow trees. It was eerily silent, exactly how you'd imagine a graveyard to be. I found my instructions in a small wooden caretaker's hut: clean the tombstones, clear any debris, and make sure the paths were spotless. seemed straightforward enough. The first few hours flew by. I was busy scrubbing moss off old marble and sweeping up leaves. It was almost meditative, you know? The peacefulness of it all. I got totally lost in the rhythm of the work. But then the sun went down, and the moon cast these long, creepy shadows across the gravestones. That's when things started to get weird. It began with a whisper. At first, I thought it was just the wind messing with me, but then I heard it clear as day. Alex. It was soft, like an echo drifting between the rows of tombstones. I froze, brush in hand, and scanned the darkness, trying to find whoever was messing with me. But there was no one. Just endless rows of graves and those creepy, silent trees. I tried to shake it off, told myself it was just my imagination running wild. But as the night went on, the whispers got louder and more frequent. Always that same murmur just over my shoulder, Alex. I kept spinning around, expecting to catch someone, but there was never anyone there. And then I saw her. This little girl, maybe 10 years old, darted between the tombstones. She was dressed in this old-fashioned dress, clutching a porcelain doll. She moved so silently, her pale face half hidden by a tangle of dark curls. Every time I blinked, she seemed to vanish and reappear somewhere else, always just out of reach. I thought I was losing it, like I'd seen one too many horror movies. But then she stopped and looked right at me. I froze. Her eyes were wide and staring, and she whispered my name again. This time, it wasn't on the wind. It was clear, close, and chilling. I wanted to ask her who she was, what she was doing there in the middle of the night, but something in her eyes stopped me. There was this deep sadness in them, mixed with this ancient knowing, like she knew this graveyard better than anyone. I finished my work quickly, my earlier calm replaced by this prickling feeling of unease. I couldn't shake the feeling of her eyes on me, watching my every move. By the time I was done, the sky was starting to lighten. I got out of there as fast as I could, with more questions than answers. Every whisper of wind through the willow trees sounded like her voice, and every shadow seemed to eye her little running form. I knew one thing for sure, I had to go back the next night. Not just because it was my job, but because I needed to know who she was and why she was calling my name. I drove home as the sun came up, my mind racing with thoughts of the girl and her doll. I was determined to find answers, even if part of me was terrified of what those answers might be. The next night, as I drove back to the estate, my mind was a whirlwind of possibilities. Who was that little girl? Why did she seem so familiar, yet so out of place among the graves? The air was cooler than the night before, the sky clear and filled with stars. It felt like tonight, the answers might be closer. I grabbed my cleaning supplies, the whisper of my name still echoing in my ears. As I approached the wrought iron gates of the graveyard, the moon bathed the tombstones in a soft, eerie glow. I took a deep breath and stepped onto the hallowed grounds. My plan was simple, clean like I had the night before, but stay alert, ready to follow any sign of the mysterious girl. I started in the farthest corner of the graveyard, where the oldest graves were a section filled with towering angels and weathered crosses. As I scrubbed each stone, I kept my eyes and ears peeled for any movement or sound. It didn't take long for the silence to break. A giggle, light and fleeting, floated through the air. I looked up, my heart pounding. There she was again, the little girl in the Victorian dress, her doll clutched tightly. She was further away this time, half hidden behind a large mausoleum. I set down my brush and followed cautiously, keeping my distance. As I rounded the corner, I saw her peering at me from behind the marble structure. "Hello," I called softly, not wanting to scare her. She didn't answer. Instead, she started walking slowly towards another part of the graveyard, her steps silent on the soft earth. I followed, keeping a respectful distance, feeling like she was leading me somewhere, showing me something. We stopped in front of a particularly ornate tombstone, one I hadn't cleaned yet. It was covered in intricate carvings of flowers and vines. The girl stopped at its base and looked up at me, her expression solemn and curious. I stepped forward and read the inscription. It was the grave of a young child who had died over a century ago. The name on the grave was Alexandria. My name. Alexandra. A shiver ran down my spine, but not from fear. It was more like a realization, a connection across time. The girl reached out her small hand and brushed the stone. Then, as if satisfied, she turned and walked back into the shadows, disappearing as silently as she had appeared. I stood there for a moment, touched by the serenity of the place. A feeling of peace settled over me, despite the strangeness of the night. With newfound respect, I cleaned Alexandria's tombstone, pondering the lives of those resting here, their stories whispered in the rustling leaves and seen in the moonlit shadows. Tonight, the graveyard didn't feel lonely. It felt alive with memories, and I was there to listen. As dawn approached, I finished my tasks and prepared to leave, my mind filled with thoughts of the girl and the grave with my name. There was no fear as I drove home, only a profound sense of connection to the past and a curiosity about what other stories lay hidden beneath the moonlit stones. I knew I would return, night after night, drawn by the history and the mystery of this sacred place. The next few nights at the graveyard were uneventful. The mysterious girl didn't reappear, but the feeling that she had left something unfinished lingered in the air, like the faint scent of old roses growing wild along the fence. With each stone I cleaned and each path I cleared, I felt like I was piecing together a puzzle left behind by those who rested there. My curiosity about the little girl and her connection to the graveyard deepened, and I became determined to uncover more about the history of the estate and its nocturnal inhabitants. On my fourth night, armed with a flashlight and a local history book from the library, I arrived earlier than usual. As twilight faded into darkness, I wandered through the different sections of the graveyard, reading the names and dates, whispering them softly as if to acknowledge those who lay beneath. That's when I noticed something peculiar about the layout of the gravestones. They seemed to form a pattern, almost like a star, with the oldest graves at the center radiating outwards. Intrigued, I followed the pattern, counting steps and making notes in my notebook. My path led me back to the grave of young Alexandria, the girl with my name. Her stone seemed to be at the very heart of the star, a nexus of marble lines stretching across the grass. It felt intentional, like a design meant to convey a message or tell a story. I sat down beside her grave, the history book open in my lap, and started reading about the estate. The land had been owned by a wealthy family known for their philanthropy and their tragic history. Many of their children had died young, and it was said that the matriarch of the family had commissioned the star layout as a symbol of her hope that their spirits would find their way to heaven and guide each other home. As I read, the wind picked up, rustling through the pages and the trees overhead. And then I heard it, a soft, distant laughter, the sound of children playing. I stood up, my heart filled with an inexplicable joy, and followed the laughter as it echoed softly around the gravestones. It led me to a new section of the graveyard, one I hadn't explored yet. Here, the stones were smaller, simpler, marked with only first names and single dates. They were children's graves, a hidden garden of lost youth. In the center was a small bench, and on it lay a doll, old and worn, much like the one the girl had held. I approached, feeling an overwhelming sense of terror wash over me. Picking up the doll, I dusted it off and placed it carefully back on the bench, arranging it as if it were waiting for its owner to return. The laughter had faded, and in its place, a gentle calm settled over the area. That night, I didn't just clean. I maintained, preserved, and honored. I realized then that my job wasn't just about upkeep, it was about caretaking, about preserving not only the physical but also the spiritual heritage of those who had passed. As I left the graveyard at daybreak, the first light casting long shadows behind the stones, I felt a connection not just to the history of the place, but to the lives that had touched it. The girl with the doll had shown me more than just her own grave. She had revealed the heart of the graveyard, a place where memories lived and whispered their stories to those who would listen. As the days grew shorter and the nights colder, the atmosphere around the graveyard shifted. The estate was preparing for an annual event I had only heard whispers of, the Festival of Lights. It was a night when the local community gathered to honor the memory of those who had passed, not with mourning, but with celebration, lighting candles and placing them on every grave, a spectacle of warmth in the chilling autumn air. Curious and drawn to the unfolding history, I volunteered to help with the preparations. It felt right to contribute more actively to the preservation and celebration of the lives commemorated here. The estate's caretaker, an elderly gentleman named Mr. Harrow, briefed me on what needed to be done. We were to arrange hundreds of candles, set up small lanterns along the paths, and ensure everything was perfect for the visitors. As the sun dipped below the horizon and the first guests began to arrive, the graveyard transformed. The usually somber gray stones now stood out against the soft glow of candlelight, each flame a testament to a life remembered and cherished. Families, friends, and even strangers walked the paths, sharing stories or enjoying the quiet solitude. I moved among the visitors, making sure the candles stayed lit and the paths remained clear. I felt the community's deep connection to this place. It wasn't just a graveyard, it was a historical archive of human emotion and memory, each candle illuminating a story, each flicker a whisper of the past. Halfway through the evening, my path led me back to the children's section, the hidden garden where I had found the doll. To my surprise, the bench was adorned with candles, more than anywhere else, and the doll sat in the middle, bathed in golden light. Around me, people gathered, drawn by the serenity of the spot. A small girl, holding her mother's hand, pointed to the doll. "Look, Mommy," she said, her voice a soft chime in the crisp air. She must have been very loved. Her mother nodded, squeezing her hand. "Yes, darling, and tonight she's remembered, just like everyone else. Moved by the scene, I watched as they placed a candle next to the doll, their small contribution to the memory of the unknown child represented by the toy. It struck me then that the Festival of Lights wasn't just about remembering those we had lost, but also about teaching the living the values of remembrance, love, and community. The rest of the evening passed in a blend of light and shadow, laughter and soft conversations. I continued my duties, more observer than participant, yet feeling wholly part of something much greater than myself. As the last candle was lit and the crowd began to thin, I took one more walk through the rows of flickering lights. The whispers of the past seemed to mingle with the crisp night air, a symphony of life and memories played out in light and shadow. I left the graveyard that night with a sense of peace, feeling that my connection to this place was sealed, not just by the tasks I performed, but by the light I had helped share. In the weeks following the Festival of Lights, the graveyard resumed its quiet solitude. The echoes of laughter and light slowly faded into the background, but the experience had changed my perception of the place. It filled me with a sense of duty and reverence, not just for the grounds but for the stories it safeguarded. My nightly tasks became more than routine, they were rituals of remembrance and care. I found myself speaking softly to the residents as I cleaned their resting places, acknowledging their stories, their families, and the imprints they left behind. It wasn't just about maintaining the grounds anymore, it was about honoring the lives that continued to touch the living world in subtle, often unnoticed ways. As autumn waned into winter, the nights grew longer and colder. One particularly chilly evening, as frost began to sketch silvery patterns on the stones, I felt that familiar sense of being watched. Turning around, half expecting to see the little girl in her Victorian dress, I instead found nothing but the gentle sway of bare tree branches against the starry sky. Yet the feeling persisted, a whisper of something, or someone, nearby. That's when I noticed something on the bench in the children's section, a small, neatly wrapped package lying where the doll usually sat. Curious and slightly apprehensive, I approached and found a note attached to it, written in elegant, flowing script, for Alex, who listens. Inside the package was a book, a collection of stories and poems written about the graveyard and its many inhabitants over the years. As I flipped through the pages, each story seemed to bring the voices of the past into clearer focus, their joys, sorrows, and lives unfolding in prose and verse, preserved by those who still remembered. I spent the rest of the night reading by the light of my lantern, engrossed in the tales of the people I had come to care for. It was as if the graveyard itself had given me a gift, a way to keep the memories alive and share them with others. With the first light of dawn painting the horizon in hues of pink and gold, I knew my time as the graveyard cleaner was drawing to a close. I had accepted another job, one with less nocturnal hours, and I was thinking of starting a family, imagining telling my children about the importance of memory and history. On my last night, I walked the paths one more time, placing a fresh candle on each grave I had tended to, including the small grave of Alexandria. The little girl with the doll never appeared again, but her presence was felt in every corner of the place, a guardian spirit of sorts, watching over the memories held within. As I locked the gates behind me, I took one last look at the peaceful rows of stones, the flickering candles casting gentle shadows. The graveyard was no longer a place of sorrow or mystery to me, but a place of stories, each one a precious echo of the past calling out to be remembered and celebrated. Driving away, I carried with me the lessons learned and the stories heard, ready to pass them on, knowing that in the act of remembering, we keep the past alive, not just for ourselves, but for all who come after. No, I don't have the source for those movies, I said, already anticipating the next question. And before you ask, it's not mainstream porn you can find by Googling my name. They're videos of me being murdered. I paused, letting the weight of that statement sink in. Where would you even find those types of videos? Dark web, maybe? I don't know. I don't exactly like watching myself get killed. The truth was, I'd starred in over 50 of these snuff films. According to the guy who distributed them, I was the most watched and most sought-after snuff star in history. If that's even a thing. You're probably wondering how someone gets into that line of work. Well, the short answer is, by accident. You don't wake up one day and decide, hey, I want to be murdered on camera. In my case, it started with an ad looking for an amateur porn actress. I was new to the business, and the pay seemed decent. The location, a house in a nice neighborhood, didn't raise any red flags. It all seemed legit until I asked to be paid up front. Their response? Let's see how you die first. Before I knew it, I was pinned down, and the cameras were rolling. Dying is like going under anesthesia during surgery. It's painful and scary at first, but then your heart slows down, and this wave of euphoria washes over you before everything goes quiet. Lights out. I couldn't tell you if there's an afterlife. I don't stay dead long enough to find out. It's like falling asleep without dreaming. A nanosecond of darkness, and then, bam, I'm back. You'd think a guy whose business is death wouldn't scare easily. But when I suddenly woke up as they were loading me into a shallow grave in the woods, he screamed like a little girl. Seriously, you'd think he was the one who'd been brutally murdered. It took a while to calm him down. Once the shock wore off, he looked me dead in the eye, no pun intended, and said, I'm going to make you a fucking star. I can't go into the gory details of how I get snuffed out, but let's just say the money is great. Way more than I could ever make doing mainstream porn. The problem isn't that my employer is, a death dealer of women. Actually, no other women have been murdered since I started. Just me. Over and over again. The real problem is the reactions I'm starting to get as my popularity grows. The people who recognize me are the most ordinary people you could imagine. School teachers, doctors, even teenagers. Not the creepy monsters hiding in the shadows you'd expect. The biggest shock came when I was in a cafe, and this young dad with his 2 little girls approached me. He just stood there, staring, while his daughters ate their chocolate muffins. I knew he recognized me, even if he didn't consciously realize it yet. As I was finishing my latte, he walked over with this weird grin. Do I know you from somewhere? He asked. I was in my comfy clothes, baggy t-shirt, sweatpants, and the pentagram tattoo on my arm was visible. He kept studying me, trying to place me. Just as I was about to say something, his eyes landed on the tattoo. It was like a light bulb went off in his head. His face went pale, and he started stammering before practically running out of the cafe with his daughters. I never worry about being noticed before. The men who watch my movies expected me to be dead. I also never thought my tattoo would be the thing that gave me away. I mean, how many girls have the same tattoo? When I got it, the artist told me it was a popular design. That all changed when I got a call from my mother. My poor mom had no clue about my career. She always thought I was into some glamorous lifestyle stuff, like a personal trainer to the stars or something. I think she preferred the fantasy and always told her friends I was a successful businesswoman. Technically, she wasn't wrong. Anyway, she called me, completely hysterical. "You're alive. You're alive," she kept repeating. After I calmed her down and reassured her I was very much alive, I waited for her breathing to return to normal. "Allison, for a moment, I thought I was speaking to a ghost," she said. My mother was always my biggest fan, and it broke my heart to hear her so upset. The police were here. Men in suits, detectives, I think. "They told me you were dead." "Oh, my sweet girl, they told me you were dead." They had found blood and something about a tape or the internet. The bastards gave me a heart attack. I knew you weren't dead. That night, I stayed with my mother. I needed to reassure her that I was still physically present, to hug her, and honestly, to reassure myself that I was still part of this world. Deep down, I knew what this was about. Someone who wasn't a complete monster had watched one of my movies and tried to put a name to the woman who should be rotting in a shallow grave. But I always figured people would think the movies were fake. You can only be the star of one snuff film, right? Not 50. A few weeks passed, and things seemed to settle down, apart from my mom losing a year or two of her life. I had decided to quit. It was never going to be a long-term gig. But if I was going to stop, I wanted my final movie to be my best. Go out with a bang, as they say. On the day of the shoot, I couldn't shake the feeling I was being watched. I chalked it up to nerves. I was about to die in the most brutal way imaginable. It was going to be so bad, no one would ever think it was faked. And the fact that it was going to be my last video made it all the more believable. I knew it was going to be painful, but the pain never lasted. All I could think was, this is going to be a spectacular death. And it was. But as the euphoria swept over me and I started to slip into darkness, I saw men in SWAT gear burst into the room, followed by men in suits. As always, I came back to life with a gasp, like a newborn taking its first breath. But this time, instead of being in the room where I was murdered, I found myself on a cold metal slab in what looked like an operating room. Two men in suits stood over me. One was smiling, while the other seemed to be handing him money. "Hi, welcome back," the first man said, putting the bill in his pocket. "I just bet my colleague $50 that you would come back from the dead. I must say, I'm a big fan of your movies," the second man said with a smile. "Damsel in the Dungeon is my personal favorite." This was the first time I had ever felt truly in danger. Panic surged through me as I tried to get up. The two men smiled at each other before handing me a hospital gown. "Where am I?" I asked nervously. You have nothing to worry about, one of them chuckled. It's not like we're going to kill you. They led me to an interview room and sat me down at a table. You still haven't told me who you are and why I'm here, I said. The two men straightened up. Sorry for the confusion. My name is Agent Harris, and this is Agent Butler. I looked at the two young agents, their expressions fixed on me. Agents? Are you FBI or something? I asked. One of them gave a disgruntled laugh, as if I'd offended him. Close. We're with the CIA. What do you want with me? I didn't know dying was illegal. The agents exchanged a look before turning their attention back to me. Agent Harris placed a picture of a woman in front of me. We need your help with a delicate situation, he said. It's of the utmost importance to the security of this country. I looked down at the picture. The woman looked eerily like me. Apart from her expensive clothes and different hair color, we had the same facial features and seemed to be the same height. The woman in the picture is the wife of the Russian Minister of Defense, Sergei Shoigu, Agent Harris explained, his voice taking on an urgent tone. What does this have to do with me? I asked. She has a lot of secrets that could be very valuable to us, Agent Butler said. The problem is, her husband isn't a nice man. He treats her terribly. She wants out of the marriage, but he's not going to let her go easily. I still don't get what this has to do with me, I said. The agents looked at each other again, this time with a smile. She catches on quick. I'm beginning to like her already. I picked up the picture again, staring at the woman with pain in her eyes and a painted-on smile. How much does this gig pay? I asked. Let's be real, everyone loves a good deal. Who doesn't, right? Well, my love for a bargain landed me in this crazy situation, so ridiculous it felt like something out of a bad movie. Except it happened to me. It all started a few months ago. I was broke, my old phone had just died, and I was desperately searching online for a cheap replacement. That's when I stumbled upon this thread about dark web marketplaces. You know, those hidden parts of the internet where you can supposedly find anything, from rare books to, well, let's just say not so legal stuff. Now, I'm not an idiot. I've heard the horror stories about the dark web, scams, illegal activities, the whole 9 yards. But somewhere in that digital jungle, I found a listing for a high-end smartphone, barely used, at a price that seemed too good to be true. The seller had decent reviews, or so I thought, promising fast shipping and exactly what was advertised. Driven by desperation and a little bit of what's the worst that could happen, I went against my better judgment and bought the phone using cryptocurrency. The whole process was surprisingly easy. A week later, a plain package arrived at my door. Inside was the phone, pristine, just as described. I thought I'd outsmarted the system, scored an amazing deal. I swapped my SIM card, downloaded my apps, and life went back to normal. Or so I thought. For a few days, everything was fine. The phone worked perfectly. But then I noticed something weird. the battery was draining way too fast. This was supposed to be a phone with great battery life, so something wasn't right. Curious, I started digging into the phone's settings, trying to figure out if some hidden app was causing the drain. And that's when I found it, this unfamiliar app running in the background. It wasn't just any app, though. It didn't show up in the app drawer or the settings. I had to do some serious digging in the system files to find it. Being a bit of a tech nerd, I managed to extract the app and analyze it. Turns out, it was a super sophisticated piece of spyware, way beyond the usual adware junk you get from dodgy websites. And that's where things took a turn for the worse. So, I've got this phone with some serious spyware on it, and I'm freaking out a little. I called up a friend of mine who works in cybersecurity. He was intrigued and asked to take a look at the phone. After poking around for a while, he gave me the bad news. The spyware wasn't just collecting my data, it was actively sending it to some unknown server. He told me to turn the phone off immediately, take out the SIM card, and factory reset the whole thing. I should have listened. I really should have. But curiosity got the better of me. I decided to keep the phone running for a little longer, just to see what would happen. Worst decision ever. The following Monday morning, I was woken up by this pounding on my door. It was the FBI, and they were not happy campers. They knew everything about the purchase, where it came from, what had been transmitted from the phone. Turns out, the phone's previous owner was involved in some serious criminal activity. We're talking the kind of stuff that makes you want to disappear and start a new life. The agents were stern, but they weren't jerks about it. They didn't arrest me right away. Instead, they asked me a ton of questions. How I got the phone, what I knew about the seller, if I'd been in contact with anyone suspicious. With every question, my stomach sank a little lower. I told them the truth, the whole stupid story about how I thought I'd found a great deal. In the end, they confiscated the phone and told me I have to go with them for further questioning. As I sat in the back of their car, watching my house get smaller and smaller in the distance, I couldn't help but laugh at how ridiculous this whole thing was. Talk about a lesson learned the hard way. If there's one thing I learned from this, it's that some deals are just too good to be true, especially on the dark web. Sometimes the cost of a bargain can be way higher than you ever imagined. Stay safe out there, folks, and maybe stick to the main roads of the internet. Sitting in that bland room at the FBI headquarters, with nothing but a table and 2 chairs, I felt like I was in a bad cop show. Except this was real life, and the federal agents questioning me were way more intimidating than anything you see on TV. The room was cold, and the tension was so thick you could practically choke on it. An agent sat across from me, looking serious but not exactly mean. "We need to understand your involvement," he said, setting the tone for what was to come. The questions were straightforward at first, mostly about my interactions with the dark web seller, any messages we exchanged, and whether I'd noticed anything unusual about the phone. I explained that I had no idea about the phone's history, that I just wanted a cheap smartphone, and that was it. But as the questions went on, I started to realize how serious this whole thing was. The agent explained, without giving away too much, that the phone was connected to some really bad stuff, illegal and dangerous activities. It hit me like a ton of bricks. I'd stumbled into something way over my head just because I wanted to save a few bucks. Talk about a reality check. During the interrogation, I started thinking about how much information our phones collect and transmit without us even knowing. The agent mentioned that the spyware on my phone was part of a bigger network, this sophisticated operation designed to hide people's activities while using unsuspecting people's devices. Crazy, right? After what felt like forever, the questioning finally stopped. The agent seemed satisfied with my answers and believed that I wasn't involved in anything illegal. They decided not to press charges, which was a huge relief. But they confiscated the phone as evidence and gave me a stern warning about buying stuff on the dark web again. Walking out of the federal building, I felt this mix of relief and dread. I was free, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd been caught in something way bigger than myself. The city seemed louder, the sun harsher, and I felt exposed, like anyone could be watching me. The drive home was filled with thoughts about how naive I'd been about online privacy and security. It was a harsh lesson, but a necessary one. I knew I had to be more careful in the future. For anyone reading this, let my experience be a warning. The dark web might seem exciting, but it's a dangerous place. Stick to reputable websites, and remember, if a deal seems too good to be true, it probably is. Even though I wasn't charged with anything, the whole FBI experience shook me to my core. I was free, but it felt like I dodged a bullet. It was a wake-up call to take my digital security seriously, something I thought only people with something to hide needed to worry about. Turns out, even ordinary folks like me need to be careful. In the days that followed, I went on a deep dive into online security. I learned about VPNs, strong passwords, and the importance of keeping my software updated. Basically, all the things that can protect your digital life from prying eyes and bad guys. I also started paying attention to the privacy policies of the apps I used, something I'd always ignored before. And, get this, I even signed up for a cybersecurity class at my local community college. That class was a real eye-opener. The instructor, a former cybersecurity consultant, taught us all about data encryption, secure networks, and how to spot phishing scams. Every lesson made me realize how interconnected we all are online, but also how vulnerable we can be. Armed with my newfound knowledge, I made a bunch of changes at home. I got a new, more secure router, set up a super strong password for my home Wi-Fi, and became way more careful about what I downloaded and the emails I opened. But I didn't stop there. I started talking to my family and friends about what happened, sharing what I'd learned. A lot of them had no idea about these risks, so they were really grateful for the tips. It felt good to turn my bad experience into something positive, helping others stay safe online. I even started sharing my story anonymously in online forums. The response was amazing. People shared their own close calls and lessons learned, and it felt like we were all in this together, supporting each other. Looking back, I realized that my quest for a cheap phone had turned into a life-changing experience. It taught me the importance of digital awareness and how to be a responsible internet user. The ripple effect. The weeks after my FBI encounter were a time of big changes. I was still cautious, but I also felt this new sense of responsibility to share what I'd learned. At first, I only talked about it anonymously online. But as I got more comfortable with my new knowledge and security measures, I started opening up more. I gave a talk at a community center about internet safety, and the response was incredible. It even led to an interview with the local newspaper. Talking about my experience publicly was really empowering. It made me feel like I was making a difference, helping to raise awareness about cybersecurity in my community. And get this, my newfound passion even spilled over into my professional life. Inspired by the cybersecurity class and all my research, I started a blog with easy-to-understand tips on how to protect yourself online. People loved it. They appreciated the practical advice and how I explained things in a simple way. I wrote about everything from creating strong passwords to spotting the signs of a hacked device. Suddenly, I was the go-to person for tech advice among my friends and family. They'd come to me with all their questions about online security, and it felt great to be able to help. But the biggest change was in my own mindset. I used to think I was pretty tech savvy, but the FBI incident showed me that being cautious isn't the same as being secure. I learned that security is about understanding how technology works and staying ahead of the bad guys. My little misadventure had turned me into a digital safety advocate. It pushed me out of my comfort zone and showed me that even the worst situations can lead to new opportunities. Looking ahead, the months after my dark web mishap were full of surprises. My blog started getting national attention, and I even launched a podcast about digital safety, featuring cybersecurity experts and everyday people sharing their stories. It was amazing to see how my little blog had turned into this platform for helping others stay safe online. I felt like I was making a real difference. One of the most rewarding things I did was partner with local schools to teach kids about cybersecurity. Young people are especially vulnerable online, so I felt it was important to give them the knowledge and tools to protect themselves. My work even led to invitations to speak at conferences and participate in panels, making me a sort of thought leader in digital safety. But the real reward was knowing that I was helping people. The whole experience changed how I see challenges. It taught me that even the toughest situations can lead to growth and new beginnings. And it reminded me that we're all more resilient than we think. Going forward, I want to keep doing this work, reaching more people and spreading the message about online safety. The digital world is constantly changing, and I want to help others navigate it safely. My story started with a stupid mistake on the dark web, but it ended with me finding my passion and helping others. If there's one thing I want you to take away from it, it's this: every challenge has a lesson, and sometimes those lessons can lead you to a future you never imagined. So stay curious, stay cautious, and stay safe online. I've never been one for ghost stories or anything supernatural. But when you're desperate for a job, you start looking in some pretty weird places. And that's how I ended up on the dark web, browsing job listings in the middle of the night. I was holed up in my tiny apartment, broke as a joke, and the usual job boards weren't turning up anything. That's when I stumbled on this anonymous post in a forum known for its shady dealings. The job was simple: security guard for a facility in the middle of nowhere. The pay? Insane. Like pay off all my debts in a year. Insane. Desperate times call for desperate measures, right? So, against my better judgment, I contacted the person who posted the ad. Their response was quick and to the point. No names, no chit-chat, just a set of coordinates, a start date, and a strict tell no one order. The next day, this unmarked van picked me up at 3 a.m. The driver, this silent dude who stared straight ahead the whole time, handed me an envelope with a wad of cash and a non-disclosure agreement. As the city lights disappeared behind us, I started wondering if I'd made a deal with the devil. It took hours to get to the facility. As the sun came up, we drove down this gravel road through thick forest, and finally, there it was, this compound surrounded by high fences and barbed wire. It looked like a fortress, with cameras and motion sensors everywhere. The driver took me to the main building, this stark, windowless structure that seemed to suck up all the light around it. Inside, I met the head of security, this big guy named Mr. Jacobs. He had the look of someone who'd seen some stuff, you know? He told me about my duties, which were surprisingly simple: patrol the perimeter, watch the security cameras, and respond to any alarms from the secured areas. It's probably just wildlife trying to get in, Mr. Jacobs said, but his voice sounded a little unsure. But on the off chance it's not, hit the alarm and wait for instructions. What exactly are we guarding here? I asked, a question that seems pretty naive now that I look back. Mr. Jacobs looked around before leaning in close. Not everything that walks on four legs is an animal, he said, his voice low and serious. And not everything that looks human is one of us. Yikes. He gave me a tour of the place, and it was like something out of a sci-fi movie. They had thermal imaging, motion detectors, and doors that could probably stop a tank. But none of it made me feel any less uneasy. My first shift was a crash course in creepy. I patrolled these cold, silent hallways, and the only sound was the buzzing of the fluorescent lights. The security monitors showed empty corridors and locked doors. It was seriously eerie. Around 2 a.m., I noticed something weird on the thermal camera. There were these irregular shapes moving around in a restricted area called Sector 7. Sector 7 was completely off limits, with steel doors and biometric locks. These shapes were moving in this fluid, unnatural way, like nothing I'd ever seen. It definitely wasn't any animal I recognized. I wrote it down in the log, but I couldn't shake the feeling that these things, whatever they were, knew I was watching them. I spent the rest of my shift freaking out a little. What were those things? Failed experiments? Creatures from another dimension? My brain tried to come up with a logical explanation, but nothing made sense. When the sun finally came up, I realized my life had changed. I wasn't just a security guard anymore. I was a keeper of secrets, guarding something way beyond my understanding. Whatever was behind those doors in Sector 7, it was clear that ignorance was part of the job description. Part of me dreaded what the next few nights might bring, but another part, the part that led me to this creepy place in the first place, couldn't wait to find out more. As the weeks went by, I settled into a routine. The nights were long and silent, but I got used to patrolling the corridors and passing those locked doors, wondering what was behind them. But Sector 7 kept drawing my attention. Mr. Jacobs insisted it was nothing to worry about, just a malfunction or some stray animal, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. My job was simple: observe and report. Don't ask questions. They gave me all this high-tech equipment to keep whatever was in Sector 7 contained. But it didn't take long to realize that the tech wasn't just keeping something in, it was keeping me out. One night, I was watching the security feeds when I saw a flicker of movement in Sector 7. It was too deliberate to be random. The cameras in there were motion activated, and they rarely picked up anything. Driven by curiosity, I rewound the footage and zoomed in. And there they were, those shapes, moving with purpose and intelligence. They weren't aggressive, but there was something about their movements that suggested they were aware, maybe even curious. I started watching them every night, trying to figure out when they'd appear. And then, one night, I heard it, this faint whisper coming from Sector 7. It was almost impossible to hear over the air conditioning, but it was there, this soft, undulating sound that seemed almost like communication. I told Mr. Jacobs about it the next morning, but he just reminded me, not so nicely, to stick to my job and not ask questions. What happens in Sector 7 is above your pay grade, he said. His words were meant to shut me down, but they only made me more curious. I was torn between doing my duty and wanting to know more. The isolation of the facility was getting to me, too. The silence of the surrounding wilderness seemed to echo the secrets hidden within the walls. One evening, I decided to do some digging. I accessed the facility's digital library, hoping to find something, anything, about Sector 7. And to my surprise, I found a heavily redacted document that hinted at what was going on in there. It talked about advanced biological entities and non-standard evolutionary trajectories. Basically, whatever was in Sector 7 wasn't just rare, it might be unique, the only one of its kind. The document was mostly blacked out, but it was enough to confirm that I was guarding something truly extraordinary. As I closed the file that night, I felt this weight of responsibility. I wasn't just guarding a building, I was guarding creatures that challenged everything we thought we knew about life. With each passing night, my fear of the unknown was replaced by wonder. What were they? Why were they here? The answers were locked away in Sector 7, whispering through the walls, inviting me to listen closer. As the weeks turned into months, my job became more than just a paycheck. It was a commitment to something bigger than myself. The beings in Sector 7, who once scared the crap out of me, now made me feel protective. I kept doing my rounds, but the facility felt less like a prison and more like a sanctuary, even though it was built on secrecy. One night, I was on patrol, and the wind was howling through the trees, making the whole place feel extra spooky. Suddenly, this alarm went off. It wasn't the usual loud siren, it was more like a quiet alert, something meant only for Sector 7. I ran to the nearest security panel, my heart pounding. Not from fear, but from the possibility of finally learning something. The screen flashed a code I'd memorized but never thought I'd see: environmental hazard warning. Sector 7 containment breach. Protocol was clear: seal the sector, start the hazard containment procedures, and wait for instructions. But as I got closer to the heavy doors of Sector 7, I heard these soft, almost pleading sounds coming from inside. It wasn't the sound of something escaping, it was more like a cry for help. I hesitated. Instead of sealing the sector, I used the security system to look at the cameras inside. And what I saw blew me away. There they were, the beings I'd only seen as heat signatures and shadows. They weren't human, that's for sure. They were sleek and graceful, moving in this coordinated way, like they were dancing. Even through the camera, I could sense their intelligence. The alarm, it turned out, was triggered by a problem with the environmental controls. The temperature had dropped, and it was putting these beings in danger. As I watched them, it hit me. They weren't just research subjects. They were sentient, aware of their confinement, maybe even suffering. I made a split-second decision. I bypassed the automatic containment procedures and manually stabilized the environment. As the temperature went back to normal, the beings calmed down, and I swear I could sense their relief. That night, my job changed. I wasn't just a security guard anymore. I was a caretaker, a silent witness to something incredible. In the days that followed, I dug deeper into the facility's archives, determined to learn more about these beings. The documents I found talked about genetic marvels, beings that could change how we understand biology. They weren't described as monsters, they were described with awe and respect. This discovery brought a whole mix of emotions. I was still scared, but I also felt incredibly privileged to be a part of this. Every night, as I did my rounds, I'd linger by Sector 7, watching the shadows where I knew they were, sharing this secret with them. I was no longer just guarding a building, I was guarding a sanctuary. But I also knew that the world outside those fences was oblivious, unprepared for the truth hidden inside. Weeks turned into months, and my life at the facility became my whole world. Every night brought new discoveries and a deeper connection to the beings in Sector 7. One day, Mr. Jacobs, the head of security, called me into his office. He seemed different, more open than usual. "We've noticed your dedication," he said, "and we think you're ready to understand more about what you've been guarding." He took me to a part of the facility I'd never seen before. The security was even tighter than Sector 7. And inside? It wasn't more creatures or containment cells. It was a high-tech lab filled with scientists and equipment. These beings, Mr. Jacobs explained, they're not just unique, they could hold the key to understanding life itself, not just on Earth, but beyond. I met Dr. Helen Liu, the lead scientist, and she was incredible. She explained how these beings had abilities that defied our understanding of biology, like super healing powers that could revolutionize medicine. "They're a marvel of nature," she said, "and how they came to be, whether through evolution or something else, is a mystery we're trying to solve." Suddenly, I wasn't just a guard, I was part of a groundbreaking scientific endeavor. Dr. Liu invited me to observe their research, to learn more about the beings and contribute to their well-being. One evening, I noticed one of the beings reacting to a piece of equipment that measured electromagnetic fields. It was a small thing, but Dr. Liu was excited. "This could mean they have a deeper understanding of these fields than we thought," she said. This led to a whole new series of experiments, all done with the utmost care for the beings. I helped out, handling equipment and observing, and I felt this incredible connection to the research, to the beings, and to the big questions we were trying to answer. The facility didn't feel like a place of secrets anymore. It felt like a bridge between worlds. My nightly patrols became journeys through a living laboratory, where every corner held the potential for amazing discoveries. A shared future. Months turned into a year, and my life had completely changed. The facility and its inhabitants were my family, and every day brought new wonders. Dr. Lou and her team, who I now worked closely with, were making incredible progress. The beings in Sector 7, once shrouded in mystery, were now seen as beings of potential and promise. One morning, Mr. Jacobs called me into his office. "We're about to take a big step forward," he announced. "Thanks to the discoveries we've made, and your contributions, we've been given the green light to start telling the world about these beings." The news was both shocking and exciting. The research was too important to keep secret any longer. "It won't be a sudden reveal," Mr. Jacobs assured me. "It will be careful and thoughtful. The world needs to understand what these beings represent, the possibilities they bring to science and medicine." We spent the next few weeks preparing. A small group of scientists and officials were brought in, sworn to secrecy. I helped put together a detailed report with everything we'd learned. I realized that I'd gone from being a security guard to a kind of historian, bridging the gap between the unknown and the known. The day of the first briefing arrived, and a small group of guests gathered in a makeshift auditorium. Dr. Lou led the presentation, with Mr. Jacobs and me by her side. The screens lit up with images of the beings, graphs, and videos of their interactions with the researchers. The room was silent, filled with a sense of wonder. Questions were asked and answered, and it was clear that these beings were not just curiosities, but ambassadors of a new frontier in science. As the briefing ended, I stood by the window, looking out at the facility. The fence that once seemed like a barrier now felt like a bridge between two worlds. I thought about how far we come, from fear to understanding. The facility, once a place of isolation, was now a beacon of discovery. And as I went back to my duties, now shared with a team of dedicated scientists, I felt a profound sense of purpose. The beings in Sector 7, once shadows in the night, were now part of a shared future. We were moving forward, not just to guard, but to guide. Not just to protect, but to participate in a dialogue of discovery that could one day change the world. As the sun rose, casting long shadows over the land, I knew this wasn't the end, but a new beginning. A dawn of understanding in a world filled with mysteries waiting to be uncovered. Let's be honest, I'm not the kind of person who believes in ghosts or anything like that. I've always been a seeing is believing kind of guy. But boredom and curiosity can lead you down some strange paths, and that's how I ended up buying a spirit writing pen from the dark web. It all started innocently enough. I was scrolling through some obscure subreddits one lazy Sunday afternoon when I came across this thread about weird stuff people had bought online. There were stories about mystery boxes and rare collectibles, but one post caught my eye, a pen that supposedly wrote on its own, guided by spirits. The person who posted it shared these sketches and messages that were supposedly written by ghosts, and everyone in the comments was either freaking out or calling it a hoax. But for me, it sparked this weird mix of intrigue and I dare you to try it attitude. So, I decided to see if I could find one of these pens. It wasn't easy, though. The dark web is basically the internet's back alley, full of creepy stuff that most people would never want to see. After a few nights of clicking through confusing and sometimes disturbing websites, I finally found what I was looking for. This small, sketchy online shop was selling all kinds of occult items, and there it was, the Oracle pen, a tool for spirit communication. I bought it half as a joke, telling myself it was for research or maybe a party trick. A week later, the pen arrived in a plain brown package. It looked totally normal, just a sleek black pen, a little heavier than usual. There was a note inside that said, "For best results, use after midnight with a clear mind and a sincere intention. Always be respectful to the spirits." That night, curiosity kept me awake. At 12:01 a.m., I sat at my kitchen table with a pen and a stack of blank paper. I turned off all the lights except for a candle, more for the spooky atmosphere than anything else. Holding the pen loosely in my hand, I whispered a tentative hello. Nothing happened for a long time. Just when I was about to give up, the pen twitched. I froze, not from fear, but from pure disbelief. It twitched again, and then it started gliding across the paper. My heart was pounding as I watched words slowly form. "Thank you for inviting me." The handwriting wasn't mine. It was this neat cursive, like something out of an old letter. The message was polite, even friendly. But seeing it appear out of nowhere gave me chills. Not the I'm terrified kind of chills, but the holy crap, this is actually happening kind of chills. I started asking questions, simple ones at first. Who are you? How did you die? The answers were surprisingly mundane. The spirit said her name was Clara, and she died in the late 1800s from some ordinary illness. She talked about her life in this small town, and it was all very normal, almost boring. But as the candle flickered and the night went on, I found myself totally engrossed in this conversation with someone who was supposed to be long gone. It was easy to forget how weird the whole thing was because it felt like I was just texting an old friend. When I finally went to bed, it wasn't with fear, but with this sense of awe and a million questions. What was making the pen move? Was it really a spirit or something else? I couldn't sleep, my mind racing with possibilities. By morning, my fear had turned into determination. I decided to keep going, document everything, and maybe even find some answers. Little did I know that the real journey had just begun. The next night, I was ready for round 2 with my spirit pen. The sun hadn't even set yet, but I was already setting up my little spirit writing station in the kitchen. Candle, check. Blank paper, check. Oracle pen, check. The pen felt different now, not just an object, but a link to something beyond. "Clara, are you there?" I asked, barely above a whisper. And boom, the pen started moving almost instantly, gliding across the paper like it was eager to chat. "Yes, I am here. It is nice to speak again." We started with some small talk, which felt kind of funny considering the circumstances. But tonight, I wanted to go deeper. If I was really talking to a spirit, I wanted to understand how it all worked. Clara, can you tell me how this works? How are you able to write with me? The pen paused, like it was thinking, and then slowly started writing. It is not easy to explain in terms you would understand. It is like reaching through a veil that is thin at certain times. Your willingness to listen gives us strength to communicate. Okay, cryptic much? But it was also fascinating. It hinted at this unseen world just beyond our perception. I wondered about the mechanics of it all, the energy or whatever it was that made this possible. Clara's answers painted a picture of an existence that was totally different from ours, yet somehow connected. I asked her about her life, the time period she was from. She described a simple life in a small village, her family, her daily routines. It was like stepping back in time, and I could almost picture it. She talked about her favorite place, a meadow filled with wildflowers, with so much detail that I felt like I was there with her. It was easy to forget how bizarre this all was because she sounded so human, so real. As the candle burned lower, I asked a question that had been bugging me. Clara, why do you want to communicate? What do you hope to gain from this? The pen hesitated, then wrote, I seek no harm or favor. It is merely a connection, a way to feel once more the life I once had. Loneliness does not end with death. Her words hit me hard. The loneliness she described was something I could relate to, a universal human experience that went beyond life and death. We talked for hours, and it felt like I was building a real connection with her. When I finally went to bed, I left the pen on the table, feeling this mix of awe and respect for the unknown. I realized I was documenting this not just for myself, but to share a story about communication that defied explanation, about human emotions that transcended the boundaries of life and death. As the sun came up, I knew this was just the beginning. What started as a simple experiment was turning into a journey of understanding, reaching across the veil to connect with something truly extraordinary. I couldn't wait to see what else Clara would reveal. The third night with the oracle pen felt different. There was this quiet anticipation in the air as I lit the candle, its flame dancing in the darkness. The pen, now familiar in my hand, felt almost alive with possibility. Clara, are you there? I asked, my voice steadier now. Her response was instant, her familiar script flowing across the page. Yes, I am here. I am glad to return. Our previous conversations had given me a sense of comfort, so I felt ready to dive deeper. Clara, can you tell me about the spirit world? What's it like where you are? The pen hesitated, like it was processing a complex emotion, then slowly began to write. It is different for each of us. I see fields much like my meadow, but they stretch far and wide. There is peace, mostly, and a waiting. A waiting? What are you waiting for? I asked, intrigued by this glimpse into her reality. For moments like these, for connection. We exist in a state of awareness, but it is the interactions with your world that bring us moments of true consciousness. Her words painted a poignant picture of the afterlife, one that emphasized connection and consciousness. It was a far cry from the spooky ghost stories I heard. Clara's description made it sound almost peaceful. I wanted to know more about how she perceived our interactions. Can you see me? How do you sense my presence? I do not see as you see. It is more a feeling, an impression of your thoughts and emotions. You are like a light in dense fog, bright and focused. Her words suggested a way of experiencing the world that was beyond my comprehension, but the analogy was comforting. Despite the vast differences between our realms, we were connected. I ventured further. Clara, have others tried to communicate with you like this before? There have been a few. Not all seek to understand. Some fear, some try to exploit. But with you, I find a genuine quest for knowledge and respect. Her answer highlighted the uniqueness of our connection. It wasn't just about the paranormal, it was about trust and mutual respect. As the candle burned lower, I asked, Clara, what do you think the purpose of these communications is? Why is it allowed? It serves as a reminder that existence is layered, more complex than the physical world perceives. It teaches both sides, enriches the soul, and expands the mind. For some, it brings closure. For others, like you, it brings knowledge and a wider view of the universe. Her explanation resonated with me. Our conversations weren't just about talking to a ghost, they were philosophical explorations that challenged my understanding of life and existence. That night, I felt a sense of peace. The initial apprehension had given way to a deep appreciation for the extraordinary dialogue I was part of. Thank you, Clara, for sharing so much with me, I wrote, feeling truly grateful. And I thank you for listening and understanding, she replied through the flowing script. As I got ready for bed, the reality of what was happening hit me. I wasn't just talking to a spirit, I was learning about a different kind of existence, sharing a bond that transcended time and physical form. And as I drifted off to sleep, my dreams were filled with meadows and mists, a reflection of the incredible journey I was on. The fourth night with the oracle pen brought a wave of unexpected emotions. As I prepared my usual candlelit setting, I couldn't shake off a feeling of apprehension. It wasn't fear, exactly, but a sense of venturing deeper into uncharted territory. Clara, are you here tonight? I asked, half hoping for a pause, a break from this new reality. Her response was immediate and reassuring. Yes, I am here. It seems you are troubled tonight. I was surprised by her perceptiveness. Yes, a bit. It's all becoming very real, very fast. Does communicating like this ever affect you negatively? I needed to know if there were consequences for her on the other side of the veil. The pen moved slowly, thoughtfully. There is no harm in our talking. It is a choice, and I choose to be here with you. There are boundaries that cannot be crossed, and they protect us both. Her reassurance calmed my nerves, and inspired by her openness, I ventured into new territory. Clara, do you ever miss it, living, being part of the physical world? Yes, at times, especially during our talks. There are aspects I miss deeply, the sun on my face, the sound of laughter. But where I am, there is a different form of existence, less tangible but equally rich in other ways. Her answer humanized her, reminding me that she had once lived and breathed and experienced life just as vividly as I did. It made our interactions feel even more real, more meaningful. Curious about the boundaries she mentioned, I asked, "What kind of boundaries exist for you? Are there rules to this communication?" "Indeed, there are rules. We are advised to maintain a respectful distance, not to seek influence, but to share and learn. Our worlds are separate for a reason, and while the veil is thin at times, it is always there." Her words painted a picture of a structured spirit world, with guidelines and wisdom. It was a far cry from the chaotic hauntings you see in movies. "Clara, what do you think the purpose of these communications is? Why is it allowed?" I probed, trying to understand the bigger picture. "It serves as a reminder that existence is layered, more complex than the physical world perceives. It teaches both sides, enriches the soul, and expands the mind. For some, it brings closure. For others, like you, it brings knowledge and a widened view of the universe." This explanation resonated deeply. Our conversations weren't just about the paranormal. They were about expanding my understanding of life and the universe. As our conversation drew to a close, I felt a sense of peace. The initial fear had been replaced by a profound appreciation for this extraordinary connection. "Thank you, Clara, for this understanding. It's more than I ever expected. And I thank you for respecting and valuing what I have to share," she replied through her graceful script. Turning off the candle, I sat in the darkness, reflecting on the vastness of existence and the incredible bond one had formed. This journey was reshaping my perception of life and what lies beyond, and I was both excited and contemplative about what our final session would bring. The last conversation. As I prepared for the last night of my scheduled communications with Clara, a wave of sadness washed over me. It felt like I was saying goodbye to a dear friend. I set up my candlelit workspace one last time and took a deep breath. "Clara, are you ready for our last conversation?" I asked, feeling a pang of sadness. "Yes, I am here, as always. I sense this is a significant moment for you." The pen glided smoothly across the paper. "It is. I've learned so much from you. Tonight, I'd like to ask if you have any messages for me, or advice, as we conclude this." The pen paused, then wrote, "Cherish the connections you have in your life, those that are seen and unseen. Do not fear the unknown, for it holds as much beauty as it does mystery. And remember, our conversation has been a rare gift. Cherish it as a reminder of the vastness of existence." Her words touched my heart, their simple wisdom resonating with my complex emotions. "Thank you, Clara. That's beautiful advice. May I ask one last question?" "Of course," the script flowed warmly. "What happens now for you, after we stop communicating?" "There is no sorrow in parting. I will continue as I am, but with a fond memory of our talks. Know that I am just one of many who watch and occasionally whisper through the veil. We are always here, in the quiet moments, in the stillness." Her assurance brought comfort. Life, in whatever form it took, persisted beyond what we could perceive. "Clara, I don't want to say goodbye, but I feel it's the right time. Thank you for everything," I wrote, my hand trembling slightly. "And I thank you for your open heart and curious mind. Remember, goodbye is not forever in the grand tapestry of the cosmos. As the candle flickered out, leaving me in darkness, I felt a profound sense of peace. The pen, now still, seemed like an ordinary object once more. But what it had enabled was anything but ordinary. A world of unseen connections. In the days that followed, I often reflected on my conversations with Clara. I compiled them into a journal, a tangible reminder of the extraordinary dialogue we shared. It wasn't just a record of paranormal communication, it was a testament to the power of connection and the human spirit's ability to reach beyond the physical world. I shared my story online, and as expected, some were skeptical, while others were amazed. But regardless of what others believed, I knew what I had experienced was real, transformative, and profoundly moving. As life returned to its normal rhythm, I found myself more attuned to the subtleties of the world around me, a world rich with unseen connections and silent communications. And sometimes, in the quiet moments before sleep, I could almost hear the faint scratch of a pen, a comforting reminder that we are never truly alone in this vast, mysterious universe. It all started with this weird email. You know how it is, inbox crammed with spam and junk I never bothered deleting. But this one had a subject line that caught my eye: earn big, real game, no strings. Sounded too good to be true, right? But curiosity got the better of me. I clicked it, and there was this super short message: are you smart enough to win? Are you brave enough to play? $100,000 for the winner. Respond with I accept to learn more. At the bottom, there was a timer, just 24 hours to reply. No signature, no clue who sent it. Normally, I'd trash something like that without a second thought. But let's be honest, the money was tempting. Bills were piling up, and this sounded like the kind of crazy gamble I needed to get myself out of the hole. So, against my better judgment, I hit reply, I accept. The next day, this small black package shows up at my door. No return address, no courier info, nothing. Inside, there's this sleek, all-black smartphone and a set of instructions. Turn the phone on at exactly 9 p.m. tonight. Follow all instructions. Survive. Okay, that should have been the part where I chucked the whole thing in the trash. But something about the secrecy hooked me. Worst case, it was a prank. Best case? Well, $100,000 is a life-changing amount of money. So, at 9 p.m. sharp, I turned on the phone. The screen lit up with a single message: welcome, Player 7. My heart skipped a beat. Player 7? That meant there were others. Another message popped up: you are one of 11 participants. You will receive further instructions soon. Do not turn off the phone. I sat in my dimly lit living room, staring at the device like it was going to explode. About an hour later, the first real instruction came: arrive at the following location in 90 minutes. Bring only this phone. Speak to no one about this. There was an address attached, some old industrial park about 30 minutes away. I wasn't exactly thrilled about driving out to some sketchy part of town late at night, but by this point, I was in too deep to back out. When I arrived, there were already a few people hanging around outside the building. They looked just as uneasy as I felt. Nobody spoke, but we kept exchanging glances, like we were all trying to figure out if we'd made a huge mistake. At exactly 11 p.m., the doors creaked open. This guy in a gray suit greeted us. He had one of those faces you instantly forget, totally unremarkable. "Welcome," he said, his voice calm but firm. "You've been chosen for a unique opportunity. Follow me." He led us into this room that looked like something out of a creepy underground bunker. Concrete walls, no windows, just a single flickering light overhead. There were 11 chairs arranged in a circle, and in front of each chair was a black envelope with a number printed on it. Mine said 7. "Sit," the man instructed. We all obeyed. Once we were seated, he explained the rules. The group must unanimously vote to identify the leader by the end of each round. If the leader is not correctly identified, all remaining participants will be removed. If you falsely accuse someone, you will be removed. The leader's role is to remain hidden while guiding the group to make decisions. "Removed?" I finally asked, breaking the awkward silence. The man smiled, but it wasn't exactly reassuring. "That will be revealed in due time." We all exchanged nervous glances. It was obvious that nobody knew who the leader was or if we could trust each other. The man handed each of us a small black card. "The game begins now. Good luck." As soon as he left, the door locked behind him with a loud click. We sat there for what felt like hours, just staring at each other. Nobody wanted to speak first, but the tension was thick enough to cut with a knife. Finally, this guy who introduced himself as Logan broke the silence. "All right, let's just get this out of the way. Who here signed up for this willingly?" A few people hesitantly raised their hands, including me. The others looked confused, claiming they had no idea how they ended up there. One woman said she just received a phone in the mail with zero explanation. Another guy swore he was tricked into coming. Then there was the quiet one, player 3. This tall, lanky guy in his mid-30s hadn't said a word or even looked at anyone since we got there. "Hey," Logan said, pointing at him. "What's your deal, player 3? Player 3 slowly looked up, his expression blank. "I'm just here to win." The way he said it sent chills down my spine. Not threatening, exactly, but detached, like he didn't care what happened to the rest of us. Before we could press him further, our phones buzzed at the same time. A new message, round 1. Discuss and vote. You have 60 minutes. The timer on our phones started counting down. It was total chaos. People started accusing each other left and right, throwing out random theories. Some said we should vote for the quiet one, while others argued we should target the loudest voices. Meanwhile, I couldn't shake this feeling that everything was happening exactly as the leader wanted. They weren't just hiding, they were manipulating us, steering the conversation without drawing suspicion. As the timer ticked down, I felt the pressure. The leader could be anyone, and we had no way of knowing. Voting wrong meant elimination, but doing nothing was just as dangerous. When the timer reached the final minute, we had no choice but to vote. I cast mine for player 3. His cold, emotionless demeanor had freaked me out from the start. But when the results were revealed, he wasn't the one accused. Instead, the group had settled on player 9, this timid-looking woman who'd barely spoken the whole time. The door unlocked, and the man in the gray suit returned. Player 9 stepped forward. "Please," she pleaded with us, "you're wrong." But the man just smiled and gestured toward the door. "Your game is ended." The door closed behind her, and we were left in silence. The next message on our phones read, "Round 1 complete. Player 9 has been removed." No further explanation. No clues about what removed meant. But as I glanced around the room, I couldn't shake the feeling that we'd just made a terrible mistake. The silence after player 9's departure was deafening. Nobody moved, nobody spoke. It wasn't just about her absence, it was the unknown. What did removed actually mean? The ambiguity was eating at me. Our phones buzzed again, pulling us out of our thoughts. "Round 2 begins now. You have 90 minutes. Discuss, observe, and vote." There was no timer this time, just that cryptic instruction, "Observe." Observe what? What were we supposed to be looking for? "All right, we can't mess up again," Logan said, taking charge. He was pacing now, his nerves starting to show. "We need a strategy. We can't keep throwing out random names like last time." "But how do we figure out who the leader is?" asked player 5, this young guy who looked more like a college kid than someone who should be involved in this whole mess. Nobody had an answer. "Maybe we start by figuring out who's benefiting from all of this," suggested player 4, a woman in her 40s who had this air of authority about her. "The leader's job is to keep us confused and divided, right? So who here has been stirring the pot?" All eyes turned to Logan. He'd been the most vocal so far, throwing out theories and guiding the conversation. "Whoa, whoa," he said, holding up his hands. "I'm trying to help, not manipulate. You think I'm the leader? Go ahead and vote me out, but you'll regret it when I'm gone." It wasn't much of a defense, but it was enough to shift suspicion elsewhere. That's when player 3 spoke for the first time since the last vote. His voice was calm, measured. "You're all looking at this wrong. The leader doesn't want to stand out. They're hiding, staying quiet, letting the rest of us tear each other apart." It was unsettling how logical he sounded, as if he wasn't just participating in the game but studying it. "Then it's you," snapped player 6, a middle-aged man who'd been nervously fidgeting with his phone since the beginning. "You've been sitting there all quiet, watching us like we're lab rats. You probably love this, don't you?" Player 3 didn't react. He just stared at player 6, his expression unreadable. "Enough," said player 4. "Accusing each other without evidence is exactly what the leader wants. If we keep this up, none of us are making it out of here." The room fell quiet again. It was then that our phones buzzed with another message. "New information has been distributed. Check your envelopes." We scrambled to open the black envelopes in front of us. Mine contained a single slip of paper with the following message: "Trust is a lie. Only the leader knows the truth." It wasn't helpful. If anything, it just added to the confusion. The others started murmuring, comparing their notes. Some had cryptic riddles, others had seemingly random statements. Logan read his aloud: "The leader's strength is in your weakness." Player 5's was even stranger: "Two truths hide one lie." Only player 3 refused to share his note. "What does yours say?" Logan pressed. "None of your business," player 3 replied coolly. "See? That's suspicious," Logan exclaimed, pointing at him. "He's hiding something." "I'm protecting myself," player 3 said. "Isn't that what we're all supposed to do?" The tension in the room was unbearable. Every interaction, every word, felt like part of some elaborate game we didn't fully understand. And yet, the clock was ticking, even if we couldn't see it. "Let's focus," player 4 said, her voice firm. "The leader doesn't want us to work together, so let's do the opposite. Share what you know, and maybe we can figure out what's really going on." Most of us nodded in agreement, but player 3 stayed silent, his arms crossed. As we shared our notes, a pattern began to emerge. While the messages were vague, they seemed to hint at manipulation, deception, and trust, or the lack of it. What if the notes are meant to distract us? I suggested. If the leader wrote them, they're probably just messing with us. Or they're clues, player 4 countered. We can't afford to ignore anything. It was a valid point, but it didn't make me feel any better. Every theory we came up with led to more questions, more doubt. Finally, Logan sighed. "All right, we're getting nowhere. Let's take a vote." "We've got, 30 minutes left?" We checked our phones. He was right. Time was slipping away. "Fine," player 4 agreed. "But let's think carefully this time. No gut reactions, no random accusations. Who's been acting the most suspicious?" Once again, all eyes turned to player 3. "You're making a mistake," he said, his voice calm but firm. "If you vote me out, you're only helping the leader." "Or you are the leader," Logan shot back. The back and forth continued until the final minutes, but nobody could agree. When the timer hit 5 minutes, our phones buzzed with a warning: "Failure to vote unanimously will result in elimination for all players." Panic set in. People started shouting, accusing, begging. In the chaos, I found myself staring at player 3. He hadn't moved, hadn't raised his voice. "I vote player 3, I said, my voice cutting through the noise. One by one, the others followed, reluctantly casting their votes. When the results were announced, player 3 stood. He looked around the room, his expression unreadable. "You'll regret this," he said simply, before walking to the door. The man in the gray suit appeared again, escorting him out without a word. The door clicked shut, and our phones buzzed with a new message: "Round 2 complete. Player 3 has been removed. Prepare for round 3. As the message faded, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed. The room felt emptier, colder. And the longer we sat in silence, the more I began to wonder if Player 3 had been right all along. After Player 3's removal, the room felt quieter than ever, but the tension was thicker. There was no sense of relief, no feeling that we'd made any progress. If anything, the group seemed more fractured, more uncertain. The next message arrived almost immediately. Round 3 begins now. Observe and eliminate the leader. You have 60 minutes. New instructions have been provided in your envelopes. Another set of cryptic clues. I reached for my envelope cautiously this time, half expecting it to contain something even stranger. Inside was a single word: patience. The simplicity of it unnerved me. What was I supposed to do with that? Around the circle, others were murmuring about their messages. Logan read his aloud. The loudest voice is often the weakest. Player 4's note was more ominous. Beware those who know too little. For the first time, Player 6 spoke up. His note simply said, "Trust no one." The messages didn't seem to fit together. If they were clues, they were the kind that only made things more confusing. Logan leaned back in his chair, visibly frustrated. "All right, let's try something different. Let's stop looking at these notes and start looking at each other. If the leader's job is to confuse us, they're doing a great job. We need to focus on what's real." "And what's real, exactly?" Player 4 asked. "The fact that we've already voted out 2 people who might have been innocent? Or the fact that we still have no idea what's actually happening to them?" It was a good point. None of us had any idea what removed meant. We didn't even know if Player 9 or Player 3 were still alive, or if this was all some elaborate mind game. For the first time, I noticed Player 5 fidgeting with his phone. He wasn't looking at the rest of us, his eyes darting back and forth like he was trying to process something. "What's wrong with you?" Logan asked, his voice sharp. Player 5 flinched, clearly startled. "Nothing. I'm just... I don't know. I feel like this isn't going to end well." "No kidding," Player 4 muttered. Logan wasn't satisfied with his answer. "Let me see your note," he demanded. "What? Why?" Player 5 stammered. "Because you're acting weird. You're hiding something." "I'm not." Player 5 protested, clutching his envelope tightly. "Then prove it," Logan pressed. Player 5 hesitated, his grip tightening on the envelope. Finally, he handed it over, his hand shaking slightly. Logan unfolded the note and frowned. "The leader watches but never acts," he read it aloud, then looked back at Player 5. "What does that mean?" "How should I know?" Player 5 shot back. "I didn't write it." Before Logan could push him further, Player 4 intervened. "Enough. We're wasting time. If we keep turning on each other, the leader wins." Her words were logical, but the group's paranoia was already spiraling out of control. I could feel it in the way people were avoiding eye contact, the way every movement was being scrutinized. And then there was Player 6. He hadn't said much, but his eyes were darting between us like he was trying to solve a puzzle. "What about you?" I asked, directing the question at him. "You've been awfully quiet." Player 6 looked startled, but quickly recovered. "I'm just trying to figure this out, like everyone else. The more we talk, the less sense it makes." "That's convenient," Logan muttered. Before the argument could escalate, our phones buzzed with another message. Hint, the leader controls more than you think. The words sent a chill through the room. Not fear, exactly, but the kind of realization that you've missed something important. What if the leader can see what we're doing? Player 5 suggested hesitantly. Like, what if they're watching us right now? No one's watching us, Player 4 said firmly. This room is sealed. It's just us. But how do you know that? Player 5 pressed. What if the leader has some kind of advantage we don't know about? The idea planted a new seed of paranoia. Suddenly, every glance, every movement, felt loaded with suspicion. "All right, let's focus," Logan said, trying to regain control. "We've got 20 minutes left. Let's figure this out." But no one was listening anymore. The group was splintering, each person retreating into their own theories and suspicions. As the timer ticked down, the pressure became unbearable. I found myself staring at the others, trying to read their faces. Was the leader here, right in front of us? Or were we all just pawns in a game we didn't understand? When the final minutes arrived, Logan stood. "We need to vote. If we don't, we all lose. So let's just pick someone and get it over with." His words hung in the air like a challenge. No one wanted to be the first to speak, but no one wanted to stay silent either. Finally, Player 4 broke the tension. "Let's take a vote," she said. "No more discussions, no more accusations. Just vote for who you think the leader is." One by one, we cast our votes. I chose Player 2. Her quiet demeanor still felt suspicious to me. When the results appeared on our phones, my heart sank. It was another tie, Player 4 and Player 7. The door opened, and the man in the gray suit entered, his expression as unreadable as ever. "I tie," he said, his voice calm. "Fascinating." He stepped forward, addressing us directly for the first time. "You have one final chance to identify the leader. Choose wisely." The pressure was unbearable. My mind raced as I looked between Player 4 and Player 7. Both had been suspicious in their own ways, but I couldn't shake the feeling that one of them was playing us. Finally, I made my choice. When the results appeared, Player 4 was the group's final decision. She stood, her expression calm, almost amused. "You made a mistake," she said simply. The man in the gray suit gestured for her to follow him. As she left the room, she glanced back at us, a small smile playing on her lips. The door closed behind her, and our phones buzzed one last time. The game is over. The leader has won. The words sent a chill through me. We'd failed. The door unlocked, and the man in the gray suit returned. "Congratulations," he said, his voice cold. "You've survived. You're free to go." No explanation, no closure. Just an empty reassurance that we were free. As I walked out of the building, the night air felt strange, almost unreal. The others were silent, each lost in their own thoughts. Driving home, I replayed everything in my mind, trying to make sense of it. Who had been the leader? Had we been wrong all along? Or was the game itself the real test? I didn't have answers, and maybe I never would. All I knew was that I'd been part of something I couldn't explain, something I'd never forget. You know how it is with the dark web. You hear about it in forums, podcasts, and it's all this mix of creepy intrigue and should I really be doing this? Curiosity. So, after weeks of listening to this one podcast that kept mentioning it, I finally decided to take the plunge. My goal wasn't to find anything illegal, okay? I was just curious. I wanted to see what all the fuss was about, maybe find some old books you can't get anywhere else. But as luck would have it, I stumbled on something way more interesting than I bargained for. I did the whole anonymity thing, VPN, Tor browser, the works. I drifted through a bunch of sites, mostly outdated designs and broken links, you know, the usual. Then I found this digital marketplace. It looked pretty normal at first, selling stuff like rare music albums and out-of-print books. But then this one listing caught my eye, list security cam access, research facility echo. The price was dirt cheap, and my curiosity went through the roof. Live access to a research lab? What could be so special about that? With a mix of excitement and maybe I shouldn't be doing this, I paid with some cryptocurrency and got a link and a password. The login page was super basic, almost boring. I entered the info, and boom, I was looking at a live feed from a bunch of different cameras. Most of them showed typical lab stuff, long hallways, empty desks, computers glowing in dimly lit rooms. But one feed, labeled containment room, was different. It was this completely white room, stark and bright, with what looked like reinforced glass on one wall. And inside, there was this figure moving around. It was seriously creepy. It was humanoid, but its limbs were way too long for its body, and its movements were all jerky and unnatural. It wasn't walking or running, it was like teleporting. There were no chains or anything, but it never tried to touch the glass or communicate. But its eyes, man, that was the freakiest part. They were intelligent, like deeply aware. It wasn't just seeing, it was perceiving. I felt like it was looking right at me through the camera. My heart was pounding, not from fear, but from the sheer weirdness of it all. I started taking notes, writing down everything I saw. I watched how it interacted with the room, which was basically empty except for these vents or speakers in the ceiling. Every now and then, a voice would come from the speakers, all commanding like, but in a language I didn't recognize. The creature would respond, not with words, but with these crazy color changes and patterns that rippled across its skin. It was definitely communicating, but in a way I'd never seen before. I kept the feed running in the background while I searched the rest of the dark web for any info on this research facility Echo. Nothing. It was like this place didn't exist. Except for this camera feed, which I was starting to think wasn't meant for public eyes. Was this some secret experiment? A new bioweapon? Or something even crazier? The possibilities were blowing my mind. But I knew one thing. I had to keep watching. Whatever secrets Facility Echo held, they seemed ready to change everything we thought we knew about life itself. And so, my watch began. The more I watched the live feeds from Facility Echo, the more obsessed I became. Days turned into weeks, and each time I logged in, I hoped to learn more about why this creature was being held there, what kind of research they were doing. But no dice. However, one thing became clear. This creature wasn't just some lab rat. It was actively involved in whatever was happening in that stark white room. One day, I logged in, and the creature seemed more agitated than usual. It was moving fast, almost frantically, like it was searching for something. Then, out of nowhere, it stopped and looked directly at the camera. Its gaze was intense, like it could see right through the screen and into my soul. For a moment, I felt like it knew I was there, watching it from the shadows. It was unsettling, but also incredibly exciting. The intelligence in its eyes was undeniable, and for the first time, I wondered if it was aware of being watched, not just by me, but maybe by others too. I switched between the camera feeds and noticed that several were now showing different angles of the same room, as if whoever was in control wanted to make sure every inch of the space was monitored. There was still no audio, which made the silence even creepier, broken only by those weird commands from the speakers. Then something new happened. A panel in the wall slid open, and this robotic arm reached out towards the creature, holding what looked like a tray of food. The creature approached cautiously, like it was curious but also hesitant. It took the food, if you could call it that, and ate it quickly. Seeing it eat was the most normal thing I'd witnessed so far. It made me realize that even in this bizarre situation, this creature still had basic needs. It wasn't just some scientific curiosity, it was a living being with its own responses and needs. My observations became a routine. I'd log in at the same time each day, watching the creature go about its limited existence. I started to notice patterns in its behavior, how it reacted to certain sounds from the speakers. Sometimes it would freeze mid-movement, other times the texture of its skin would change. My own research was hitting dead ends. Facility Echo was like a ghost online, no records, no mentions anywhere. This secrecy just made me want to understand even more. I started keeping a journal, writing down everything I saw, every theory I had about the creature and the people who were holding it. But one question kept nagging at me: what kind of ethical lines had been crossed to create this being? Was it some natural evolution from another planet, or was it man-made, designed to push the boundaries of science? The creature, with its intelligent eyes and unsettling presence, became a symbol of this question. It was clear that Facility Echo was no ordinary research lab, and this creature was more than just a specimen. It was a mystery that needed to be solved. Each time I logged in, it felt like I was peeking into a world that defied everything we thought we knew about science and ethics. a world that maybe we weren't ready for. As my investigation continued, I felt more and more connected to the creature. We were both trapped in our own ways, searching for answers in confined spaces. But I couldn't shake the feeling that there was so much more to discover, not just about the creature, but about the nature of reality itself. My journey into the depths of Facility Echo was just beginning, and I was determined to uncover the truth, no matter the cost. In the following weeks, my routine became almost scientific. Every day, I'd log in, observe the creature, and feel this mix of wonder and unease. But with every minute I spent watching, I felt more and more responsible. Here was this being, capable of extraordinary things, seemingly trapped and alone. And I was maybe the only outsider who even knew it existed. Then, one afternoon, I had a breakthrough. The creature started interacting with its environment in a new way. It went to the wall opposite the glass and pressed what looked like invisible buttons, these deliberate, calculated gestures. The wall responded with soft clicks, and with each press, the lights in the room dimmed. This was something new. I leaned closer to the screen, captivated. As the lights dimmed to a soft glow, the creature's skin started to emit this slow, pulsating light, almost like it was breathing. Was this communication? A biological response? Or something else entirely? I scribbled down every detail, the timing, the sequence, everything. This was a whole new layer to the mystery. Was this creature more intelligent than I'd even imagined? Did it understand its situation? My focus shifted. I started thinking about the ethics of it all. Who were these people running Facility Echo? What was their goal? And did they have the right to keep this creature locked up like this? My research took a new direction. I was still fascinated, but now I felt like I needed to do something. I started contacting experts, linguists, cryptographers, sharing anonymized bits of the patterns the creature was making, hoping someone could crack the code. And then, out of the blue, I got a message from this expert in ancient languages. They said the symbols looked a lot like a proto-writing system that had been extinct for centuries. Whoa! Not only was this creature intelligent, but it was using a form of communication older than human history. This discovery made my nightly observations even more important. And it was during one of these sessions that I noticed a change in the lab itself. New people showed up, moving with this sense of urgency. They looked ordinary, but something about their behavior felt different. The creature reacted to this change too. It got agitated, moving erratically, the glowing patterns on its skin flickering like crazy. It definitely sensed something was up. Maybe it knew these new people were a threat. Then, one of the new personnel, this guy in a plain coverall, stopped right in front of the containment room's glass. He looked directly at the camera, as if he knew I was watching. And then he held up a sign with a message on it. We know. Chills, man. My little spying operation wasn't a secret anymore. I was officially part of the story, whether I liked it or not. This changed everything. I knew I had to be more careful, but I couldn't let fear stop me. The creature was trying to communicate, and the lab was clearly up to something. I had to keep going, not just for myself, but for the creature. I started taking more precautions, changing my setup, being more careful about how I communicated with people. But I was more determined than ever to find out the truth. Whoever we were, they knew I was watching, which meant something big was happening. The creature's attempts to communicate, the lab's sudden urgency, it all pointed to something about to go down. I couldn't stop now, not when I might be able to help, to speak up for this creature, to tell its story. As I prepared for the next phase of my investigation, I knew the risks were higher. But I also felt this moral obligation to keep going. We know meant it was my responsibility to find out what they knew, not just for me, but for the creature who, without ever saying a word, had asked for help. The We Know message was a game changer. It made my mission crystal clear. I had to be careful, yes, but I couldn't let fear paralyze me. The creature's attempts to communicate, the lab's weird vibe, it all pushed me to do something, to be more than just an observer. In the days after that message, the whole atmosphere in the facility changed. The personnel were more guarded, and they seemed to be interacting with the creature more deliberately. Even with the increased risk, I kept watching, but now with this sense of urgency. The creature had changed too. It seemed to sense the tension, and its light displays and symbol formations became more frequent, more desperate. It was like it was trying to tell us something important. I was determined to figure out what it was saying. I'd been working with that linguist who'd recognized the ancient language, and together, we started piecing together fragments of the creature's messages. It was talking about loneliness, confusion, and a longing to return somewhere. It didn't say where. But the messages showed that this was a sentient being, far from home, trying to connect, trying to understand. With a mix of determination and dread, I planned my next move. I couldn't keep this information to myself. It was too big, too important. It pointed to ethical violations and scientific practices that needed to be exposed. But how could I do that without putting myself or the creature in danger? The answer came out of nowhere. I got this encrypted email from someone claiming to be part of an international watchdog group that focused on ethical science. They'd seen some of my anonymous posts online and put two and two together. It was a risk, but after doing some serious vetting, I decided to trust them. They offered me a platform and protection to tell the story of Facility Echo. We worked together to put together this expose, laying out all the evidence without revealing where it came from. We shared the creature's messages, showing how intelligent it was and how wrong it was to keep it locked up like that. The story blew up. Major news outlets picked it up, and suddenly everyone was talking about Facility Echo, about ethics and science, about the rights of this creature. The public outcry was huge, and the international authorities had to do something. They launched a full-blown investigation into Facility Echo and the organization behind it. Through it all, I stayed anonymous, a silent guardian of the story I'd helped to tell. Months passed, and things started to change. Facility Echo was shut down, and the details of what they'd been doing slowly came out. The creature, and others like it, were recognized as sentient beings with rights. They weren't just lab rats anymore. I never found out where the creature came from or if it ever made it home. But seeing Facility Echo shut down and knowing that the creature was finally being treated with respect felt like a huge win. I kept doing my advocacy work, but in secret. The whole experience changed me. I'd felt this connection through a computer screen to a being that was completely different from me, and it taught me so much about responsibility and compassion. Looking back, I'm still committed to exposing the dark corners of human ambition and curiosity. The truth, no matter how hidden, needs to be brought to light, not just for the sake of knowledge, but for the sake of those who can't speak for themselves. The story of Facility Echo is a reminder that science needs boundaries, and that even the most alien beings deserve our respect and protection. You know how it is. You're bored, and you start messing around online. You type your name into Google, see what comes up. Maybe some old social media profiles, a mention in your school newspaper, that kind of thing. But when you swap Google for the dark web, things get a little creepier. That's what happened to me, and let me tell you, it's not something I recommend. It was a quiet Sunday afternoon. I was at my computer, just browsing the web, when I came across this forum where people were talking about the dark web. They made it sound like this mythical place, full of secrets and information you couldn't find anywhere else. One person mentioned how you could find out anything about anyone as long as you knew where to look. That got my attention. Why not? I thought. It's just a search, right? What's the worst that could happen? Famous last words, right? Getting onto the dark web wasn't that hard. There are tons of guides online. So, after taking some precautions, I ventured into this hidden part of the internet. It was messy and chaotic, but there was a kind of structure to it. I found this search service that promised to dig up all sorts of information. It cost a few bucks, paid anonymously, of course. The search bar was blinking at me, and in a moment of pure stupidity, I typed in my full name and hit enter. The results weren't instant, which somehow made it even more nerve-wracking. I made a cup of tea while I waited, trying to ignore the growing feeling of unease in my gut. When I came back, the screen was filled with documents, each with a brief description. It was weird seeing my name next to dates and keywords that seemed totally random but also really personal. There was the hospital where I was born, my high school mascot, even mentions of a childhood friend I hadn't seen in years. One document, in particular, caught my eye. It was a detailed log of this blog I had as a teenager, something I thought was lost forever. But there it was, every embarrassing post, every cringy photo, preserved in the depths of the dark web. It was seriously unsettling to see those forgotten words, knowing someone or something had been keeping them all this time. As I dug deeper, the information got even weirder. Emails I'd sent years ago, books I'd borrowed from the library, even notes from a biology class, it was all there. It was like someone had created a digital ghost of my past. But the creepiest part wasn't the information itself. It was the fact that someone had gone to the trouble of collecting it all. Why? There were no threats, no signs of anything malicious, but the sheer existence of this database was a reminder that we leave digital footprints everywhere we go. It made me rethink my whole idea of privacy. We think we're anonymous online, but someone, somewhere, could be watching. So, here's my advice. Never search for yourself on the dark web. You might not find someone stalking you or trying to hurt you, but the things you find might mess with your head. What's buried is often best left buried, not for safety, but for your own peace of mind. When I finally logged off, I felt this weight settle on me. My ordinary day had turned into a lesson about the dark side of curiosity. No drama, no danger, just a quiet realization that some things are better left unknown. After my first trip down the dark web rabbit hole, I tried to put it all behind me. But you know how it is. Once you've seen something, you can't unsee it. My mind kept going back to those files, especially the ones that didn't make sense. Why was this random stuff about me being saved? Who would even care? A few days went by, and I tried to get back to my normal routine, work, hanging out with friends, that kind of thing. But I couldn't shake this feeling that there was more to my digital shadow than just old posts and emails. So, late one night, I found myself back at my computer. The house was quiet, and I was determined to figure out just how deep this rabbit hole went. This time, I wasn't just messing around. I was on a mission. I went back to the dark web, but I felt more focused, more prepared. I found a different search service, one that looked more sophisticated. As the search was running, I braced myself. What would I find this time? The results loaded, and a new set of documents popped up. This time, it was stuff from more recently, my online shopping habits, travel itineraries, even records of phone calls I'd made online. Each piece of information seemed harmless on its own, but together, they painted a pretty detailed picture of my life. It was kind of freaky. But then I saw something that really threw me. It was a detailed log of a hiking trip I'd planned but never actually went on. I'd canceled it last minute because of a family emergency, something I'd only told a close friend about. But here it was, documented as if it had actually happened. That's when it hit me. This wasn't just about someone snooping on my past. They could manipulate information, even create fake events. It was like someone was building a digital version of me that wasn't even real. I spent hours looking for a pattern, a reason, but it all seemed random. There were no threats, no demands, just this collection of my life, curated by some unknown person or entity. When I finally logged off, I felt exposed, vulnerable. The internet, I realized, was like this vast ocean where our digital echoes travel further than we can imagine. The dark web was just one of its deepest trenches, where the light of normal searches couldn't reach. I learned to live with the knowledge that these hidden depths existed. I knew that digging any deeper might uncover more than I could handle. In the digital age, curiosity doesn't just kill the cat, it can rewrite its whole story. The lesson was clear: some knowledge is a burden. And on the dark web, even the most innocent search can come back to haunt you in ways you never expected. The days after my last dark web search were a weird mix of normal and not so normal. I went to work, hung out with friends, even went to a community event. But the whole time, I felt like I was being watched, like someone was looking over my shoulder. It wasn't until a week later, while I was cleaning out my inbox, that I found this email from some address I didn't recognize. The subject line just said data inquiry. Normally, I would have deleted it as spam, but after my dark web adventures, I was a little more cautious. The email was super polite, asking me to confirm some information for a data verification process. They listed some online accounts I had, some I recognized, some I didn't. They even had some of my passwords, partially hidden, of course. The sender claimed to be from this nonprofit that protects people from identity theft. Now, normally, that might sound helpful, right? But after what I'd been through, alarm bells were going off in my head. I decided to do some digging. I looked up this nonprofit, and it barely had any online presence. That seemed fishy, especially for an organization that's supposed to be all about online security. Instead of replying to the email, I contacted the websites they mentioned through their official channels. And guess what? None of them had ever heard of this nonprofit. They all told me to change my passwords immediately. Okay, so I dodged a bullet. But it still freaked me out. How did they get my information? Was this another consequence of my dark web searches? I went into full-on security lockdown mode. I updated all my passwords, changed my privacy settings, and even signed up for that cybersecurity course I've been thinking about. If the internet was a battlefield, I was ready for war. But the more I learned about cybersecurity, the more I realized how much I didn't know. Every step I took to protect myself felt like a tiny band-aid on a huge wound. The internet was constantly changing, and so were the threats. This realization made me hyper-aware of everything I did online. I started paying attention to what I shared, the apps I used, the permissions I granted. Privacy wasn't just about avoiding harm, it was about freedom, the freedom to live without being tracked and monitored. And you know what? Taking control of my digital life actually made me feel better. It was a reminder that even though we can't control everything that happens online, we can learn to navigate it more safely. So, I kept learning, kept adapting, and kept one eye on the horizon, ready for whatever the internet might throw at me next. The weeks turned into months, and my little blog grew from a personal project into a kind of online support group for people who cared about digital safety. It wasn't just about sharing tips anymore. It was about sharing experiences and helping each other navigate this crazy online world. As I was busy writing blog posts and answering comments, I realized how much my own view of the internet had changed. It wasn't this scary, unknown place anymore. It was still complicated, but with the right knowledge and tools, I felt like I could handle it. One day, I was invited to speak at a community center about online safety. There were people of all ages in the audience, from teenagers to senior citizens. I shared my story, talked about the lessons I'd learned, and emphasized how important it is to be aware and educated about online risks. People asked great questions, everything from specific security measures to how to protect their kids online. It really hit home how much people needed this kind of information. After the talk, this woman came up to me and thanked me. She said she'd always thought privacy settings were too complicated, but hearing my story made her realize it was worth the effort. It was a powerful reminder of why I started the blog in the first place. Inspired by the community's response, I decided to do even more. I worked with local schools to create a program about digital literacy, teaching kids how the internet works, why privacy matters, and how to be responsible online. I wanted to give them the knowledge to make smart choices and stay safe. As I was developing these programs, I realized that my own journey was a big part of the message. Every blog post, every workshop, every conversation, it was all about raising awareness and empowering people. The internet can be a scary place, but it's also a reflection of us, of how we choose to interact with it. By choosing education over ignorance, safety over convenience, and community over isolation, we can make it a better place for everyone. Finding my place in the digital world. Looking back on my journey, from that first careless search on the dark web to becoming an advocate for digital safety, I'm amazed by how much has changed. It's been a complete transformation, from fear to understanding, from worrying about myself to helping others. The internet is often portrayed as this wild and dangerous place, but it's also a place of connection and community. By sharing our experiences and supporting each other, we can create a safer and more inclusive online world. As I continue to write, speak, and teach about these issues, I'm reminded of the power of curiosity. It can lead us into the unknown, but it can also guide us through it, helping us understand and navigate the complexities of the digital age. In the vast web of the internet, we all play a part. By sharing knowledge and promoting safety, we can create a stronger, more resilient online community. And that's what my journey has been all about, turning fear into empowerment and using my experience to help others find their place in the digital world. I never bought into any of that dark web mumbo-jumbo, ghosts, rituals, those creepy stories people post online late at night for attention. I've always been a skeptic, the type to roll my eyes at the paranormal. But when it comes to grief, logic bends in ways you'd never expect. My little brother, Alex, passed away 8 years ago. He was only 15. It was a freak accident. He slipped on a wet dock during a family fishing trip, fell into the water, and even though I was right there, I couldn't save him. It all happened too fast. Since then, Christmas hasn't felt right. Our family still hangs up his stocking. It's empty, of course, but it's there, just in case, I guess. This year, December hit me harder than it had in a long time. I don't know why. Maybe because I was finally old enough to realize how much time I'd spent without him. Maybe because the older I got, the foggier my memories of him became. He deserved to be remembered, and it terrified me that I might forget. It was late one night, a week before Christmas, when I came across the ad. I wasn't on the dark web looking for anything creepy. I wasn't even looking for anything specific. I'd fallen into a rabbit hole, watching videos about old Christmas traditions, which led to forgotten urban legends, and finally, a video titled "They Came Home for Christmas, Dark Web Rituals." I clicked on it, not because I believed it, but because I was bored and avoiding sleep. The video was what you'd expect, some guy talking with a distorted voice and flickering video edits. But something he said stood out to me. "There's a ritual floating around the dark web," he said. "It's not for fame or fortune. It's for the lonely, for those grieving. It promises to bring your loved ones back for Christmas Eve. Just for one night. They say it works, but there's a price. You have to want it badly enough to find it." I would have clicked off, but then the video described something weird. He talked about the stocking. "They say you have to hang the loved one's stocking, just as you always do. But you don't leave it empty. You leave it open, as an invitation. Alex's stocking." That detail stopped me cold. The guy continued with more rules, most of them sounding ridiculous. You had to perform the ritual at midnight on December 23rd. You had to recite some lines over the stocking. You had to leave your front door unlocked on Christmas Eve. It was all so over the top and stupid that I would have shut it off, except for a moment, I felt like the guy was speaking directly to me. I hadn't talked about Alex's stocking to anyone. I didn't even think about it much myself. But I knew, as soon as the words left his mouth, that I was going to do it. I don't know why. Grief makes people do strange things. The instructions were surprisingly easy to find. After a few hours digging through forums and pages buried deep online, I found what I was looking for. I won't share the website, not because I'm scared you'll try it, but because I don't want to give it more attention. It didn't look like anything special, just a plain white page with black text. No photos, no colors, just a title, "Bring Them Home for Christmas." The rules were the same as the video described, but they were more specific. 1. Hang the loved one's stocking, wide open. 2. At midnight on December 23rd, say these words 3 times. "Christmas is a time for home, a time for love, a time for those we've lost." On Christmas Eve, leave your front door unlocked. At exactly 8 p.m., they will arrive. At the bottom of the page, there was one final warning: they will not look the same. Do not ask them to leave. Do not send them back. That line gave me pause. I didn't like the sound of it. But the more I read it, the more I rationalized it. If this was some elaborate prank, the warning was just there for effect. If it was fake, then I hang up Alex's stocking and look silly for 5 minutes, nothing more. But if there was even the slightest chance it worked, I told myself I was doing it for closure, to say goodbye, to feel like I tried something. I didn't expect it to work, because that would be insane. But I still spent the next few days preparing. I cleaned the house as if Alex would notice. I found his stocking in a box of Christmas decorations. It was cream, with his name stitched into the fabric in white thread. It was harder than I expected to look at it. I sat there for a long time, holding it in my hands, staring at his name. "Alex," I said it out loud to myself, because I hadn't in a long time. The sound of it made the room feel heavy, like something was listening. I hung the stocking on the fireplace and opened it, just as the rules said. December 23rd came faster than I wanted. I stayed up alone in the living room, the only light coming from the Christmas tree. The house was silent. I didn't even turn on the TV. I kept looking at the clock on my phone. 11:57, 11:58, 11:59. I don't know what I expected to feel when it hit midnight, but when it finally did, I didn't feel anything, just a weird emptiness in my chest. I stared at Alex's stocking, took a deep breath, and said the words, "Christmas is a time for home, a time for love, a time for those we've lost." I waited. Nothing happened. I said it again. Christmas is a time for home, a time for love, a time for those we've lost. Still nothing. The stocking swayed gently, probably from me breathing too close to it. I said it one final time. Christmas is a time for home, a time for love, a time for those we've lost. I stayed up for another hour, watching the stocking like an idiot. It never moved. The house didn't shake. Nothing glowed or whispered or did whatever I was half expecting. Around 1 a.m., I finally sighed, shut off the tree lights, and went to bed. The next day was Christmas Eve, and I didn't think about it much. I felt dumb for even trying the ritual. But at least I tried something. That's what I told myself. I spent the day baking cookies with my mom, Sarah, and watching old Christmas movies. For the first time in a while, it felt kind of normal, almost happy. I'd forgotten all about the ritual by the time evening rolled around. That is, until my phone buzzed. It was 7:59 p.m. I don't know why I noticed the time, probably because my brain connected it back to the website's instructions. I sat up on the couch and stared at the clock on the wall. 8 p.m. The doorbell rang. The doorbell's chime froze me in place. I didn't move right away. I just sat there, staring at the door, as if I'd misheard it. My mom, who was sitting across the room scrolling on her phone, looked up. "Did you order something?" she asked. I shook my head. No. We weren't expecting anyone. It was Christmas Eve. No one knocks on your door at 8 p.m. on Christmas Eve unless it's a neighbor dropping off cookies or carolers making the rounds. But we don't have carolers here. I don't even know our neighbors well enough for cookies. The doorbell rang again, this time followed by a knock. 3 knocks, steady and slow. Knock. 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 My mom stood up and gave me a look. "Well, are you going to check?" I don't know why, but I didn't want to. Something about it didn't sit right with me. I mean, we live in a quiet neighborhood. Nothing ever happens here. But the way the knock sounded, calm and deliberate, made my stomach twist. But I stood up anyway. Slowly, I made my way to the door, every creak in the hardwood sounding louder than usual. My hand hovered over the doorknob for a moment before I finally turned it and pulled the door open. Standing on our porch was a boy. At first, I couldn't speak. I couldn't even think. He looked so much like Alex that my brain couldn't process it. Same dark brown hair that stuck up in the back, same wide eyes that always made him look like he was on the verge of laughing. Even the clothes, a navy hoodie and jeans, looked like something Alex would have worn. But there was something off, something subtle I couldn't put my finger on. The boy just stood there, hands at his sides, staring at me. His lips twitched into a smile, but it was small and unnatural, forced almost. He didn't say anything. He didn't move. "Alex?" I whispered. His smile widened just a little. "You let me in," he said quietly. His voice sounded right, like Alex's voice had all those years ago. But the way he spoke, the tone, was wrong. Empty. I felt my mom step up behind me. "Who is it?" She stopped mid-sentence. Her hand gripped my arm. Oh my God. Neither of us said anything for a few moments. The boy stood there, unmoving. Finally, my mom found her voice. "Who are you?" He tilted his head slightly. "You let me in," he said. It was like a statement, not a question. His voice didn't waver. I don't know what came over me, but I stepped back and opened the door just enough for him to enter. He didn't wait for permission. He stepped inside, one slow footstep at a time, and looked around the house like he was trying to remember it. "Alex," my mom whispered behind me. He didn't answer. He just turned to face us, his hands still hanging at his sides. He smiled again. "I'm home," he said. The next hour felt strange. I don't know how else to explain it. The boy, who looked like Alex, sat on the couch with us while Christmas music played softly in the background. My mom was trying to hold it together, but she kept staring at him, like she couldn't believe what she was seeing. I was too. He looked like Alex, but he didn't act like him. He didn't fidget. He didn't joke. He didn't talk unless we said something to him first, and even when he did answer, his responses were short, simple. "Are you hungry?" my mom asked at one point. He turned his head slowly to look at her. "No." "What? What do you remember?" I asked him. The boy's smile twitched again. "You let me in," he said. He said that a lot. Too much. Every time he spoke, those words were right there, like they were glued to his tongue. "You let me in." My mom tried to brush his hair back, an old habit of hers. He flinched, not just a small flinch either. His whole body jerked like her hand was fire. "Don't," he said. My mom froze, her hand hovering in the air. "Sorry, I didn't mean to." He stared at her with that same, small, empty smile. "I'm home." The evening dragged on in a way that made the house feel heavier. The lights on the trees seemed too bright, the music sounded too quiet. Every so often, I'd look at the boy sitting across from me, and I'd get this nagging feeling that we shouldn't have let him in. Around 10 p.m., my mom whispered to me in the kitchen, "We need to figure out what's going on." I nodded. "It's not him, you know that, right?" Her eyes darted toward the living room. "But he looks like him, and his voice." I didn't know what to say. I didn't have answers. All I knew was that the boy sitting in our living room wasn't Alex. He was something else. From the other room, his voice carried through the silence. You let me in. You can't send me back. We both stopped talking. My mom's face went pale. What did he just say? I turned to look, but he wasn't on the couch anymore. He was standing in the doorway of the kitchen, staring at us with that same unnatural smile. I'm home. When he said I'm home, my mom and I just stared at him. I couldn't move, couldn't even look away. It wasn't what he said, it was the way he stood there, perfectly still, hands at his sides, like he was waiting for something. Finally, my mom forced a smile, though I could see how uneasy she was. Why don't you sit back down? The boy tilted his head slightly, eyes fixed on us. Okay. He turned around and walked back to the couch. I don't know why, but the sound of his footsteps echoed in my ears, like they were heavier than they should have been. He sat down exactly where he'd been before, hands on his knees, staring ahead at nothing. Let's talk, my mom whispered to me, pulling me further into the hallway where he couldn't hear us. What do we do? I shook my head. I don't know. He's not. I lowered my voice even more. He's not Alex. She bit her lip, tears welling up in her eyes. But he looks like him. That doesn't mean anything. Look at him, Mom. He doesn't act like Alex. He barely talks, he barely moves. You let me in. The voice came from the living room, loud and clear. I turned the corner, and the boy was sitting there again, looking straight ahead. He hadn't moved, but somehow, I knew he'd heard every word we said. The hours dragged. My mom and I stayed in the kitchen, whispering back and forth while keeping an eye on him. He didn't follow us. He just sat there on the couch, staring at the fireplace like he was waiting for something. At one point, I went upstairs to get a blanket for my mom. She looked like she was about to break down, and I figured wrapping her up in something warm might help, even a little. As I climbed the stairs, I glanced over my shoulder at the living room. The boy didn't move, but I swear his head turned, just slightly, to watch me leave. When I came back down, my mom wasn't in the kitchen anymore. The blanket slipped from my hands. Mom? I heard her voice coming from the living room. Honey, he's asking for you. I stepped closer. My mom was sitting on the edge of the couch now, right next to the boy. She looked pale, like she was exhausted, but she was staring at him with a look I couldn't place, half disbelief, half sadness. The boy's head turned toward me, slowly. You let me in, he said softly. My mom looked up at me, her voice shaky. I think it's him. I felt my stomach drop. Mom, no, it's not. Look at him, she said. He remembers things, little things about Christmas. He just told me about the ornament Alex made in kindergarten. You remember that, don't you? I did. It was a little clay star Alex had painted gold. It hung on our tree every year. The boy smiled at me, his lips twitching unnaturally. It's my favorite ornament, he said. I wanted to believe him. I wanted to believe it so badly that it hurt. But there was something about the way he said it, something hollow. The words were right, but the feeling behind them wasn't. "Mom," I said gently. "It's not him." My mom's face fell. Her shoulders slumped, and she looked back at the boy, tears starting to roll down her cheeks. "But it looks like him." I didn't know how to answer that. The boy turned back to the fireplace, his hands still resting perfectly on his knees. For a long time, none of us said anything. I watched the lights on the tree flicker, the glow reflecting off his face. "You let me in," he whispered again. And for the first time, his smile faded. We decided to go to bed not long after that. I think my mom couldn't handle being in the same room with him anymore. I didn't blame her. I felt like the longer we stayed there, the heavier the air got, like something was pressing down on us. Before we went upstairs, I hesitated at the base of the stairs. Are you going to sleep?" I asked the boy. He didn't turn his head, just his eyes. "I don't sleep." That was all he said. I didn't sleep much that night either. I stayed in my room, door closed, listening to the silence in the house. My mom's room was right across the hall, and I could hear her tossing and turning. She was probably crying, but I didn't check on her. I didn't know how to comfort her when I couldn't make sense of what was happening myself. At some point, I must have dozed off, because the next thing I remember was waking up to the sound of footsteps, slow, deliberate, moving down the hallway. I sat up in bed, straining to listen. My room was pitch black, the only light coming from a small crack under the door. The footsteps stopped outside my room. I held my breath. The doorknob turned. It didn't open. The footsteps moved away. The next morning, I found the boy sitting in the exact same spot on the couch, staring at the now dark Christmas tree. He hadn't moved all night. His hands were still on his knees, his posture perfectly straight. I don't know what he was. I don't know where he came from. But he wasn't my brother, and I knew we had to figure out how to get him out of the house. The boy was still there the next morning, sitting exactly where we'd left him. He didn't look tired. He didn't look like anything. He just sat there, motionless, staring at the empty fireplace like it had something to show him. I stepped into the living room carefully. "Good morning," I said, testing his reaction. He turned his head toward me, that same unsettling smile creeping onto his face. "You let me in." I didn't know why I bothered talking to him at all. It felt like he understood just enough to mimic the words you wanted to hear, but nothing else. Like someone trying to play a role they didn't understand. My mom came downstairs a few minutes later. She looked awful. Her eyes were puffy, and it was clear she hadn't slept. She paused at the bottom of the stairs when she saw him sitting there. "Morning," she said softly. "Morning," he replied. It was the first time he'd used a normal greeting. My mom blinked at him, almost hopeful for a second, but I noticed something. He didn't smile this time. His face stayed blank. We tried to go about Christmas Day as normally as we could. It was almost laughable how much we were pretending. My mom made pancakes, Alex's favorite, and set a plate in front of the boy. He didn't eat them. He just stared at the food like he didn't know what to do with it. "You don't like them?" my mom asked. The boy looked at her, his expression blank. "I don't eat." We sat in silence after that, the uneaten pancakes getting cold in front of him. My mom tried turning on Christmas music, and for a moment, it almost felt like things were okay again. I could see her looking at him out of the corner of her eye, holding on to some desperate hope that this really was Alex, that maybe this was just how he came back. I wanted to tell her to stop, to remind her that it wasn't him, but I couldn't bring myself to say it. Around noon, my mom went upstairs to shower, leaving me alone with the boy. I sat in the armchair across from him, pretending to look at my phone while keeping an eye on him. He hadn't moved since breakfast. "You're not him," I said finally. The boy turned his head toward me. His smile was gone. "I'm home," he said flatly. "No, you're not." I leaned forward. "Who are you? What are you?" He didn't answer right away. For a moment, I thought he wouldn't answer at all. But then he said quietly, "You let me in. You can't send me back there." It was again that same phrase. I tried to remember the exact words from the website. Do not send them back. What did that even mean? I pushed further. "Where did you come from?" He blinked at me slowly, his expression empty. "It's Christmas. I'm home." Something about the way he said that made my skin crawl. It wasn't just what he said, it was like he was practicing it, like those words didn't come naturally to him, but he knew he was supposed to say them. "You're not supposed to be here," I whispered. The boy's head tilted slightly. "You let me in." When my mom came back downstairs, she looked a little better, though the smile she wore was clearly forced. She tried talking to him again, asking questions about Christmases past, little details like the time Alex accidentally knocked over the tree, or the year he got his first bike. The boy answered most of them, but the responses were mechanical. He got the details right, but there was no feeling behind the words, no warmth, just facts, like someone reciting a script. My mom started to notice it too. By late afternoon, I could see the cracks in her resolve. "He's not Alex," I told her when we were alone in the kitchen. She didn't argue this time. She just nodded, her hands gripping the counter. "Then who is he?" "I don't know." I glanced at the living room. "But we need to figure out what to do." The website said not to send him back, but why not? My mom interrupted. I shook my head. "I don't know. I didn't think it was real." She looked at me then, her voice low. "Do you think he'll leave on his own?" We both knew the answer to that. He wouldn't. As the day went on, the atmosphere in the house grew heavier. We stopped pretending. My mom didn't ask him any more questions. We didn't turn on music. The boy stayed on the couch, silent and still, watching the fireplace. As the light outside began to fade, when it got dark, my mom whispered, "Maybe we should just leave." The idea sounded tempting, but something about it didn't sit right with me. And what happens when we come back? I asked. Will he still be here? She didn't have an answer for that. It was nearly 9 p.m. when I finally worked up the courage to go back to the website. I pulled out my laptop and found the page again. Same plain text, same instructions. I skimmed through it, hoping I'd missed something, anything that could help us. And then I saw it. A single line near the bottom I hadn't paid attention to before. They will leave at midnight, but only if they are welcomed properly. I read it over and over, trying to figure out what it meant. Welcomed properly? What did that mean? You let me in. You can't send me back. I looked up. The boy was standing at the edge of the living room, watching me. For the first time since he arrived, he wasn't smiling. The boy stood at the edge of the room, staring at me, his expression blank. For the first time since he arrived, I felt an urgency to do something. Midnight was coming, and whatever welcomed properly meant, I knew it had to happen soon. I glanced at my mom, who was frozen in place beside me. She looked at the boy, then at me, her voice barely a whisper. What did you find? I turned the laptop screen toward her and pointed at the line. They will leave at midnight, but only if they are welcomed properly. What does that mean? She asked, her voice shaky. I don't know, I said, trying to think through it. Maybe it's not enough to let him in. Maybe we have to release him. Acknowledge he doesn't belong here. The boy's voice broke through the silence. You let me in. You can't send me back. We both turned to face him. He hadn't moved, but somehow his presence felt closer. We waited in silence as the minutes ticked by, the air thick with tension. My mom clutched my arm, her breathing shallow. I watched the clock on the wall. It was 11:45 p.m. 15 minutes until midnight. I stood up, swallowing hard. We need to talk to him, I said quietly. What do you mean? Just trust me. I walked toward the boy, my heart pounding, but I forced myself to speak calmly. You don't belong here, I said softly. His head tilted slightly, his eyes unblinking. I'm home. No, I said firmly. You're not Alex. We let you in, but this isn't your home. You need to leave. His lips twitched into that small, unnatural smile again. You let me in. I know, I said, but it's time to go. For the first time, his expression changed. The smile faded completely, replaced by something that almost looked sad. He stared at me, unmoving. I can't leave, he said quietly. You can, I insisted, my voice shaking. The rules say you leave at midnight. That's the deal, isn't it? You came for Christmas, and now it's time to go. The boy blinked slowly, then turned his head toward the clock on the wall. 11:52 p.m. The seconds ticked away, one by one, the sound filling the room. Say it, my mom whispered. Say it out loud. I took a deep breath, looking at him. Thank you for coming, but you're not supposed to be here. "You're not Alex, and we're letting you go now." The boy stared at me, his expression blank, and for a long moment, he didn't say anything. 11:58. "You don't need to stay anymore," I continued, my voice softer now. "It's okay. You can go back." His head turned to me again. "You're sending me back." "No," I said carefully. "We're letting you go." The clock hit 11:59, and something shifted in the room. The air seemed to grow colder, though I can't explain how. The boy looked at me one last time, his face expressionless. "I'm not home," he said quietly. I nodded. "No, you're not." The lights on the Christmas tree flickered, the glow dimming just slightly. My mom and I watched as the boy turned slowly toward the door. He didn't say anything. He didn't even look back. He just walked, slow, deliberate steps that echoed across the floor. We followed him at a distance, watching as he opened the front door and stepped outside into the night. The snow was still falling softly, and for a moment, he stood there on the porch, his shoulders straight, his back to us. Then, as the clock struck midnight, he walked down the steps and into the darkness. We waited for a long time, staring at the open door. The cold air blew in, but the house felt strangely lighter. The next morning, Christmas Day, my mom and I sat quietly in the living room. We didn't talk about it, not directly. The boy was gone, and the house was finally still. I glanced at the fireplace, where Alex's stocking still hung, empty and open. "I think we should put it away," my mom said softly. I nodded. "Yeah, I think so too." She carefully took the stocking down, folding it in her hands. "Do you think—" She paused, shaking her head. "Never mind." I knew what she was going to ask. "Do you think it was him?" But I already knew the answer. Whatever we let in, whatever stood in our house for those 2 days, it wasn't Alex. It wasn't my brother. As much as I miss him, as much as I wish he could come back, I know now that some things aren't meant to return. Some doors aren't meant to be opened. And some invitations should never be accepted. Alright, so, I'm not your spooky story kind of guy. Never believed in ghosts, goblins, or any of that supernatural jazz. I'm the practical one in the family, the boring grown-up, you know? The one who probably ruined Santa Claus a little too early for the kids. But after what happened with my niece, Chloe, I'm starting to think maybe I don't have it all figured out. Chloe was 6, and let me tell you, this kid was pure sunshine. Still got all excited about Santa, the Easter Bunny, the whole 9 yards. Her parents, my older sister, Sarah, and her husband, Mark, are good people, but life's been throwing them curveballs. They're always running around, working like crazy, paying bills, and just trying to keep their heads above water while raising 2 little ones. So, a few weeks back, they asked me to watch Chloe for the weekend. They needed a breather, and honestly, who could say no to Chloe? She's my favorite niece, hands down. No offense to the others. Things started getting weird that Saturday. We were chilling on the couch, watching some cheesy Christmas movie. You know, the kind where everyone's got perfect teeth and it snows on cue. Chloe turns to me, her eyes huge, and tugs on my shirt. Uncle Ben, she says, do you think I could talk to Santa? Talk to him? I asked. You mean, like, write him a letter? No, she shook her head, pigtails bouncing. Like, really talk to him. On a call. Tommy at school said he got to FaceTime with Santa, and Santa knew stuff that nobody else knew. Can I, please, please? Now, I'm stumped. I figured Tommy's folks probably downloaded some app or used one of those online Santa chat things. They're a dime a dozen these days, right? Harmless fun. I'll see what I can do, kiddo, I told her, and she practically lit up the room with her smile. Later that night, while Chloe was busy demolishing a plate of spaghetti, I hopped on my laptop. I started Googling Santa call services, and yeah, there were a ton of them. Most looked pretty legit, actors in Santa suits, ready to video chat with your kid. A bit pricey, but hey, it's Christmas, right? I was about to close all the tabs, thinking I could probably just find a good Santa video on YouTube and fake it. Then, I saw it. A new link. It wasn't there before. It wasn't part of the search results. It just appeared. A plain, black text hyperlink at the bottom of my browser. It said, Virtual Santa, 100% personalized experience. Weird, right? No fancy graphics, no description, no company logo, nothing to tell you where it came from. It was like it materialized out of thin air. Now, I can't explain why I clicked it. Maybe I was tired. Maybe I just wanted to see Chloe's face light up. Maybe I'm an idiot. Whatever the reason, I clicked. The link took me to this blank, black web page. No ads, no pop-ups, just one line of white text. For a truly personal Santa experience, enter the child's first name. Okay, now I'm officially creeped out. But, like a moth to a flame, I typed in Chloe and hit enter. The screen changed. A message popped up. Thank you. Santa is ready to meet Chloe. Instructions have been sent. Instructions? I checked my email, and sure enough, there was a message from some address I'd never seen before. The subject line? Santa is ready. The email was short and to the point. It had a video call link and a time, 8 p.m. sharp. This is where I should have stopped. Seriously, a random link from a mystery sender? It had scam written all over it. But the email looked clean. No attachments, no requests for money, just a simple link. Against my better judgment, and believe me, I was arguing with myself, I decided to go through with it. 8 p.m. Chloe was practically vibrating with excitement, bouncing in front of my laptop. I clicked the link, half expecting my computer to explode or something. Instead, the screen went black, and this soft jingle, like sleigh bells in the distance, started playing from the speakers. Then, the screen lit up. And there he was. Santa Claus. Or, you know, someone who looked exactly like him. The suit was perfect, the fluffy white beard, the little round glasses, the whole deal. And this wasn't some cheap, Party City get-up. It looked real. But it wasn't just a costume. It was him. He felt real. His smile was warm, but his eyes were sharp. Like he was actually seeing us, you know? Well, hello there, Chloe, Santa said, his voice deep and jolly, just like in the movies. Merry Christmas. Have you been a good girl this year? Chloe gasped. She nodded so hard I thought her head might fall off. Yes, Santa. I've been super good. Santa chuckled. Oh, I know you have. I've been keeping an eye on you. I saw you helping your mommy with the laundry last Tuesday. And you shared your favorite teddy bear with your little brother, didn't you? Chloe's jaw dropped. She turned to me, eyes wide as saucers. Uncle Ben, how did he know that? I had no answer. How could I? Santa kept talking, mentioning all these little things about Chloe's life, the pink dress she wore for picture day, the secret hiding spot she had with her dad, even the bedtime story I read to her the night before. I was frozen, trying to figure out how this was even possible. Chloe, of course, was eating it up. Santa, can I come to the North Pole someday? She asked, bouncing in her seat. Santa smiled. Oh, dear, the North Pole is a very special place, but it's not quite ready for visitors just yet. Maybe soon. Okay, that was it. I was done. This was too weird, even for me. All right, Chloe, I said, reaching for the laptop. Let's say goodbye to Santa now. Santa's eyes snapped to mine, and I froze. Not yet, he said, his voice still calm, but there was something else there now, something that sent a shiver down my spine. I haven't told Chloe her special Christmas surprise. Chloe clapped her hands. A surprise? What is it? Santa leaned closer to the screen, and his smile seemed to stretch just a little too wide. I've invited you to visit me, Chloe. Would you like that? Yes. Chloe shouted, practically jumping out of her skin. Santa's face lit up. Wonderful. I'll see you very soon, my dear. The screen went black. I closed the laptop, my heart pounding in my chest. That's enough Santa for tonight, I said, trying to sound normal, but my voice was probably shaking. Chloe didn't argue. She just sat there, grinning like she'd just won the lottery. Santa's so nice, she whispered as I tucked her into bed. Little did I know, things were about to get a whole lot worse. The next morning, I woke up to an empty house. Not just quiet, but empty. Chloe's bed was made, neat as a pin, but she was gone. Vanished. I searched the house 3 times, screaming her name until my throat was raw. Nothing. Then I saw it. A note on the kitchen table. It was written in that wobbly, kid handwriting that breaks your heart. Santa said he's taking me to the North Pole. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. I dropped the note. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely hold it. I don't know how to explain it, but I knew. I knew she wasn't coming back. Not on her own. Not from wherever Santa had taken her. That was 2 days ago. 2 days of hell. And nobody believes me. Not really. The cops are calling it a runaway situation. My sister and Mark are falling apart, barely holding it together. And me? I'm stuck. I don't know what to do. But that image, that Santa, the way he looked at us through the screen, it's burned into my brain. I should have known better. I should have said no. I should have ripped the laptop out of the wall the second he started talking. After I found the note, I just sat there at the kitchen table, staring at it. The whole thing played back in my head like a broken record. The Santa call. His words. Chloe's excited little face. It all felt like some twisted dream now. But the note in my hand? That was real. My niece was gone. And some sick, twisted part of me knew the cops weren't going to find her with their usual methods. First, I called Sarah, my sister. Hardest phone call I've ever had to make. What do you mean? She's missing. Sarah's voice cracked through the phone. What do you mean? Santa took her. How do you even explain something like that? How do you tell your sister that you let her daughter talk to some creep on the internet who called himself Santa, and now she's gone? I sounded insane, even to myself. The cops showed up an hour later. 2 officers took one look at the note and started with the usual questions. I told them everything I knew, but I left out the part about the dark web Santa call. What was I supposed to say? Oh yeah, I found this super creepy, untraceable website and let my niece chat with a virtual Santa who knew impossible details about her life. They've locked me up. One of the officers, a younger guy named Officer Daniels, noticed I was about to lose it. Look, he said, his voice softer than before. Kids wander off sometimes. She probably went to a neighbor's, or maybe got curious about something outside. We'll find her, okay? I just nodded. But I knew. Chloe didn't wander off. She wasn't that kind of kid. She wouldn't just disappear without telling anyone. And that note. Santa's taking me to the North Pole? Come on. That's not something a 6-year-old makes up. That night, after the police left and Sarah was on the phone, crying her eyes out to Mark, I sat alone in Chloe's room. It was like she'd been erased. Stuffed animals lined up on her bed, drawings taped to the wall, everything in its place. Except for Chloe. I felt sick. I was supposed to be watching her. And now, I grabbed my laptop. I had to figure this out. I started with the email, the one that sent me the video call link. Santa's ready. It was still there, mocking me from my inbox. I clicked on the sender's name, hoping to find something, anything, an IP address, a location, some clue about who this psycho was. But there was nothing. The sender field was just a bunch of random letters and numbers. And when I tried to reply, recipient does not exist. Of course. I started searching online, anything I could think of. Virtual Santa call, dark web Santa, missing kids Santa call. I scrolled through forums, news articles, old blog posts until my eyes burned. Then, I found it. A thread, buried deep in some obscure internet forum. The title, "Anyone heard of the virtual Santa call?" My heart started pounding. I clicked. The thread was old, maybe 3 or 4 years, and it only had a few comments. But the first post made my blood run cold. My little brother did one of those Santa calls. He disappeared the next morning. Left a note saying Santa's taking me to the North Pole. Police never found him. There were a few replies, most of them calling it a hoax, a made-up story. But one reply stood out. "It's not fake. I don't know who's behind it, but it's been happening for years. Don't click the links. Don't let your kids talk to Santa." I sat back, my mind racing. This wasn't just some prank. It had happened before. And now it had happened to Chloe. I spent the next few hours in a frantic online search. I checked every dark corner of the internet I could think of. But there was no clear answer. The virtual Santa thing wasn't some well-known urban legend. It was quieter than that. Like something people didn't want to talk about. The only thing I knew for sure was this: whoever was behind that call knew too much. They knew Chloe's name, her habits, her clothes, things no random stranger could possibly know. Was this some kind of stalking operation? A ring of people preying on innocent kids? But that didn't explain the note, or how Chloe just vanished. By 2 a.m., I was exhausted, but I couldn't stop. I picked up my phone and called Officer Daniels. He'd given me his card earlier, told me to call if I thought of anything else. He answered on the third ring, his voice thick with sleep. "Sir," he said, "it's the middle of the night." "What's going on?" I hesitated. "I need you to come back to the house," I said. "I found something. Something you need to see." He didn't ask questions. He just said he'd be there in 20 minutes. End of part 2. Okay, here's part 3, continuing the story. Part 3, he knows too much. When Officer Daniels got here, I showed him the forum post, the email, everything. I could tell he was skeptical. I mean, I sounded like a crazy person. "You're telling me this website set up a Santa call that somehow kidnapped your niece?" he asked, rubbing his eyes. "I know it sounds crazy," I said, my voice shaking. I felt crazy. But look at the note she left. Look at what that post says. It's the same thing. He studied the screen for a long time, scrolling through the forum thread. Finally, he sighed. "I'll look into it," he said. "But you need to get some rest. We'll keep searching in the morning." He also told me to stop messing around online, but what was I supposed to do? Just sit here? After he left, I sat in the dark, staring at that blank, black website on my laptop. The cursor was still blinking, like it was waiting for me. I don't know why I did it. Maybe I was sleep deprived, maybe I was desperate, or maybe I just wanted to see what would happen. I typed in her name again, Chloe. The screen flickered. Then, a single line of text appeared. Chloe is safe with Santa. He'll see you soon. When that message popped up, Chloe is safe with Santa. He'll see you soon. I felt this wave of, I don't even know, helplessness. It wasn't a threat, not exactly. It was like someone telling me the weather, calm and matter of fact. I slammed the laptop shut. Whatever this was, I was done playing around. I'd let the cops handle it. But even as I sat there, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was missing something, some crucial piece of the puzzle. The next morning, Sarah and Mark were back at the house. Sarah was trying to be strong, but I could see the fear in her eyes. She blamed me. And honestly, I blamed myself. The police showed up again, this time with a tech guy who started going through my laptop. Officer Daniel stayed close, taking notes, asking me questions. Did you visit any other strange websites that night? He asked. No, I said, shaking my head. Just that one. The link just appeared, I swear. He frowned, clearly trying to make sense of it all. And this virtual Santa call, you said it felt real. Too real. He knew things, I said, things no one else could have known. What she wore, what she said, even what we did the day before. Daniels didn't answer right away. He just wrote something down in his notebook and said they'd keep investigating. While the police were working, I sat in the living room with Sarah. We didn't talk much. What was there to say? Finally, she broke the silence. Do you think she's okay? She asked, her voice barely a whisper. I didn't know how to answer that. I don't know, I admitted. But I'm not going to stop looking. She nodded, wiping at her eyes. She's just a little girl, she whispered. She doesn't deserve this. I know, I said softly. We'll get her back. I promise. That afternoon, while the police were still at the house, something weird happened. The tech guy, the one who'd been analyzing my laptop, came over to Daniel's. He was holding a USB drive, and he looked confused. We found this, the tech guy said, his voice low. It's strange. What is it? Daniels asked. The tech guy hesitated. You'll want to see for yourself. They stepped outside to talk, but I saw the look on Daniel's face when he came back in. It wasn't anger, it wasn't even frustration. It was like he couldn't process what he'd seen. He pulled me aside a few minutes later. Where did you say you got this link again? He asked. I didn't, I said. It just showed up. Daniel sighed, running a hand through his hair. Look, something's not adding up here. That website you clicked on, it doesn't exist. There's no server, no IP address, nothing. It's like it vanished. I stared at him. What do you mean, disappeared? I mean it's not traceable, he said. And the video call? There's no data for it. No log. It's like it never happened. Then how do you explain the note? I asked, my voice rising. He didn't have an answer. That evening, after everyone finally left, I sat down with my laptop again. I didn't want to open it, but I had to. The police weren't getting anywhere, and Chloe was still missing. I went back to that forum, the one with the other missing kid. I started digging through every thread, every comment I could find. And that's when I saw it. It wasn't just one story. Over the past 10 years, there were whispers, little mentions here and there, about kids disappearing under similar circumstances. Each time, the details were eerily alike. A mysterious Santa call that felt too real. A child vanishing overnight. A note about going to the North Pole. No leads. No suspects. No answers. And the posts weren't all from the same place. They were scattered across different cities, states, even countries. The same pattern, repeating over and over. But here's the thing that really got to me. The posts always disappeared. If you clicked on the links too late, the page wouldn't load. It was like someone, or something, was cleaning up the internet, erasing any trace of these stories. I leaned back, my mind spinning. Was this some elaborate kidnapping ring? A group of tech-savvy predators targeting kids? Or was it something else? Something worse. I fell asleep at the kitchen table that night. When I woke up, the house was quiet, the sun just starting to rise. I made coffee and sat back down, staring at the laptop. Then I noticed it. A new email. The subject line, "We'll see you soon." I didn't want to open it. Every instinct told me to delete it, shut the laptop, walk away. But I clicked it anyway. The message was short. Santa never forgets a promise. Chloe is waiting. When I read that email, Santa never forgets a promise. Chloe is waiting. My stomach dropped. It felt like whoever sent it was watching me, toying with me. The worst part was, it wasn't even angry or threatening. It was written like it was just stating a fact, come as you please. I knew one thing for sure, I couldn't ignore this anymore. I called Officer Daniels again. This time, I didn't hold anything back. I told him about the new email, the forum posts, all the creepy details about the Santa call that I'd left out before. He didn't interrupt me once. When I was done, he actually looked more worried than skeptical. "Okay," he said slowly, "let's figure this out, step by step. You said there are other cases like Chloe's?" "Yeah," I replied, showing him the archive forum posts I'd managed to save. They all follow the same pattern. The call, the kid disappearing, the note about the North Pole. Then the posts get deleted, like someone's covering it up. Daniels frowned as he scrolled through the pages. "This doesn't look random," he muttered. "Whoever, or whatever, is behind this, they've been doing it a long time." "Exactly," I said. "It's like a cycle. And Chloe's not the first." Daniel stood up, his expression unreadable. "I'll need to take this to my captain." "But you He pointed at me. Stop poking around online. If this is as big as it looks, you're putting yourself at risk. I wanted to argue, but I didn't. Truth was, I didn't feel like I had a choice. Waiting around wasn't going to bring Chloe back. That afternoon, I started digging deeper into those missing kids from the forum posts. The more I looked, the more messed up it got. Every case seemed to happen around the holidays. The Santa calls always came between December 1st and December 24th. And every single time, the kid left that same kind of note, Santa's taking me to the North Pole. Then I noticed something else. Almost all the families had something in common. They were struggling. Single parents, tired guardians, people just looking for a little bit of magic for their kids. It was like this Santa knew exactly who to target. I sat back, rubbing my eyes. Whoever this was, they weren't just good with computers. They were watching people, studying them, finding families who were vulnerable, and kids who still believed. That night, I called Sarah. She'd been staying with Mark's family, trying to cope. But I needed to ask her something. Did Chloe ever mention anything weird before she disappeared? I asked her. Anything about Santa? Or someone promising her something? Sarah sighed. No, not really. She was just excited about Christmas, same as always. She did say something the day before she left, though. What was it? She told me Santa was going to give her a special surprise. I didn't think anything of it. She was just being a kid. Those words hit me hard. A special surprise. That's exactly what Santa had promised during the call. I hung up, feeling more determined than ever. If no one else was going to figure this out, I would. I went back to my laptop and opened that black website again. The screen was blank, but the cursor was still blinking. I typed again, Chloe. The screen flickered. A new line of text appeared, Santa will see you soon. This time, I didn't close the laptop. Where is she? I typed, my fingers shaking. There was a pause. Then, slowly, words appeared. She's safe. In the North Pole. A place where children are happy forever. I stared at the screen, feeling that helplessness again. You're lying, I typed. Where's the North Pole? What do you want? The screen flickered again. And then a video feed started. It was dark and grainy, like an old VHS tape. At first, I couldn't make anything out. But then, the image cleared. It was a small room, decorated with Christmas lights. A toy train circled in the corner. And in the middle of the room was Chloe. She was sitting on the floor, her back to the camera, playing with that stuffed reindeer she loved. She looked calm. Too calm. Almost like she wasn't really there. Chloe, I whispered. The video feed cut off. The screen went black. One last message appeared. Santa keeps his promises. Stop searching. I slammed the laptop shut, breathing hard. Chloe was alive. I'd seen her, but wherever she wasn't herself. I grabbed my phone and called Daniels again. I saw her, I said, the moment he picked up. They showed her to me. She's alive. Daniel's voice was tense. What are you talking about? Who showed her to you? The website, I said. It sent me a video. Chloe's in a room somewhere. But she's not acting like herself. I think someone's controlling her. There was a long pause. I'm coming over, Daniel said. Don't touch that laptop until I get there. When Daniels arrived, I showed him the laptop. But when I opened it, the black website was gone. The screen was blank. No trace of the video. It was here, I insisted. I saw her. She was right there. Daniels didn't say anything for a long time. We'll figure this out, he said eventually. But you need to get some rest. You're not helping anyone like this. As he left, I sat back down, staring at the laptop. I knew what I'd seen, and I wasn't giving up. The next day, Daniels came back with a whole team of tech experts. They hooked up my laptop to all kinds of equipment, running scans, looking for anything. But it was pointless. There's no trace of anything, the lead tech guy said after 2 hours. No video files, no website data, nothing. The system looks clean. How is that possible? I asked, frustration building. I saw her. There's a website. Santa's website. It has to exist. The tech guy just shook his head. It's like whatever you accessed wiped itself clean. That's not normal. Daniels pulled me aside as the team packed up. Listen, he said, his tone cautious. I believe you saw something. But we can't explain it right now. It doesn't mean we're giving up. If there's someone behind this, we'll find them. But I could tell, even he was starting to doubt me now. And I didn't blame him. If I hadn't seen it myself, I wouldn't believe it either. That night, after everyone left, I sat in Chloe's room again. It felt even smaller without her. I picked up that stuffed reindeer of hers and just sat there, turning it over in my hands. What does safe in the North Pole even mean? I muttered to myself. My phone buzzed. Another email. My heart dropped when I saw the subject line, Chloe's wish has been granted. I hesitated, then opened it. The email had one attachment, an image. I clicked. A photo filled my screen. It was Chloe. She was smiling, standing in front of a big Christmas tree, surrounded by presents. It looked like something out of a movie. Perfect. Too perfect. But there was something wrong with her smile. It was frozen, like she was just posing because someone told her to. And in the background, just barely visible behind the tree, was a figure. A man in red. Santa. I slammed the laptop shut. This wasn't a coincidence. This wasn't a prank. Someone had Chloe. and they wanted me to see this. I didn't sleep that night. I stayed up, researching, looking for anything. Hidden web services, online kidnappings, urban legends, but there was nothing concrete. It was like chasing ghosts. Then, around 4 a.m., my phone buzzed again. Another email. You wanted to know where the North Pole is. Santa never breaks his promises. There was a link. I stared at it for a long time. I knew I shouldn't click it. But this was it. My last chance. Her last chance. I clicked. The screen turned black again, just like before. The faint sound of sleigh bells played through the speakers. This time, the message was different. Come alone. Or the magic fades. And then, an address. A real-world address, just an hour outside of town. I didn't call Daniels. I didn't tell Sarah. I knew they'd stop me. I grabbed my coat, my car keys, and drove. The address led me to an old, abandoned Christmas tree farm. The kind families used to visit years ago, before it shut down. I parked and got out. The place was dark and silent. But up ahead, I saw something. Lights. A small, wooden cabin stood at the far end of the property, glowing softly with Christmas lights. Smoke curled from the chimney. It looked welcoming. Too welcoming. I approached cautiously, every step crunching on the frozen ground. The closer I got, the more uneasy I felt. I reached the front door, which had a wreath hanging on it. I knocked. The door creaked open, slowly, like it was waiting for me. I stepped inside. The cabin was small and cozy, filled with the scent of pine and cinnamon. A fire crackled in the fireplace. And in the center of the room stood a huge Christmas tree, decorated perfectly. And sitting beneath it was Chloe. She was holding that stuffed reindeer, her eyes wide as she looked up at me. "Uncle Ben," she said softly, like she'd just woken up. I ran to her, kneeling down. Chloe, are you okay?" She nodded, smiling faintly. "Santa said you'd come. He told me to wait here for you." I hugged her tightly, relief flooding through me. "We're going home," I whispered. "We're leaving now." But as I stood up, I felt it. A presence. I turned around. There, by the fireplace, sitting in a large wooden chair, was Santa Claus. He looked exactly as I remembered. The beard, the suit, the smile. But his eyes, they were cold. Sharp. "Thank you for coming," he said, his voice calm. "Chloe's wish has been granted. She's happy now." I didn't say a word. I just picked Chloe up, turned around, and walked out of the cabin. Santa didn't stop me. He didn't say anything. I could feel his gaze on me as I carried Chloe back to the car, but he didn't follow. We drove home in silence. Chloe fell asleep in the back seat, clutching her reindeer. I didn't ask her any questions, and she didn't offer any answers. When we got back to the house, Sarah burst into tears the moment she saw Chloe. She hugged her and wouldn't let go, sobbing with relief. I told the police I found Chloe wandering near the old tree farm. It was the easiest explanation, and they didn't question it. They just wanted the case closed. Chloe doesn't talk about what happened. When I asked her if she remembered the Santa call, she just shook her head. But sometimes, when she thinks I'm not looking, I catch her staring at that reindeer, like she's waiting for something. Christmas came and went. Life started to feel normal again. But every now and then, I think about that cabin. About the man in red, sitting by the fire. Who, or what, he really was. I'll never know. But one thing's for sure, some wishes shouldn't come true. And some doors are better left unopened. Especially during the holidays. Alright, so, let me get this off my chest. I've never been the type to post much online. I'm more of a lurker, you know? But something happened recently, something so freaky that I just can't keep it to myself. See, I've always been that guy, the one who's drawn to stuff that's probably better left alone. Like, I'm the dude who reads ghost stories way past midnight or watches those creepy YouTube videos just to get that little jolt of adrenaline. But what I did a few weeks back, man, I'm not sure I'll ever really get over it. It all started like this. I was in one of those deep dive moods where you're just endlessly scrolling through the internet, looking for something, anything, to distract you from the boring, same old of life. Work had been absolute hell. My girlfriend, Sarah, was away visiting family, and I just needed something to occupy my brain. Now, I'd heard about the dark web before, obviously. How it's this crazy, anything goes place where you can find literally anything if you know where to look. Drugs, weapons, illegal services, you name it. But that's not what I was after. I was more curious about whether the stories were true. Like, were there really these hidden corners of the internet where you could find videos that just shouldn't exist, or documents that the government supposedly doesn't want you to see? So, I did what any idiot in my position would do. I downloaded Tor. Yeah, I'd read all the warnings. People always say not to go poking around there unless you know exactly what you're doing. But the thing is, I figured I'd just take a quick peek. I mean, what's the harm, right? I'm not some master hacker, just a regular guy, let's call me Alex, with a regular job. I wasn't looking to buy anything, or get involved in any shady stuff. I was just curious. Navigating the dark web is like trying to walk through a maze in complete darkness. There are no street signs, no helpful maps, just a bunch of weird, random sounding URLs that make absolutely no sense unless you're already familiar with the territory. I spent, like, an hour just clicking around, mostly finding dead ends or these super creepy forums where people talked about things that made me uncomfortable in ways I couldn't have imagined. I was seriously about to call it quits, shut it all down, when I stumbled across this one site. No idea how I even found it, but the name was something like Lost Pages or Hidden Echoes. It had this really old, almost ancient look to it, like something straight out of the early 2000s. There was just this one, plain text box on the home page, asking for a phrase. And below it, there was this sentence, enter your deepest fear. Now, I know this sounds like the start of some cheesy, online horror game, but in that moment, it felt like some kind of challenge. So, without even really thinking, I typed in the first thing that popped into my head, isolation. The screen went totally blank for a second, and I felt this weird chill, like I just stepped into a walk-in freezer. Then, a new page loaded, filled with what looked like links to old books, journal entries, and letters. All of them supposedly written by people who lived a long, long time ago. But what really caught my eye was a link at the very bottom, separate from all the rest. It was titled, Your Story. I hesitated. I even thought about just closing my laptop and walking away. But, like I said, curiosity always gets the better of me. I clicked the link, and what I saw made my heart practically jump out of my chest. The page was filled with handwritten notes. Not typed, but actual scanned images of paper, like someone had taken an old-fashioned pen and just scribbled all over the page in a hurry. The writing was neat, but frantic, as if the person writing it was desperate to get their thoughts out before they lost their nerve. But here's the thing that really messed me up. The handwriting was exactly like mine. The same way I loop my G's, the way I cross my T's, all the same little quirks and mistakes I make when I'm rushing. It was my handwriting. And the words were mine, too. I'd never seen these notes before, never written anything like them, but they were describing thoughts I'd had, memories I didn't even know I'd buried. It was as if someone had reached inside my head and pulled out all the stuff I try to forget, the things I don't even let myself think about. I couldn't look away. One of the notes talked about this nightmare I had as a kid, where I was lost in a dark forest, calling for my parents, but only hearing my own voice echoing back. It was something I hadn't thought about in years, something I hadn't even told Sarah. Another note talked about the time I got lost in a shopping mall when I was 6, and how I'd never felt that kind of sheer panic since. I kept scrolling, my hands actually shaking now, and the notes just kept getting more personal, more invasive. Then, at the bottom of the page, there was a single sentence, not handwritten like the rest, but typed out in bold, black letters. You can't escape what's written. I slammed my laptop shut, my heart pounding so hard I thought it was going to explode. My room felt way too small, the walls closing in. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone, that someone, somewhere, was watching me, laughing at how easily I'd fallen into their trap. I didn't sleep at all that night. Every creak of the floor, every gust of wind outside made me jump. I kept checking my phone, expecting some kind of follow-up, a message, an email, anything that would explain what I'd just seen. But there was nothing. The next day at work, I was a total wreck. I couldn't focus, couldn't think straight. All I could do was replay those notes in my head, trying to figure out how it was even possible, how someone could have written those things in my exact handwriting. But that wasn't even the worst part. The worst part came a few days later, when I found the letter in my mailbox. A letter that made everything I'd seen on that site seem like child's play. That's when things really started to go wrong. I'm not even sure how to describe the feeling I got when I found that letter in my mailbox. It wasn't fear, not at first. It was more like confusion, mixed with a big dose of disbelief. You know that moment when you find something out of place, like your keys on the wrong hook, and you think, that's weird, but then your brain comes up with a bunch of logical explanations, and you just move on? That's where I was, except, as I stared at the envelope in my hand, no logical explanation made any sense. It was just a plain, white envelope, no return address, no stamps, nothing to show where it had come from. The only thing on it was my name, handwritten in that same eerily familiar script. My stomach dropped as I realized that it wasn't just familiar, it was identical to the handwriting on that website. My handwriting. For a minute, I just stood there on my porch, staring at the envelope like it was going to bite me. It's funny how your brain goes into overdrive in moments like that, thinking through every possible scenario, every potential threat. I even considered the idea that it was some elaborate prank, that one of my friends had somehow found out about my little dark web adventure and decided to mess with me. But deep down, I knew that wasn't it. None of my friends would go to such lengths, and besides, how could they have known about what I saw? Eventually, I took the envelope inside, my hands trembling as I slid my finger under the seal and ripped it open. Inside was a single sheet of paper, folded neatly in thirds. I unfolded it slowly, as if I could delay whatever was coming by taking my time. And then I saw it, more of that handwritten text, sprawling across the page in tight, deliberate lines. It took me a moment to process what I was looking at because it was the last thing I expected. It was a letter, addressed to me, written in the same handwriting as before. But what made my blood run cold was that the words were lifted straight from my own journal. Yeah, that's right, I've kept a journal, on and off, for years. It's not something I talk about, not even with Sarah. It's just a place where I jot down thoughts, feelings, things I need to get off my chest. But this letter, it was like someone had taken one of my entries and copied it out, word for word. The letter started innocently enough, talking about a rough day at work, some stress I'd been dealing with, and how I'd been feeling a bit isolated lately. Pretty standard stuff. But as I kept reading, the letter began to mirror my exact thoughts, the ones I hadn't shared with anyone. I could feel my pulse in my ears, each beat loud and insistent, as the letter went on to describe my unease, my growing anxiety, and that gnawing feeling that something was just off in my life. And then, at the bottom, there was a single sentence, written in a different style, as if someone else had taken over. You can't hide from what's already been written. I dropped the letter like it was on fire, my hand shaking uncontrollably. This was no prank. No friend of mine could have gotten access to my journal. It wasn't online, wasn't synced to any cloud service. It was just a physical notebook I kept locked away in a drawer, the key to which was always on my keychain. I knew, with absolute certainty, that no one else had seen it. But then, how? I didn't even want to finish that thought. I spent the next hour tearing my apartment apart, searching for hidden cameras, bugs, anything that might explain how someone could have gotten into my most private thoughts. But of course, I found nothing. My apartment was just as it always had been, no signs of forced entry, no weird gadgets hidden away. It was almost as if the letter had just appeared out of thin air. I started to feel like I was losing it. Maybe I'd written the letter myself, during some kind of blackout, some split in my consciousness that I couldn't remember. but that didn't make sense either. I knew my own mind, knew I wasn't the type to dissociate like that. And even if I had, where had the letter come from? How did it get into my mailbox? The paranoia was eating me alive. Every creak of the floorboards, every flicker of a shadow outside made me jump. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me, that whoever had sent that letter was out there, just beyond the reach of my senses, waiting for the perfect moment to make their next move. I stopped going out as much, started keeping the blinds closed, even during the day. Work became impossible. My mind was too consumed by what had happened, and I was terrified of what might come next. I even thought about calling the police, but what would I say? That someone had sent me a letter in my own handwriting, that I'd seen things online that shouldn't exist. They'd think I was crazy, and maybe I was starting to agree with them. But I couldn't just sit there and wait for something else to happen. I needed answers, and I figured the only way to get them was to go back to where this all started. So, against every instinct screaming at me to stop, I powered up my laptop and opened Tor again. I knew it was a mistake the moment I did it, but it was too late to turn back. I retraced my steps, clicking through the same shady links until I found that site again, Lost Pages, or whatever it was called. The home page looked the same, with that simple text box asking for my deepest fear. My hands hovered over the keyboard, hesitating, before I typed out the same word, isolation. The page loaded, but this time, the content was different. There were no journal entries, no letters, just a single, large block of text in the middle of the screen. Some stories are written before they happen. Others are written as they unfold. Yours is still being penned. I sat there, staring at the screen, feeling a mix of dread and resignation. I didn't know what to do next, didn't know how to stop whatever was happening to me. But as much as I wanted to shut down my laptop and walk away, I knew I couldn't. Not yet. There were still too many unanswered questions, too many things that didn't make sense. So I did the only thing I could think of. I clicked on the text. The screen flashed, and before I knew it, I was looking at a list of coordinates, dates, and times. At first, they didn't mean anything to me, just a series of random numbers. But then I realized that the first set of coordinates was for my hometown, and the date next to it was from years ago. The date of the day I got lost in that shopping mall. My blood ran cold as I scrolled down the list. There were more dates, more locations, each one corresponding to some event in my life that had filled me with fear or anxiety. But then I reached the last entry, and my breath caught in my throat. The final date was today. And the coordinates? They led directly to my apartment. I sat there, staring at the screen, feeling like the world had just tilted on its axis. My apartment, the place I had always considered my safe haven, was now the focal point of this bizarre, terrifying game. And the date, it was today. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. Whatever was happening, whatever had been orchestrating this nightmare, had planned for it to culminate right here, right now. My first instinct was to run, grab my keys, get in my car, and just drive until I was miles away from this place. But something held me back, a nagging voice in my head whispering that it wouldn't matter where I went. This thing, whatever it was wasn't bound by physical spaces. If it could reach into my mind, into my private thoughts, then it could find me anywhere. So, I did the only thing I could think of. I braced myself for whatever was coming. The rest of the day passed in a blur. I tried to go about my routine as normally as possible, ate breakfast, watched TV, even attempted to read a book, but my mind was elsewhere, constantly drifting back to that final entry on the website. My every move felt rehearsed, like I was following a script someone else had written for me. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that every step I took was part of some larger plan I couldn't comprehend. By the time night fell, my nerves were shot. I couldn't focus on anything for more than a few minutes without feeling that creeping sense of dread, like something was just out of sight, waiting for the right moment to strike. Every little sound, my fridge humming, the wind brushing against the windows, set my heart racing. Around midnight, the anxiety became too much to bear. I decided to take a walk around my apartment, as if somehow that would clear my head, or at least burn off some of the nervous energy. My place isn't big, just a one-bedroom unit on the third floor of an old building. But that night, it felt like a labyrinth, each corner hiding potential dangers, each shadow deeper and darker than before. As I walked past my bedroom door, I felt a strange pull, like something was drawing me inside. The room was dark, the only light coming from the faint glow of the street lamp outside, filtering through the blinds. Everything looked normal at first glance. My bed, neatly made, clothes piled on the chair, the faint outline of the dresser against the far wall. But something felt off. I couldn't put my finger on it, but the air in the room was different, heavier somehow, like it was pressing down on me. And then I noticed the smell. It was faint, barely noticeable at first, but unmistakable. A scent like old paper, mixed with a hint of ink, the kind of smell you'd find in an ancient library or an old bookstore where the pages of the books have yellowed with age. It shouldn't have been there. I hadn't been reading in bed, hadn't brought any books into the room for weeks. I moved toward the dresser, my feet dragging as if the air itself was trying to hold me back. When I reached it, I hesitated for a second, my hand hovering over the top drawer. I knew I needed to open it, but a part of me was terrified of what I might find inside. My mind was racing, coming up with all kinds of scenarios. Maybe the letter would be there, or another note, something to further this twisted game. But what I found was even worse. Inside the drawer, lying on top of a pile of neatly folded clothes, was my journal. The same journal I kept locked away in my desk on the other side of the apartment. I felt a cold sweat break out across my forehead as I stared down at it. How had it gotten there? I hadn't touched it in weeks, hadn't even thought about it until all of this started. With trembling hands, I picked up the journal and flipped it open. The pages were just as I remembered them, my writing, my thoughts, everything in its place. But as I turned to the last entry, my heart skipped a beat. There was a new entry, one I hadn't written. The handwriting was mine, the loops and curves of the letters unmistakable, but the words, they were foreign, alien, like someone had crawled inside my head and jotted down their own twisted version of my thoughts. It described, in detail, everything that had happened over the past few days, the dark web, the letter, the growing sense of dread, everything. But then it went on to describe things that hadn't happened yet, things that were supposed to happen, tonight. The entry ended with a chilling line, "The story ends when the truth is revealed." I slammed the journal shut and stumbled back, nearly tripping over my own feet in my haste to get away from it. My breath was coming in short, panic gasps, my heart racing so fast I thought it might burst. This wasn't just some sick joke. Whoever, or whatever, was behind this was messing with my reality, rewriting my life like I was nothing more than a character in their story. I bolted out of the bedroom, not even bothering to close the drawer or turn off the light. I needed to get out of there, to clear my head, to breathe. I grabbed my jacket and keys, nearly yanking the door off its hinges in my rush to get outside. The hallway was dark and silent, the kind of silence that's almost oppressive, as if the walls themselves were absorbing every sound. I practically flew down the stairs, taking them two at a time, and burst out into the cool night air. The city was quiet, the streets deserted, the only movement coming from the occasional flicker of a streetlight or the distant sound of a car passing by. But even out there, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me, that somewhere in the darkness, eyes were following my every move. I didn't know where to go, didn't have a plan. I just started walking. My feet carried me down familiar streets, past closed shops and silent buildings, until I found myself in front of a 24-hour diner. It was a place I'd been to a few times, usually late at night when I couldn't sleep and needed a change of scenery. The neon sign buzzed softly, casting a pale blue glow over the empty parking lot. I went inside, the door chiming softly as I entered. The place was nearly empty, just a lone waitress behind the counter and an old man sitting in one of the booths, nursing a cup of coffee. I slid into a booth at the back, my back to the wall, so I could see the entire room. It felt safer that way, being able to keep an eye on everything. The waitress came over, a tired smile on her face, as she handed me a menu. I ordered a coffee, black, and waited until she was out of earshot before pulling out my phone. I needed to document what was happening, to write it all down before I lost my nerve or started questioning my sanity even more. Maybe, I thought, if I wrote it out, I could make sense of it, find some kind of pattern or clue that would help me understand what was happening. But as I opened my notes app, something stopped me cold. There, at the top of the screen, was a new note, one I hadn't written. The title was simple, just today's date. With a sense of dread settling over me like a heavy blanket, I clicked on it. The note was short, just a few lines, but they were enough to send a chill down my spine. You can run, but the story follows. There's no escape. Go home. I stared at the screen, my heart pounding in my chest. This was impossible. My phone had been with me the whole time. No one could have accessed it. And yet, there it was, another message, another piece of the puzzle that made no sense. I should have stayed in that diner, should have called someone, anyone. But instead, I did the only thing I could think of. I paid for my coffee, left a tip on the counter, and walked back out into the night. My feet carried me back to my apartment, every step feeling like it was being guided by some invisible hand. When I reached my building, I hesitated at the entrance, my hand on the door handle. The windows of my apartment were dark, the place looking as normal as ever. But I knew, deep down, that once I stepped inside, things would never be the same. I took a deep breath, pushed the door open, and walked inside. The quiet of the building wrapped around me like a shroud. The hallway was empty, just as I'd left it, but there was a new sense of foreboding in the air, a heaviness that seemed to press down on me from all sides. I reached my apartment door, my hand shaking as I unlocked it and stepped inside. The living room was dark, the only light coming from the street lamp outside, casting long shadows across the floor. Everything looked untouched, just as I'd left it. But there, on the coffee table, was something new. Another envelope, identical to the first one, waiting for me. And that's when I knew this wasn't over. Not by a long shot. I stood there in the doorway, the darkness of my apartment feeling more oppressive than ever, my eyes locked onto the envelope on the coffee table. Its stark white color stood out like a beacon in the gloom. I didn't want to touch it, didn't want to know what was inside. But I also knew I couldn't just leave it there. Whatever this was, whatever game I was caught up in, it wasn't going to stop until I played along. With a deep breath, I stepped inside and closed the door behind me, the click of the lock echoing through the silence. The envelope seemed to call to me, its presence in the room an almost physical weight on my shoulders. I took slow, deliberate steps toward it, my heart pounding louder with each one. When I finally reached the coffee table, I hesitated for just a moment before picking up the envelope. It felt heavier than it should have, as if the paper itself was saturated with the gravity of what I was about to uncover. My fingers trembled as I tore it open, revealing another sheet of paper inside, folded just like the last one. I unfolded the paper and felt my breath catch in my throat. The handwriting was once again a perfect match for my own, but this letter was different. It wasn't a copy of anything I'd written before, and it wasn't some cryptic message designed to mess with my head. It was a story. A story about a man who had stumbled upon something he shouldn't have, who had become the unwitting subject of a twisted experiment. As I read the letter, a chill ran down my spine. The story described a man who, out of boredom and curiosity, had ventured onto the dark web, just as I had. He found a mysterious website, lost pages, and entered his deepest fear into a text box. The website responded by showing him things that were impossibly personal, things that no one else should have known. But the story didn't stop there. It went on to describe how this man's life began to unravel, how he started receiving letters in his own handwriting, each one revealing more about his past, his present, and his future. The man grew increasingly paranoid, convinced that he was being watched, that his every move was being controlled by some unseen force. He tried to escape, but no matter where he went, the letters kept finding him, guiding him back to his apartment, back to where it all began. The final lines of the story sent a shiver through me. The man returned home, the weight of inevitability pressing down on him. He knew there was no escape, that the story was already written, and he was merely living it out. As he opened the door to his apartment, he found one last letter waiting for him. This letter was different, though. This one didn't just tell his story. It told the truth behind it. I stared at those words, my mind racing. This wasn't just a story. It was my story, a perfect recounting of everything that had happened to me since I clicked on that damned website. But how? How could someone know all of this? It was as if they were writing my life as it unfolded, each word dictating my next move, each sentence sealing my fate. And then I reached the last line of the letter, a single sentence that made my blood run cold. The truth is waiting for you in the place where the story began. The place where the story began. My mind flashed back to the first letter, to the website, to that night when I'd accessed the dark web out of nothing more than curiosity. But no, it went back further than that, didn't it? The story didn't really start with the website. It started with my fear. My deepest fear. Isolation. Suddenly, everything clicked into place. The website, the letters, the journal entries, they were all connected, all part of some elaborate plan to isolate me, to make me feel completely alone, like there was no one in the world I could trust. And it was working. I had distanced myself from everyone, shut myself off from the outside world, convinced that no one could help me. But why? What was the point of all this? I needed answers, and I knew where I had to go to find them. The letter had said the truth was waiting in the place where the story began. For me, that place wasn't just the website. It was my mind. My deepest fear. The one I had typed into the text box was what had set all of this in motion. I knew what I had to do. I walked over to my desk, where my journal usually sat, locked away. I'd been avoiding it, scared of what I might find. But now I understood that it held the key to all of this. I unlocked the drawer and pulled up the journal, my hand steady for the first time in what felt like days. Flipping through the pages, I skimmed over the entries, looking for anything that stood out. And then I found it. The first entry I'd ever written, years ago, back when I'd first started keeping the journal. It was about the time I'd gotten lost in that shopping mall as a kid, about the fear and isolation I'd felt, wandering through the endless corridors, calling for my parents but getting no response. I hadn't thought about that day in years, but now it all came rushing back. The fear of being alone, of being lost with no one to help me, had stuck with me all this time. And somehow, whoever, or whatever, was behind all of this had latched onto that fear, using it to control me, to trap me in this never-ending nightmare. But why? What did they want from me? As if in response to my unspoken question, I felt a strange urge to turn to the very last page of the journal. I didn't remember writing anything there, but as I flipped to it, I saw something that made my heart skip a beat. There, in the same familiar handwriting, was a message. A message I hadn't written. You are the author of your own story, but the ending has already been decided. Return to the beginning, and the truth will be revealed. I stared at the words, my mind reeling. The beginning. The shopping mall. The website. The dark web. Or was it something else? Something deeper, more personal? The letter had said the truth was in the place where the story began, but now it was telling me to return to the beginning. I knew what I had to do, even though every fiber of my being screamed at me to stop. I needed to go back to the website, back to where all of this had started. I needed to face whatever was waiting for me there, to confront the truth head-on, no matter how terrifying it might be. With a deep breath, I closed the journal and set it aside. My laptop was still on the desk, the screen dark. I reached out and touched the keyboard, bringing it to life. The familiar icons appeared on the desktop, and for a moment I hesitated. But there was no turning back now. I opened Tor and navigated to the website once more. The same text box greeted me, the same prompt asking for my deepest fear. But this time, I didn't type anything. Instead, I clicked on the blank space, my heart racing as the screen flickered and a new page loaded. Time seemed to stretch and warp around me as I stared at the figure standing in the doorway. The room felt like it was closing in, the shadows creeping closer, thickening the air. The man's face was still hidden, just a dark outline against the dim light. But I could feel his eyes on me, watching, waiting for me to make the next move. In his hand was the final letter, the one that would bring this nightmare to its inevitable conclusion. I didn't know what was in it, but I knew it held the answers I'd been searching for, the truth behind everything that had happened, the reason for all the fear and isolation that had been creeping into my life. But more than that, I knew it contained the ending to my story, the final words that would determine my fate. For a long moment, neither of us moved. It was as if the room had been frozen in time, caught in the tension between us. Then, slowly, deliberately, the figure took a step forward, crossing the threshold into the living room. My breath caught in my throat as he extended his hand, offering the letter to me. His movement was smooth and unhurried, as if he had all the time in the world. I hesitated, every instinct screaming at me to run, to get out of there, to do anything but take that letter. But I knew, deep down, that there was no escaping this. Whatever was happening, whatever had been set in motion, it wasn't going to stop until I saw it through to the end. With a trembling hand, I reached out and took the letter from him. The paper was cool and smooth under my fingers, the envelope sealed with a wax stamp that bore no insignia, just a simple, blank seal. The figure didn't move as I carefully broke the seal and pulled out the sheet of paper inside. The letter was written in the same familiar handwriting, the words flowing across the page in neat, precise lines. But this time, there was no story, no cryptic message or riddle to unravel. Instead, there were just a few short sentences, simple, direct, and chilling in their finality. You have been chosen to write the story. The pen is yours, but the ending is ours. Everything you have seen, everything you have experienced, has led to this moment. The truth is what you make it. I blinked, the words sinking in slowly, their meaning unraveling in my mind. Chosen to write the story? What did that even mean? Was this some kind of test, some twisted experiment to see how far I would go, how much I could endure before breaking? Or was it something deeper, something more profound? Before I could even begin to process it, the room around me seemed to shift. The shadows deepened, the walls closing in, and the figure in front of me began to fade, dissolving into the darkness like a wisp of smoke. But just before he disappeared completely, I caught a glimpse of his face. My face. It was like looking into a mirror, but not quite. There were subtle differences, little details that set him apart. He looked older, more worn, as if he had lived through countless lifetimes, each one leaving its mark on him. And his eyes were empty, devoid of emotion, of life, as if they had seen too much, known too much, and were now nothing but hollow windows to a soul long lost. And then he was gone, leaving me alone in the room, the letter still clutched in my hand. The silence was deafening, the air thick with the weight of what I had just witnessed. My mind was a whirl of confusion, fear, and a strange sense of resignation. The words of the letter echoed in my head, "The truth is what you make it." It took me a while to move, to process what had just happened. The shadows in the room seemed less threatening now, more like old friends than the enemies they had been just moments before. I looked down at the letter again, reading and rereading those final words, trying to make sense of them. And then it hit me. The truth was what I made it. This whole time, I had been a pawn in someone else's story, following a script that had been written long before I even knew I was a part of it. But now the pen was in my hand. Now I had the power to decide how this ended. I walked back to my desk, the laptop still open, the screen still showing that same haunting message. But now I saw it differently, saw it for what it really was, a challenge, a test of my will, of my ability to shape my own destiny. I took a deep breath, the fear that had gripped me for so long finally starting to loosen its hold. I knew what I had to do. I reached for my journal, flipping it open to the last page, where that mysterious message had appeared. I grabbed a pen, my hand steady as I crossed out the words that had been written there, replacing them with something new, something of my own making. The story ends when I say it does. As soon as I finished writing, a strange calm settled over me. The tension in the room dissolved like mist in the morning sun. The shadows in the corners receded, the air lightened, and for the first time in days, I felt like I could breathe again. The sense of being watched, of being manipulated, faded away, leaving only the quiet hum of the city outside my window. I closed the journal and set it aside, my heart finally at ease. Whatever had been controlling me, whatever force had been writing my story, was gone. Now, the pen was in my hand, and the ending was mine to decide. I stood up and walked to the window, looking out at the city below. The streetlights cast a warm, comforting glow over the sidewalks, and I could see people walking, cars passing by, life going on as usual. It was a beautiful night, the kind that made you feel like everything was right with the world. And maybe, just maybe, it was. I had faced my fear, confronted the darkness that had been closing in on me, and in the end, I had taken control. The story was mine now, and I knew exactly how I wanted it to end. With a final glance at the quiet street below, I turned away from the window, a small smile on my lips. I knew that this wasn't over, not completely. There would be more challenges, more moments of fear and doubt. But now, I was ready for them. Now I knew that I had the power to write my own story, to shape my own truth. And that was a truth that no one, no matter how powerful, could take away from me. He didn't move, didn't say anything, just stood there, watching me. And then, without a word, he reached into his coat and pulled out something small, something that gleamed in the dim light of the room. It was another letter, the last letter. I didn't need to open it to know what it said. The story was over. The ending had already been written, not by some external force, but by me. By choosing to face my fear, by choosing to take control, I had written the final chapter. The figure, my doppelganger, or whatever he was gone. I was truly alone now, but it wasn't the crushing isolation I had feared. It was a peaceful solitude, a a space for me to finally be the author of my own life. I never went back to the dark web. The laptop stayed shut, collecting dust on my desk. I started writing in my journal again, but this time it was filled with hope, with plans, with the everyday joys and struggles of a life lived on my own terms. Sarah came back, and I finally told her everything. It wasn't easy, but it brought us closer. The fear didn't disappear completely. It still lingered in the shadows, a reminder of what I'd been through. But now, it was a different kind of fear. Not a paralyzing terror, but a healthy respect for the power of the human mind, both its darkness and its light. And sometimes, late at night, when the city is quiet and the streetlights cast long shadows on the walls, I think about that other version of me, the one who faded away. And I wonder, did he find peace, too? Did he finally escape the story that had been written for him? I like to think he did. I like to think that somewhere, somehow, he's writing his own ending, too. Okay, so, I've always been one of those people who's super into weird stuff, you know? Not like, let's go rob a bank weird, but more like, fascinated by the hidden corners of the world. The dark web was always that for me. It was like this mythical online underworld that most people wouldn't even dream of touching. It felt like the modern-day version of those old urban legends about secret libraries filled with forbidden knowledge, except this one was real. And yeah, I'd heard the stories about what you could find there, fake IDs, body parts, hitmen, you name it. But there were also whispers of the bizarre and unexplainable, like mystery boxes filled with God knows what. That's what really got me hooked. It wasn't until, like, last month that I finally decided to take the plunge. Getting set up with the Tor browser was way easier than I thought it would be. I just followed a quick YouTube guide, ironic, I know, and boom, within minutes, I was in. I was scrolling through these crazy marketplaces, forums that looked like they were coded in the 90s, and shady auction sites. Honestly, most of it was just junk. Overpriced fake passports, dodgy electronics, the usual. But then, I saw it. A listing that just screamed "click me." It was titled, Recovered Survivor's Journal, Classified Military Experiment, $150. The description was short but, oh boy, was it intriguing. This journal belonged to a military operative, codenamed Raptor, who escaped from a classified facility conducting experiments to enhance soldiers for warfare. Contents may be disturbing. Buyer discretion is advised. Now, I'm not gonna lie, my first thought was, yeah, right. It sounded like something straight out of a cheesy sci-fi flick. But, for some reason, I couldn't shake it. Maybe it was the whole forbidden knowledge vibe. Maybe I was just bored out of my skull on a rainy Sunday afternoon. Whatever it was, I found myself clicking that buy now button. I paid using some Bitcoin I had lying around, don't ask, and then came the waiting game. The package arrived a week later, in a plain brown envelope, no return address, nothing to give away what was inside. Super discreet, just like in the movies. Inside was this beat-up, old leather-bound journal. It had this weird, almost chemical smell, like it had been stored in some underground lab or something. The pages were all yellowed, and the handwriting was this frantic scrawl, like whoever wrote it was constantly freaking out or on edge. I took a quick pic of the cover and posted it to a Reddit forum dedicated to dark web finds. I figured, why not? The post got a few upvotes, but most of the comments were just people being skeptical. Probably a fake, one person wrote. Another was like, careful with stuff like this. Some of those sellers lace their packages with tracking devices. That one made me chuckle, but I still checked the envelope and the journal like a paranoid maniac. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. That night, I started reading. The first few pages were pretty dry. The writer, who I guess was this Raptor guy, described being recruited for some special military program. It was full of acronyms and jargon that went right over my head. But then, about 10 pages in, things started to get weird. Raptor started describing these tests they were doing. And these weren't your typical military drills. No push-ups or obstacle courses. These involved some kind of chemical compound they called KX11. They were giving it to them through and for, and according to the journal, it was supposed to make you smarter and suppress fear. Raptor described feeling amazing at first, like he was lighter than air and his mind was razor sharp. But then, he started noticing the side effects. They told us the hallucinations were temporary, one entry read. But the shadows don't move like shadows anymore. They linger, watching. Sometimes they whisper. Shadows whispering? Okay, that's some straight-up horror movie stuff. But there was something about the way it was written that just felt off. It didn't feel like fiction. It felt like someone genuinely losing their grip on reality. And then I found something that really weirded me out. Some of the pages looked newer than the rest. Like, way newer. Like they had been added recently. The ink was darker, and the handwriting was slightly different. One of the newer pages had a message, and get this, it wasn't even written in pen. It was typed out, like with an old-school typewriter. It read, to whoever is reading this, stop. Burn the journal. Forget you ever saw it. This isn't a story you want to finish. I just froze. I mean, it wasn't like I actually believed it. But it still gave me this super creepy feeling, you know? Like a chill down my spine. I put the journal down, needing a break. Maybe I was just reading too much into it. Maybe it was just some elaborate prank by whoever put this whole thing together. Later that night, I was just chilling in bed, scrolling through TikTok, when I heard this faint tapping sound. It wasn't anything crazy. I live in an old house, so creaks and groans are pretty normal. But this was different. It was rhythmic, deliberate, like someone tapping their fingers on a table. I muted my phone and listened. It stopped. I shrugged it off and went back to scrolling. When I finally fell asleep, I had the weirdest dream. I was strapped to a chair in this cold, white room. There were voices, muffled, like they were coming through a thick wall. I couldn't make out what they were saying, but they sounded angry. It wasn't until I woke up that I realized something super freaky. The dream matched a description from the journal almost exactly. That morning, I decided to dive back into the journal. I was determined to get to the bottom of this, or at least finish the story. Little did I know, the strangest part was yet to come. So, the next morning, I made myself a cup of coffee, stronger than usual. I needed it. I grabbed the journal and sat down at my desk, ready to face whatever weirdness it threw at me. There was a part of me, a small, sensible part, that wanted to just chuck the thing in the trash and forget about it. But, let's be real, curiosity, and maybe a little bit of stubbornness, had me hooked. I told myself it was just a strange artifact, maybe even a really elaborate hoax. But as I kept reading, the journal became harder and harder to dismiss. Raptor started writing about these group trials, which were basically like messed up team building exercises. They were supposed to test how well KX-11 worked in high-stress situations. They put all the participants in this big, windowless room and give them a bunch of tasks to complete. But here's the kicker, the tasks were designed to be impossible. Like, imagine trying to solve a jigsaw puzzle with missing pieces or build something with parts that didn't fit together. Seriously messed up, right? Raptor noted how the chemicals started to mess with their behavior. People who were normally friendly and cooperative started becoming cold, distant, and super focused on their tasks, even if those tasks were pointless. The entries described how their personalities seemed to fade away, like they were becoming robots. He called it losing the human filter. Small talk, emotions, it all became irrelevant. They were just machines, trying to complete their objectives. But then came the really freaky stuff. One by one, we started seeing things, he wrote. It wasn't just shadows anymore. Sometimes it was people they knew, family, friends. But they weren't real. And they spoke in voices that weren't theirs. We were told to ignore them, Raptor wrote, but it got harder every day. That last line really stuck with me. I glanced at the corner of my room, where the sunlight was making these soft, shifting patterns on the wall. I told myself it was just a story, a creepy story, but still just a story. I flipped through the journal, trying to stay focused, but then I noticed something that made my blood run cold. A whole section of pages was missing. Like, completely gone. I wasn't sure if I had just missed it before, or if they'd been ripped out, but there was a clear gap between two entries. The last readable entry before the gap was chilling, day 47. 6 of us left. Command says the program is being discontinued, but we aren't being released. They're moving us. I don't think we'll make it out alive. When I flipped to the next page, it was like someone else had taken over. The handwriting was totally different, more erratic and fragmented. It was like someone scribbling down their last thoughts before totally losing it. One entry, in particular, stood out. They didn't shut it down. They scaled it up. If you find this, it means I failed to stop them. Burn this book, or they'll find you too. The use of they was unsettling. Who were they? The government? Some shadowy organization? Aliens? My mind was racing. I wanted to just laugh it off, tell myself it was all fake, but I found myself glancing around the room, feeling more paranoid than I wanted to admit. That night, I left the journal on my desk and tried to get some sleep. But when I woke up the next morning, something was different. A new page had appeared. I swear on my life it wasn't there before. It was crisp, clean, and sitting right in the middle of the book, like it had always been there. This wasn't like the older pages either. It was typed, not handwritten, and the message was simple: "You're not done yet. Keep reading." I stared at it for what felt like an hour. It made no sense. I was the only one in the house. How could this page have just appeared? I even double-checked the locks on my doors, just to make sure everything was secure. Still, I couldn't shake this feeling of dread that was starting to creep over me. Later that evening, as I sat with the journal, I started hearing noises again. This time it wasn't just tapping. It was a low hum, almost like the vibration of an old refrigerator. But it wasn't coming from any of my appliances. It was faint, but it seemed to move, starting near the hallway and fading toward the living room. I got up to investigate, but there was nothing there. The hum stopped as soon as I stood up. It's probably just the house settling, I told myself, trying to sound convincing. Still, I couldn't focus on the journal anymore. That night, I closed it and left it on the desk, determined to ignore it until morning. When I tried to unwind by watching some YouTube, something really weird happened. Every video I clicked on froze after a few seconds, just showing a black screen with that little white loading icon in the center. My Wi-Fi was fine. Other devices were working. But for some reason, I couldn't play a single video. Out of frustration, I switched to Reddit. My post about the journal had a few more comments, but one in particular caught my eye. It was from a user with no profile picture or any kind of activity history. The message was short and to the point: "Stop reading it. You're not ready for the truth." I stared at the comment for a long time, trying to decide if it was just some troll messing with me. I replied with a simple "What do you mean?" but got no response. It was around that point that I started seriously questioning whether I should keep reading the journal at all. But deep down, I knew I wouldn't be able to resist. Something about it felt too important, like it was leading me somewhere, even if I wasn't ready for it. Even if I was scared. I spent the next morning trying to convince myself that I was seriously overreacting. The noises, the glitchy videos, the weird Reddit comment, it all had to be just a string of coincidences, right? My logical side was screaming that the journal was just an elaborate hoax, probably cooked up by someone with way too much time on their hands. But that other part of me, the part that had spent countless nights reading creepypastas and watching horror movies, whispered something else. What if it's real? The journal sat there on my desk, practically daring me to open it again. And, of course, I did. I'm weak, okay? As I flipped through the pages, something I hadn't noticed before caught my eye. In one of the earlier entries, Raptor had scribbled a string of numbers and letters in the margin. At first, it looked like random gibberish, but the more I stared at it, the more it started to look like a URL, specifically a dark web address. I hesitated. This felt like stepping into a whole new level of crazy. I mean, I was already in deep, but this was different. Still, curiosity won, as always. I booted up my laptop, opened the Tor browser, and typed in the address. The screen loaded slowly, agonizingly slowly, but eventually, I found myself staring at what looked like the most basic website ever. No logo, no images, just a black background with white text. At the top of the page was a single sentence, "Welcome to the truth." Beneath that was a collection of downloadable files with cryptic names like KX11 Overview, Test Subjects, and Facility Map. I didn't dare click on any of them. I wasn't even sure why this website still existed. If this was connected to some real, top-secret military experiment, wouldn't the government have taken it down by now? Still, it was there, staring back at me, like it was waiting for me to make a move. I closed the browser and shut my laptop. The journal was already overwhelming enough. I wasn't ready to add encrypted files into the mix. That evening, I decided to take a break from the journal. A real break. I cooked dinner, tidied up, scrolled through Instagram, normal stuff. But as I was brushing my teeth, I noticed something weird in the bathroom mirror. It wasn't anything supernatural, just a faint smudge near the top corner, like someone had dragged their finger across the glass. I don't know why it bothered me so much. It was just a smudge, right? But I hadn't noticed it earlier, and it definitely hadn't been there the day before. I wiped it away with a tissue and tried to forget about it. But, like everything else related to this damn journal, it stuck in my head. I started to feel like the journal was somehow bleeding into my reality, not in a ghostly, paranormal way, but like it was changing how I saw everything. Every little detail, every odd noise, suddenly felt like it might be connected. The next section of the journal was harder to follow. Raptor's entries became more erratic, full of fragmented thoughts and cryptic observations. He wrote about the hum, describing it as a low-frequency noise that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. He claimed it wasn't just a sound, it was a signal, designed to manipulate their thoughts and behavior. "It's not in your ears, it's in your head," one entry read. "They're tuning us like radios." I closed the journal and leaned back in my chair, staring at the ceiling. I'd heard it too, hadn't I? But it wasn't real. It couldn't be real. It was just a suggestion, planted in my mind by the journal, like some kind of messed up reverse placebo effect. Still, the more I tried to dismiss it, the more I started hearing it again. Faint, distant, but definitely there. I decided to revisit my Reddit post, hoping someone might have some answers, or at least a different perspective. Sure enough, there were a few new comments. Most were the usual skeptics, but one stood out. Look closer at the smudges. The account was anonymous, no username, no profile picture, nothing. I didn't even know how it had found my post. The timing was too perfect to ignore, though. My eyes darted back to the bathroom mirror, where I had wiped away the smudge just hours earlier. What was I supposed to be looking for? Was it a code? A pattern? I grabbed my phone and snapped a picture of the mirror, just in case. When I zoomed in on the photo, I saw it. The smudge wasn't random. It had these faint, almost invisible lines running through it, like someone had drawn a grid or a map. It was hard to make out, but it looked deliberate. That night, I dreamt of grids and maps, of lines connecting places I couldn't recognize. When I woke up, the hum was louder. I couldn't shake off that dream or the weird map. It wasn't fear I felt, but more like a need to solve this puzzle the journal had presented. The website, the and now this smudge, they had to be connected. I needed to figure out what that map on the mirror meant. I spent most of that morning obsessing over the photo of the mirror smudge. I transferred it to my laptop and messed around with the brightness and contrast, trying to make those faint lines clearer. After what felt like hours of squinting and zooming, I finally saw it. The lines weren't random at all. They formed a rough grid, and there was one part, near the center, that was circled faintly, in a sort of irregular oval shape. It wasn't a perfect map, but it was definitely something. Out of pure curiosity, I opened up Google Maps and started comparing the lines to real-world locations. It took some time, a lot of trial and error, but eventually, I managed to match the pattern to a real area. A desolate, empty-looking patch of land in Nevada, not far from a small town called Rachel. And get this, it was right near Area 51. Of all places. Now, I wasn't about to hop in my car and drive across the country based on some scribbles in an old journal and a smudge on my mirror. But the discovery was unsettling, to say the least. Why would Raptor, or whoever had added to the journal, leave a clue pointing there? Was that where the experiments had taken place? I tried searching for more information about the location, but all I found were the usual conspiracy theories and vague references to unmarked facilities. The deeper I dug, the more questions I had. Feeling restless, I turned back to the journal, hoping to find something, anything, that would explain the map. And sure enough, the next section provided another piece of the puzzle. Raptor wrote about being transferred to a new facility after the original site was compromised. He described the area as remote, surrounded by desert, with buildings buried partially underground. One line, in particular, stood out. The air there felt different, heavier, like it was charged with something. They said it was nothing, but I could feel it in my teeth. The way he described it sounded bizarre, almost supernatural. But I couldn't help wondering if it was connected to the strange hum I'd been hearing. Was it possible that whatever was happening in these experiments wasn't just psychological? Toward the end of the entry, Raptor mentioned something chilling. They gave us a new directive. If we didn't follow orders, the system would find us. We were told we couldn't run, no matter how far we got. What system was he talking about? Was it just a metaphor, or something more literal? The entry ended abruptly as if he'd been interrupted mid-thought. That evening, I decided to take another break from the journal. I tried to distract myself with Netflix, but my mind kept drifting back to the map, the coordinates, and the increasingly strange entries. Around 9 p.m., I got a notification on my phone. It was a Reddit message from an account I didn't recognize. The message was simple: "You're in too deep. Stop before it's too late." I stared at the message for a long time, debating whether to respond. I finally typed, "Who are you? How do you know about this?" But by the time I hit send, the account had been deleted. The message, along with the entire thread I had started, was gone. Vanished. I tried to brush it off as just another coincidence, but my nerves were shot. I decided to double-check all the locks in my house, even though I knew, logically, that I hadn't seen or heard anything unusual outside. As I turned the bolt on the back door, I noticed something. Another smudge. This time it was on the glass pane of the door, and it was almost identical to the one on the bathroom mirror. I didn't wipe it away this time. I just stared at it, wondering if it meant something, or if my imagination was finally getting the better of me. Later that night, as I lay in bed, scrolling through TikTok one last time, I heard the hum again. But this time it was louder, more insistent. It was still steady and rhythmic, and it was coming from the direction of my desk, where the journal lay. I sat up and looked across the room. The journal was still there, but something about it looked different. The pages seemed to be slightly fanned out, as if a breeze had shifted them, even though all the windows were closed. I wasn't sure what I was expecting. Maybe another new page, another cryptic message. I grabbed the journal and flipped to the last entry I'd read. There, at the very bottom of the page, was a new line of text that hadn't been there before. It was handwritten, in that same frantic scrawl. You'll hear it louder tonight. Don't ignore it. I stared at the words, my heart pounding in my chest. It wasn't fear, exactly. It was more like the realization that I was being pulled deeper and deeper into something I didn't understand. I wanted to put the journal down, to walk away from it all, but I knew I wouldn't. Instead, I sat there in the silence of my room, listening to the hum grow louder. The hum didn't go away that night. It stayed, a constant, low thrum that seemed to vibrate in my bones. I lay in bed for hours, clutching the journal, feeling like it was the only thing tethering me to reality. By morning, the noise had faded, but it left behind an emptiness, an unease that I couldn't shake. I told myself, again, that I was done. No more journal. But that resolve lasted, maybe, 5 minutes. By the time the sun was fully up, I was back at my desk, flipping through the pages, desperate for some kind of closure, some kind of explanation. The final entries in the journal were a chaotic mess. The handwriting was barely legible, with large gaps between sentences, as if Raptor was struggling to stay coherent. He described waking up in his bunk to find his fellow test subjects gone. The facility was empty, but the hum, the signal, as he called it, remained. They didn't need us anymore, he wrote. We were prototypes. Disposable. What struck me most was the sense of utter loneliness in his words. This wasn't a man writing for anyone else. He was writing for himself, trying to hold on to the last shreds of his sanity. The final entry ended with a single line, scrawled hastily across the page. If you're reading this, it's already started for you too. I closed the journal and stared at it for a long time. What did that even mean? Was it just another scare tactic, a way to make the journal seem more ominous? Or was there something more to it? I decided to post one final update to Reddit, sharing some of the details I'd uncovered, the map, the coordinates, everything. To my surprise, the post gained traction almost immediately. Comments ranged from skeptical to fascinated, with some users speculating about hidden government programs and others accusing me of fabricating the whole thing. Then, another private message appeared in my inbox. It was from another anonymous account, and it simply read, "They're not watching you, they're listening. Be careful with the journal." The timing was too perfect to be a coincidence. I tried replying, but just like before, the account was gone before I could hit send. I felt like I was trapped in a maze, every turn taking me further from anything that made sense. I considered taking the journal to the police, or maybe even a journalist. But the thought of explaining where I'd gotten it, the dark web, all of it, made me hesitate. Instead, I decided to see if there were any more clues I'd missed. That night, as I was flipping through the journal one last time, I noticed something I hadn't seen before. On the inside of the back cover, faintly etched into the leather, was a set of coordinates. They weren't in Nevada this time. These pointed to a location in the middle of the ocean, far from any major landmass. I typed the coordinates into Google Maps, and what came up was just a blank expanse of blue. No islands, no markers, nothing. But as I zoomed out, I realized it wasn't far from the Bermuda Triangle. Of all places. I didn't know what to make of it. Was it another red herring? A final attempt by Raptor, or whoever had added to the journal, to keep the mystery alive? Or was there actually something out there? The next morning, something strange happened. The hum, which had been a near constant presence in my life for days, was gone. The house felt eerily quiet, almost too quiet, like the air itself was holding its breath. I checked the journal again, half expecting another new page, another cryptic message. But there was nothing. It felt finished. I decided to put the journal away, locking it in a drawer where I wouldn't have to see it. For the first time in days, I felt like I could breathe again. Whatever had been happening, it seemed to be over. Or at least, I hoped it was over. The next few weeks were strange. I kept thinking about the journal, about Raptor, about the experiments, about everything I'd read. Was it all a hoax? A piece of elaborate, interactive fiction designed to mess with whoever bought it? Or was it something real, a glimpse into a world that most of us will never know? I still don't have an answer, and maybe I never will. The only thing I know for sure is that I'll never look at the dark web, or a quiet room, or a strange hum the same way again. And sometimes, when it's really quiet, I think I can still hear it, that faint, almost imperceptible hum, reminding me that there are some doors that are probably best left unopened. Some mysteries that are best left unsolved. Alright, so, I've never been the type to go poking around in the dark web. Seriously, it's the kind of thing you hear about on those late-night podcasts, or maybe a true crime documentary on YouTube, right? It's painted as this shady, messed up corner of the internet where you're bound to find something that'll scar you for life if you're not careful. But hey, boredom and curiosity are a dangerous mix, and they can lead you down some seriously weird paths. I'm not exactly proud of it, but that's precisely how I ended up cruising the depths of the dark web on some random Saturday night. It all started, as these things often do, with a Reddit thread. I was just killing time, scrolling through our /internet mysteries. You know, the usual stuff about unsolved online puzzles and creepy digital urban legends. Then someone posted about this supposedly cursed .onion link. Of course, half the comments were calling it total BS, while the other half swore it was some legit creepy stuff. The original poster claimed it was nothing graphic, just a live stream of random places all over the world. A few users were like, it's obviously a prank, but a surprising number insisted it was anything but. That was enough to get my attention. Honestly, getting tore up and running wasn't as hard as I thought it'd be. I mean, I'm no tech genius, but a couple of YouTube tutorials later, and I was in. DuckDuckGo became my best friend as I navigated this strange new world. At first, the .onion link the Reddit user posted seemed like a dud. I figured I'd been had, classic internet move, right? But I kept refreshing, don't ask me why, and then, boom, the page finally loaded. It wasn't exactly mind-blowing at first glance. Just a black screen with a plain text box that said, enter your location. Now, I know what you're thinking, this is where a normal person would just nope out of there, close the tab, and maybe pour themselves a stiff drink. But not me. Oh no! My curiosity was fully engaged at this point. I had to know if this thing was real. So, I typed in the name of my street, nothing too specific, just enough to see what would happen. The screen went black for a few agonizing seconds, and then a video feed popped up. My initial thought was, okay, it's probably just some random video loop of a street somewhere in, like, I don't know, Europe or something. But the longer I watched, the more familiar it all started to look. The cracked pavement outside the old corner store, Mr. Henderson's beat-up mailbox, that one streetlight that always flickered, it was my street, no doubt about it. And it wasn't some old recording either. Cars were driving by in real time, and I even spotted Mrs. Gable's ancient, blue pickup truck parked outside her house, just like always. I leaned in closer to my laptop, totally mesmerized. How was this even possible? Who made this thing, and what was the point? The video quality was surprisingly good, especially for something supposedly lurking on the dark web. I could make out every little detail, the chipping paint on my house across the street, the way the shadows of the trees danced in the streetlights. But then, things started to get weird. The further down the street the camera panned, the blurrier the image became. At first, I figured it was just a crappy connection or some low-budget camera. But as the feed moved towards the end of my street, I saw it. A house. A big, two-story house with all its lights blazing. The only problem? There shouldn't be a house there. I'm talking, I've lived on this street my entire life, since I was a little kid. I know every house, every yard, even every pothole. And there's absolutely nothing at the end of my street except for that empty, overgrown lot where a house burned down ages ago. It's just weeds and junk now. But on this live feed, there it was, a house. A house that didn't exist. The longer I stared, the more a feeling of dread started to creep up on me. It wasn't like there was anything obviously scary happening. No shadowy figures lurking in the windows, no blood-curdling screams, nothing like that. It was just wrong. This house shouldn't have been there. It didn't exist in real life. And yet, there it was, on this bizarre live stream, like it had always been a part of the street. Like I was the one who was wrong. I sat there, staring at this phantom house on my screen, feeling completely weirded out. It just didn't make any sense. I mean, how could a live feed show something that straight up didn't exist? I double, triple, quadruple checked Google Maps, zooming in on Street View like a hawk. Just like I remembered, the end of my street was nothing but that empty, weed-infested lot. No house, no lights, just a whole lot of nothing. Back on the creepy live feed, though, the house was still there, porch light shining like a beacon in the blurry distance. I refreshed the page, thinking maybe, just maybe, it was some kind of weird glitch. But nope. The video reloaded, and there it was again, same house, same eerie glow. I must have watched that feed for hours, just waiting for something. Anything. Some kind of explanation. But nothing happened. Cars drove by, my neighbor, old Mr. Johnson's dog, wandered into the frame for a sniff around the sidewalk, the usual. The house at the end of the street just sat there, completely out of place, yet somehow looking totally normal at the same time. It was like it belonged in some alternate reality, not mine. It was probably close to midnight when I finally forced myself to close the tab. My head was spinning. Who was running this feed? How were they even getting a camera pointed at my neighborhood? And the biggest question of all, what was the deal with that house? I tried to tell myself I'd forget about it by morning. That it was just some elaborate prank or some kind of augmented reality thing, you know? But as I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, that house was all I could see. It didn't feel like a joke. It felt too real, too detailed. And I had no idea what to do about it. Part of me was tempted to just walk down to the lot, you know, in person. Just to see what? I didn't know if the house was actually there. But honestly, I was too chicken. What if it was there? What would I even do then? Call the cops? Hey, officer, yeah, there's a phantom house on my street that I found on a dark web live stream. Yeah, that wouldn't sound crazy at all. Eventually, I drifted off to sleep, but it was a restless kind of sleep. I kept dreaming about that house, its lights glowing faintly in the distance, like it was watching me. When I woke up the next morning, I made a promise to myself, no more dark web for me. I was done with that creepy feed. But, of course, promises like that are easier made than kept, especially when your brain's latched onto something it can't explain. That entire next day, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was missing something. That house felt like a splinter in my mind, a detail that was totally wrong but impossible to ignore. I tried to distract myself. I scrolled through Instagram, watched some random YouTube videos, even went for a walk to clear my head. When I got to the end of my street, I looked at the empty lot. Still empty. Still overgrown. Still no house. That should have been enough to convince me to drop it, right? Wrong. Later that evening, as the sun went down and my room was filled with that soft, dim light from my desk lamp, I found myself doing the unthinkable. I opened the Tor browser again. The link was still there in my history, staring back at me like some kind of digital dare. Before I could even talk myself out of it, I was back on that black screen with the text box, "Enter your location." This time, I hesitated. Something about it felt even more wrong than before, like I was crossing some invisible line. But, like I said, curiosity is a powerful drug. I typed in my street name again and hit enter. The feed loaded faster this time. And there it was, my street, stretching out in front of me, bathed in the familiar glow of the streetlights. You could even hear the faint hum of cicadas in the background, just like in real life. But then, the camera panned to the end of the street, and there it was again. The house. This time, seeing the house again felt different. It wasn't just unsettling, it was like a challenge. I leaned closer to the screen, determined to find some detail, some clue I'd missed before. The house itself looked so ordinary it was almost painful. 2 stories, beige siding, a small porch with a single rocking chair. The front door was closed, and the windows just reflected the dim streetlights. If I didn't know better, I have sworn it had always been there. But this time, I noticed something new. The camera seemed to linger on the house, like really linger, way longer than it did on anything else in the feed. It wasn't moving like a normal security camera, sweeping back and forth. It was almost deliberate, like whoever was behind this thing wanted me to pay attention to that specific spot. I pulled up Google Maps again, switching to satellite view this time, just to triple check. Still nothing. The lot was empty. There wasn't even a shadow where the house might have stood. It made 0 sense. How could a live feed show something that straight up didn't exist in the real world? That's when a new thought hit me. What if it wasn't my street? What if the feed was showing some other neighborhood that just happened to look eerily similar? I started Googling, typing in things like beige house 2 stories and suburban street at night, hoping for a match. I scrolled through pages and pages of images, but nothing was quite right. Frustrated, I went back to the live feed, deciding to take a more systematic approach. I started jotting down every detail I could see, the numbers on the mailboxes, the license plates on the parked cars, even the faint graffiti on the side of the convenience store. Everything matched my street exactly. There was no mistaking it. Except, of course, for the house. My head was spinning now, filled with all sorts of crazy theories. Maybe it was some kind of elaborate augmented reality project? Or a really sophisticated glitch in the feed? Or maybe, just maybe, it was something else entirely. Something stranger. I didn't want to jump to any wild conclusions, but the more I thought about it, the less sense it all made. I decided to try one last thing. Using my phone, I took a screenshot of the feed and sent it to my friend Ethan. He's way more into tech stuff than I am. I didn't tell him where it was from, just that I'd found it online and wanted his opinion. His response came back almost immediately. "Dude, where is this? It looks exactly like your street, but what's up with that house? Did they build something new?" "No," I replied, "it's not really there. It's an empty lot in real life." He sent back a string of question marks, followed by, "That's super weird. Send me the link." I hesitated. Something about sharing the link felt wrong, like I was dragging someone else into something I didn't even understand myself. Can't find it again, I lied. I'll try later. Ethan didn't push it, but his reaction only made me more uneasy. If even he thought it was strange, then it wasn't just me overthinking things. There was something genuinely off about that feed. That night, as I lay in bed, I couldn't shake the feeling that the house was important, somehow. Not in a spooky, horror movie kind of way, but like it was trying to tell me something. I just didn't know what. And, honestly, I wasn't sure I wanted to find out. Still, a nagging question kept bouncing around in my head. If the house didn't exist in real life, then why did it feel so real? By the next day, that nagging feeling had turned into a full-blown obsession. I needed to figure this out. It wasn't just idle curiosity anymore, it felt personal. This was my street, my neighborhood, and yet here I was, questioning reality itself. I decided I needed more context, something to help me make sense of it all. So, I started where anyone would, the internet. I typed in dark web security feed and went down a rabbit hole of forums, blogs, and Reddit threads. Most of what I found was either fear-mongering garbage or completely outdated. But a few posts mentioned similar incidents, people stumbling on live feeds of their own neighborhoods with unexplainable differences. A lot of the threads were filled with skeptical replies, but one comment caught my eye. Sometimes these feeds show things that used to be there. Like a time capsule, but not like weird stuff. Man, that stuck with me. Could the house on the feed be something from the past? I hadn't considered that before. The lot had been empty for as long as I could remember, but what if there had been a house there once? And if there was, why was it showing up now? I decided to dig into the history of my neighborhood. I started with the obvious places, local Facebook groups and community forums. You'd be surprised how much information you can find when you're willing to scroll through endless posts about lost pets and yard sales. Eventually, I came across a thread about the empty lot at the end of my street. Someone had asked if the city had any plans for it, and the replies were a mix of speculation and vague memories. But one comment stood out. There used to be a house there, back in the 80s. Big fire took it out. Sad story. That was it. My first real lead. That comment about the fire was like a punch to the gut. It was the first solid piece of information I'd found that connected the empty lot to an actual house. I immediately replied to the commenter, asking if they knew anything more. They responded a few hours later with a link to an old article from the local paper. The headline read, "Family of 4 dies in tragic house fire." The article was short, just a couple of paragraphs, but it laid out the grim details. A fire had ripped through a 2-story house on my street back in 1987. The cause of the blaze was never determined. The family who lived there, a couple named Robert and Carol Davies, and their 2 young children, a girl named Lisa and a boy named Ben, had all perished. The house was a total loss and was demolished soon after. The lot had been empty ever since. Reading that article felt like someone had kicked the wind out of me. I'd always known the lot was abandoned, but I had no idea it had such a tragic history. And now, Here I was, staring at a live feed of a house that shouldn't exist, a house that felt like it had been plucked straight out of the past. The family's name, now it felt more than just a mystery. It felt like I had a responsibility to the people who had lived there, to figure out what was going on. I opened the Tor browser and typed in the link, half expecting it not to work, like maybe the universe was telling me to back off. But no such luck. The feed loaded right away, just as clear as before. And there was the house, standing at the end of the street like it belonged there. This time, I noticed new details, a wind chime hanging on the porch, a flower pot by the front door. The rocking chair swayed gently, as if caught in a breeze, even though the trees around it were perfectly still. I watched for hours, waiting for something, anything, to happen. But the house remained eerily still, almost serene. I couldn't explain it, but it felt peaceful, like it wasn't trying to scare me, but to be seen. I couldn't look away. Eventually I pulled up an old photo of my street on Google's archive, taken years ago, before they'd remodeled the convenience store. I zoomed in on the empty lot, and sure enough, you could see faint remnants of a foundation, cracks in the pavement where the house had once stood. The pieces were starting to come together, but I still had more questions than answers. Was the feed somehow showing the past? And if so, why did it feel so real, so present? That night, I closed the tab and stepped outside, needing some fresh air. I walked down to the lot and stood at the edge, trying to picture what it must have looked like back then. The house, the family, their lives before everything changed. It was almost like I could feel their presence, not in a creepy way, but like the air itself held a trace of them, like the lot still remembered them. I knew I wasn't done yet. Whatever was happening, I was only scratching the surface. But for the first time, it didn't feel scary. It felt like a story waiting to be told. After uncovering the history, I felt this strange sense of obligation to the Davies family. Like I had to see this through, for them. The next few days were a blur of research. I dug through online archives, city records, even old phone books, trying to find out everything I could about the Davies family. It wasn't easy. Most of the records from that time were either incomplete or hadn't been digitized yet. But I managed to piece together a few more details. Robert Davies had been a mechanic, and Carol had worked part-time at the local library. Lisa, their daughter, had loved to draw, and Ben, their son, was obsessed with dinosaurs. It wasn't much, but it was enough to make them feel more like real people and less like names in a tragic news story. That following night, I loaded the feed again. And this time, I noticed something different right away. The feed was glitching. Faint static flickered across the screen in short, irregular bursts. At first, I thought it was just my connection, but the glitches felt deliberate, like they were forming a pattern. Between the static, I could make out faint shapes, almost like words, but they disappeared before I could read them. Determined not to miss anything, I grabbed my phone and started recording the screen. The glitches continued, the shapes becoming more distinct with each flicker. I paused the recording and replayed it frame by frame, my heart pounding in my chest. And then, I saw it. A single word, flickering in and out of the static, remember. It sent a chill down my spine, not because it was scary, but because it felt so personal. Remember what? The house. The family? Was it connected to the fire? I stared at the word, trying to make sense of it, but the feed had already moved on. The glitches faded away, as if they'd never been there. I kept watching, hoping for more clues, but nothing else appeared. The house remained quiet, its lights glowing faintly against the dark. It felt almost serene, like it was at peace with itself. But I wasn't. The message stuck with me, its simplicity making it all the more unsettling. Someone, or something, wanted me to remember, but I still didn't know what. The next day, I decided to try something different. I went back to the city archives, this time focusing on property records. After hours of searching, I finally found what I was looking for, the original deed for the house on my street. And there it was, the previous owner's name, Robert Davies. Seeing his name on that official document made the whole thing feel even more real. It also confirmed that the house on the feed was the same house that had burned down in 1987. That night, I loaded the feed one last time. The house appeared as it always did, standing at the end of the street, illuminated by the faint glow of the streetlights. It looked quieter than ever, as if it knew this was the last time I'd visit. I leaned in closer, watching for any sign, any flicker of static, or hint of a message. For a while, nothing happened. The camera stayed focused on the house, its lens steady and unblinking. I almost closed the tab, thinking the story had come to an end. But then, the porch light flickered on, casting a warm glow over the front steps. And then it happened. The feed glitched, just like before. And for a brief moment, the screen was filled with static. This time, though, the message was clear. Thank you. I blinked, half expecting the words to disappear, but they lingered for just a moment longer before the feed returned to normal. The owl stood there, quiet and unchanging, but the message had left a profound stillness in its wake. I didn't need to see anything else. Whatever the house was, whatever it represented, it had found peace. I sat back, letting the weight of it all sink in. The Davies family's story wasn't mine to tell, but I'd done my part to remember them. Maybe that was all the owls had ever wanted. Not to scare or haunt, but to ensure that the lives it once sheltered weren't forgotten. I closed the tab and turned off my computer, feeling a sense of closure I hadn't expected. The house, the feed, the strange pull of the past, it all felt like a chapter that had finally been written. As I lay in bed that night, staring at the faint glow of the streetlights outside my window, I realized something. The house didn't need to exist in the present to matter. Its presence on the feed wasn't about proving anything. It was about preserving a memory, a moment in time that refused to be erased. The next day, I walked past the lot again. This time, it didn't feel empty. It felt like it had been filled with something invisible but meaningful. Like the air itself held a trace of the family who'd once called it home. I didn't need the live feed anymore. I'd seen what I needed to see. And just like that, the link stopped working. I tried accessing it a few more times out of habit, but it always led to a blank screen. I wasn't disappointed, though. The owls had done what it needed to do. It had been remembered. To this day, I still think about the Davies family whenever I pass that lot. I don't know how or why the owls appeared on that feed, but I've stopped trying to explain it. Some things aren't meant to be solved. They're just meant to be seen, to be felt, and most importantly, to be remembered.